Pirates Fishing Saitama Constitution Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 Feet Chen Mu, who lost his plug-in. Boom boom boom. In the sky, the sound of the explosion remained. Chen Mu's whole body flashed with fine lightning, quietly watching the flames that exploded in the air, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly proudly. At the same time, he sneered in his heart, HMPH, do you think I will let you guys steal your home? Just as Chen Mu was contemplating himself, Nami's surprised shout came from below. Uncle! Chen Musin looked over, facing Nami Vivi Isho below. However, when Chen Mudong raised his hand and was about to say hello, a lightning-fast white-robed figure instantly appeared behind his head. When he noticed the strangeness behind him, Chen Mu was shocked. Bad. Immediately afterwards, without allowing Chen Mu to react, a heavy punch hit Chen Mu's head ruthlessly. Bang! With a loud explosion, Chen Mu was smashed into the ground, the surrounding floor cracked directly, and there were countless small gravels, which were shaken into the air. Under the extremely violent impact, countless dust were raised on the ground, slowly covering Chen Mu's figure. However, the strong man in white robe who attacked Chen Mu did not relax because Chen Mu was smashed into the ground. Instead, he stayed directly in the air and swung his feet quickly. Open corner bracket Renkyaku Tempest Kick. For a time, the sound of hoo sounded. One after another huge crimson chopping waves shot towards Chen Mu's position. For a while, the explosion continued. Uncle! Nami exclaimed. Then, his left hand quickly grabbed his waist, took off the short orange stick, and pressed it hard. With a kai sound, a long orange stick with a faint white mist sprayed out from both ends instantly appeared in Nami's hands. However, Nami hadn't had time to target the enemy in the sky. He only felt a flower in front of him, and a pair of cold yellow vertical pupils appeared in front of him in an instant. Shigen Finger Pistol. A tiger-shaped figure with light yellow hair and many black horizontal stripes on his body instantly stabbed his index finger with sharp nails into Nami's forehead. Over. At this moment, Nami only felt that the world in front of her seemed to have lost its color. Just when the sharp finger was about to pierce Nami's forehead, a black hole suddenly appeared under Nami's feet, and the edge of the hole flashed with lavender fluorescence. Run away. A strong tiger man in white trousers, Vivi narrowed his eyes, staring at the slowly healing black hole. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched, he smiled playfully, and said, "Where else can you go?" As soon as the voice fell, the figure suddenly disappeared in place. And the other side. Chen Mu held Nami in his arms and rushed towards the surface. A while, with a soft sound of boo, Chen Mu rushed out of the ground with Nami in his arms. It's too dangerous here, hurry up and find Ah Jing and Jinbei. Chen Mu put Nami on the ground and said urgently. After speaking, before Nami could react, Chen Mu's right hand suddenly opened. Room. The white aperture quickly spread and turned into a blue semicircular mask with a diameter of about 100 meters. At the moment when the mask was formed, an extremely fast claw shadow swept across the place where Nami was standing just now. However, the extremely sharp finger claws cut only a half-meter-sized gravel, and Nami's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Looking at the yellow-skinned tabby figure with bulging muscles, Chen Mu despised Isho. Are you faster than me? After finishing speaking, Chen Mu's figure flashed, and he rushed directly to the slightly bewildered tiger man. Discharge, 20 million volts. On Chen Mu's outstretched index finger, a dazzling electric light flashed, and it stabbed directly at the tiger man's chest. Seeing that Chen Mu's attack was about to come, the tiger man, who had no time to dodge, immediately stomped on the spot in the form of a horse. Iron Nugget. The tiger man, who was covered in pitch-black iron, crossed his arms with all his might and put it on his chest, waiting for Chen Mu's arrival. Chen Mu sneered, and the lightning flashed at his fingertips, directly hitting the tiger man who was as black as iron. Hey, The tiger man snorted, resisting the thunder light, and at the same time, sneered, "Oh, do you think I'm just a simple iron block, stupid guy?" However, Chen Mu suddenly appeared behind the tiger man and responded, "Hee hee, isn't this armament?" After finishing speaking, a green light blade about half a meter long appeared on Chen Mu's right hand, and he stabbed the tiger man's back without hesitation. Gamma knife. Although this tiger-shaped fruit power user resisted Chen Mu's electric shock, the high-voltage thunder and lightning caused his body to become numb for a moment. Oops, it's too late. Just when Chen Mu was about to stab the tiger man, a crimson chopping wave instantly shot down from the sky and slashed towards him. Chen Mu frowned slightly, and instantly gave up attacking the tiger man, and instead directly waved the green light blade to meet the red chopping wave. Boom! At the moment when the light blade and the chopper collided, an invisible wave quickly spread around. However, the tiger man, whose body was as black as iron, also rushed forward quickly, away from Chen Mu. With Chen Mu as the center, the dust mist rose again. And this time, scarlet chopping did not continue to fall. Just when Chen Mu was covered by the dust and mist again, except for the figure in white who was dragged by Jinbei, the other four quickly landed around Chen Mu, besieging him in the center. In the sky, an eagle-headed man in white clothes floated quietly in the air, with a pair of sharp eyes staring at the fog where Chen Mu was. "Don't hide, come out." However, Chen Mu in the fog was still silent, as if he had disappeared. "Oh, still want to hide? Then don't blame me for being rude." As soon as the voice fell, the guy with a red flame all over his body and an eagle head waved his wings directly, and a crimson chopping wave quickly slashed towards Nami and the others. "Haha, it's quite good at acting." Chen Mu sneered, and then he held his right hand empty. Going under Nami's feet rose quickly and turned into a large golden dome, protecting her within it. And at this moment, the red chopper arrived. When ... The metal trembling sounded, and the going shield trembled rapidly. However, the shield shook for nearly 10 seconds before it gradually stopped. An extremely exaggerated cut mark instantly appeared on the shield. Even, at the deepest part of the slash, one could look inside and see Nami's eyes full of shock. "Haha, are you finally willing to come out?" Hearing this, Chen Mu said with a faint isho, "I came out, you seem very happy. Why, you want to die in such a hurry?" HMPH, arrogant. The eagle-headed white-robed powerhouse narrowed his eyes and snorted at Chen Mu below. About 10 seconds later, the cloud of dust gradually dissipated. In fact, for Chen Mu, the dust and mist will not affect him too much, because when he uses the ability to wear through the fruit, he basically has no forward distance. The only trouble is that if the clone keeps changing the fruit ability, it will cause rapid physical consumption. After all, the strength of the clone is a standard, card 2, combat power, and it will also be injured and tired. ... The dust and mist dissipated, and Chen Mu slowly appeared in front of the 5 people. Lucci in the form of a leopard, and on the other side, a stranger in the form of a panting tiger. Chen Mu's heart suddenly became uncertain. "You are CP0s, Chen Mu said indifferently. "Oh, I know a lot." "No, I just know Lucci over there, you guys. What are you?" After listening to Chen Mu's words, the momentum of the white-robed powerhouses suddenly shook and pressed towards Chen Mu in the center. However, Chen Mu just scratched his ears with a light face, and said contemptuously, "Put away your bluffing aura. You don't even have a conqueror. What are you showing us? Are you showing your mental retardation?" Everyone was furious. However, Chen Mu just glanced at a few people lightly, then slowly raised his head and said, "You have been in the sky for so long, aren't you tired? Come down quickly." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu's right hand suddenly stretched out to the sky, and 5 almost transparent silk threads quickly wrapped around the silhouette of the winged figure in the sky. However, this person's observation haki seems to be quite powerful, and he turned his head slightly and avoided it directly. Seeing this, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Oh. It's actually an intermediate observation hockey. Hearing Chen Mu's slightly sarcastic words, the man in the sky didn't answer the question, he just dropped his wings and fell towards the bottom. Hu tilde tilde, a slight wind sounded, and the white-robed strong man, who was nearly 3 meters tall, fell into the circle of several people and faced Chen Mu face to face. Haha, it turns out it's really zone fruit. Chen Mu grinned lightly. Otherwise what do you think it is? The tiger man responded angrily. Then, under Chen Mu's strange gaze, the animal form slowly disappeared and the human body was restored. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, "Are you CP0's only recruiting zone? All of them are tigers and eagles. I don't know if you thought you ran out of that zoo." Although it was a short-lived fight, Chen Mu successively used the thread fruit, the surgery fruit, the piercing fruit and the going fruit. The random switching of these 4 abilities consumed a lot of physical strength of the clone. Feeling the slowly recovering physical strength, Chen Mu couldn't help shaking his head and sighed in his heart. Hey, this clone is too tasteless, not only can't use his strongest serious boxing technique, but also there are physical limitations. At this moment, Chen Mu misses his own body very much, misses his almost unlimited physical strength and consumption. ... Take a day off. I wish all readers, in the new year, the wind and water will be smooth and the god of wealth will be rich, and there will be money to spend every day and night like. Closing square bracket. Chapter 102 Post-War. Grand Dissolo. Chen Mu gasped slightly and stood on the roof of a dilapidated building, surrounded by many going fragments. On the 4 corners of Chen Mu, there are 4 CP0 members in white robes. Lucci and another tiger man are only wearing swimsuits and trousers, and the clothes on the upper body have collapsed. Broken. And the guy who was half eagle and half man, with red flames floating all over his body, slowly landed 10 meters away from Chen Mu. Seeing this guy fall in front of him unscrupulously, Chen Mu also raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, and said in a rather mocking tone, "Yo, you really didn't take me seriously. HMPH, you deserve it too." Hearing this extremely cold reply, Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled, "It's really ignorant and fearless." While speaking, Chen Mu snapped his fingers lightly, and a figure similar to him slowly emerged from behind him, and then quietly fell to the ground. Shadow writing line, Saitama bald front page. That's right, the shadow writing line created by Chen Mu is not based on himself, but uses Saitama's dull face. Hehe, let me introduce, this one is Teacher Kyu, you can applaud. Chen Mu looked at the group with a smile. Looking at Chen Mu with a kind smile on his face, everyone frowned and secretly became vigilant. Isn't this heavenly Yaksha's shadow writing puppet, you? Speaking of this, the burly man with claw marks on his face suddenly stopped. Sure enough, it's the same as the data, and has the ability to copy others. Fran Bud said coldly. Then, squinting his eyes, he said coldly, "Come on, catch it alive." After he finished speaking, he rushed towards Chen Mu again. Note, Fran Bud is zone, mythical, red flame bird, and the strongest person. And the burly man with claw marks on his face, called Thorn Tiger, is zone, mythical, ghost tiger, this 5th in the row. The Grand Dissolo, outside. In the maritime battlefield where Jinbei was located, in addition to the warship that was sunk by the whale at first, 2 more warships were destroyed. As for the 2 warships, one was broken off from it and was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. On the other hand, an extremely huge depression appeared on the left side of the ship, as if it had been hit by a truck at high speed. Fishman Karate Gun Wave. Jinbei's deep shout suddenly came from the far left of the fleet. Ah Whale, who was frantically hitting the 4th warship, suddenly stopped and blinked in the direction of Jinbei. Then, he directly gave up attacking the warship and sank his figure into the sea. It was also because the whale gave up the attack that the few marine soldiers left on the warship were able to escape the fate of falling into the sea. The Marines looked terrified as they slumped down near the deck and rail. At this moment, a colonel who was grabbing the rail of the boat and wearing a marine coat said tremblingly, "All. Don't be in a daze, hurry up and save people." After a while, the group of overly frightened soldiers slowly recovered and started the rescue work. The unknown colonel raised his right hand tremblingly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and murmured in his mouth, "What kind of monster is this? That's right, how could the whale summoned by Chen Mu be an ordinary sea king? You must know that Chen Mu broke through the world limit again not long ago, and the sublimation of his overall ability will naturally not let this talent fall behind. Although, the talent ability of Sea King is still only level 1, but can the First Order Foundation building and the First Order Jinden be the same?" Therefore, when the whales happily crashed into the warship, the Marines were most injured not only by their bodies, but also by their minds that were about to collapse. Even His Excellency Vice Admiral was photographed into the sea, and they needed to be rescued. It is conceivable that the Marines without Admiral are helpless. Ellipsis. The other side. Jinbei was floating on the sea, and a high-speed rotating water column shot out of his palm, hitting the figure in the sky directly. Shave. With a soft sound of whoosh, the figure in the white robe disappeared directly from Jinbei's eyes. Immediately afterwards, after a slight wind whistling, the white robe appeared above Jinbei. He didn't even see him stop, and the moment he stabilized his body, he directed an upside-down golden hook towards Jinbei below. Shattered space, Renkyaku Tempest Kick. Jinbei's head in the blink of an eye. Plum blossom skin. Jinbei's urn growled. Covered with armament were quickly placed on top of his head, and at the critical moment, he successfully blocked this terrifying chop. Bang! With a loud bang, Jinbei's body was suddenly smashed into the sea and sank downward. And this blue chop is also pushing Jinbei's body towards the depths of the sea. Jinbei disappearing into the sea, the CP0 white-robed strongman sneered and said, "HMPH, Fishman is Fishman after all, a weak race." Just when the white-robed powerhouse was secretly complacent, a huge black shadow quickly appeared under the sea surface and quickly approached. Looking at the rapidly magnifying black shadow under the sea, robed powerhouse was ferocious Isho, and said, "Oh, Juncho can't find you." As he spoke, a blue chopper quickly kicked out of his feet. At this moment, Jing's huge head rushed out of the sea in an instant, and slammed into the small, blue chopper. There was a soft sound of bang, and the blue chopper instantly shattered. What? The white-robed powerhouse was startled, his eyes widened instantly. However, Jing did not stop, and after smashing the chopper, he opened his huge mouth and bit him directly. Seeing this, Vivi frowned under the mask of the white-robed man, and his feet stomped in the air, avoiding the bite of the whale. Hey, as long as it's a fish, it must be something mindless. Looking at the back of the huge whale jumping out of the sea, the white-robed man sneered, and the blue rotating cutting chopper under his feet quickly charged up. Just when the whale jumped out of the water completely, Jinbei, who had been holding the huge fish tail, was also thrown up by it and rushed towards the white-robed man at high speed. Fishman Karate Profound Truth Take like on. Hearing the low roar from below, the white-robed man was startled and hurriedly looked down. Bad. However, at this time, he who had just used Renkyaku Tempest Kick was just before his new power was born, and he couldn't use shaved to avoid it at all. Just in his shocked pupils, Jinbei's fist wrapped in a high-pressure water polo slammed into his cheek. PFF'd. The man in white robe was hit hard on his jaw, shattered teeth and blood spurted out, and he himself was like a kite out of control, spinning into the sky. Then, Jing pressed his back and directly blocked the head of Gao Fei's white-robed man. Bang! With a crisp sound, countless cracks appeared in the skull of the white-robed man, and blood immediately flowed down. And he, under this severe pain, completely passed out and fell towards the sea. Jinbei was half floating on the sea, raised his head, glanced at the white-robed figure who fell on the sea in the distance, turned and swam in the direction of the Grand Disolo. On a messy battlefield, going and fragments were scattered randomly. Chenmu sat on the ground panting. And behind him, there is a body that is half filled with red flames, and there is no head yet. On the other side, Lucci in the form of a leopard man, his right leg was forcibly attached to half a wing, and the tip of the wing was slammed into the ground. The other half of the flame wings were attached to Tiger's tail, Tiger's form. When the tail is flapping, the little wings on it are flashing, so cute. Sanji kicked a white silkworm chrysalis while smoking a cigarette. Hey, uncle, I can't eat this, I'll give it to you. After speaking, he covered his mouth and coughed twice, and a trace of blood flowed from his fingers. Ah, Sanji, the wound on your body has opened up again. Lie down quickly. The giant chopper, who was as tall as 20 meters, grabbed a white-robed man with bleeding from his nose and rolled his eyes, and slowly moved towards him. Sanji pressed down. Hey, Chopper, stop. Usopp jumped out hastily, blocking Sanji's body. Looking at Usopp with a panicked face, Chopper suddenly realized, then threw the white-robed man back in his hand, and hurriedly shrank his figure. With a slap sound, the completely unconscious man in white robe landed on a pile of gravel not far away. And Chopper, walking on its short legs, ran to the front of Sanji Mountain, took off the blue backpack, and prepared for treatment. Seeing that the two men in white robes were taken care of, Chenmu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he raised his left hand, slowly bent his middle finger and thumb, and pulled it back with force, and the lines on the white silkworm chrysalis collapsed directly and fell to the ground. Going on the ground quickly gathered into a pool of golden liquid, heading towards the unconscious two people. A few seconds later, the two men in white robes were as if bound by cobwebs, sticking tightly to the ground, leaving only one head to breathe outside. Chenmu turned his head and looked at the head that was still smoking black smoke in the distance, and said, "Old rules, I'll give you two choices. 1. Remove the red flames from me and Sanji, and then take your subordinates to go as far as possible. 2. You let this red flame burst again, and I will bid you farewell to this world." Looking at Chenmu with a serious face, his head was emitting black smoke and occasionally flashes of lightning. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly faded the red light from his eyes. Seeing the red flames on himself and Sanji gradually drifting into the air, Chenmu nodded calmly and said, "Okay, let Lucci and that stupid tiger take you along." While speaking, Chenmu hooked his fingers, and the going on the two behind him quickly melted and slowly turned into 2.5 meters thick golden stones. Then, Chenmu pouted at Lucci, indicating that he could come over and take the bird's head away. Lucci glanced at Chenmu with fearful eyes, then lowered his head to look at his right leg of feather wing and going, left leg, keeping silent. Seeing this, Chenmu patted his forehead suddenly, and laughed at himself. "Oh, look at my memory." After he finished speaking, he wiped the space with his right hand, and the going pieces on Lucci's left leg shattered, and the wingtips on his right leg also fell off instantly. "The legs are on the back of the stupid tiger's head. You can take it off yourself and put it back in whatever you want." Hearing this, Tiger was stunned for a moment, and he reached out and touched the back of his head. "It feels fluffy and muscular." Lucci watched the stupid tiger's movements, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "You don't mess around." "Huh, oh, I'm just curious." In the end, Tiger was also at a loss, and his voice gradually became quieter. After a while, Lucci and Tiger each carried a white-robed man, while Fergie was holding the smoking head and looked at Chenmu coldly. "Hey, don't look at me resentfully, I'm not helping you get your lower body up, what's the hurry?" Chenmu gave Fog a white look and muttered. As soon as Chenmu finished speaking, a small black hole slowly appeared on the ground. Inside the hole was a going-round platform that quickly rose up with someone's lower body on it. Few seconds later, the going-round table successfully reached the ground, and the long legs in white trousers were also shown in front of Fergie. Chen Mu pouted and said, "It's okay now." Fergie snorted coldly, then with the help of Tiger and Lucci, he successfully put the two bodies together. After the body was finished, Fogg turned his waist and twisted his arms, only to realize that there was another person missing, so he asked coldly, "Do we have another one?" Looking at Fogg with a straight face, Chen Mu Vivi was stunned, then turned to look at Nami and the others, and asked aloud, "Are there 6 of them?" Nami and the others shook their heads in unison. Seeing this, Chen Mu's eyelids drooped all of a sudden. He turned around slowly, and said word by word, "You think corrupt me." Fogg frowned, and red flames slowly appeared on his hands. For a time, the atmosphere on the field became tense again. Just when the two sides were about to start, a cracking sound rang from behind Lucci and quickly approached him. Lucci's oracle moved, then took a step to the left with a calm expression on his face. With a sound of whoosh, a figure in white quickly flew past him and smashed in front of them. "Your people are here, if you still want to fight," changed the old man. An extremely deep voice sounded behind Fergie. Everyone looked at the sound, and Jinbei, who had a solemn face, was walking towards them in an even and steady way. Obviously, he is the one with the least consumption on the field. Looking at Jinbei in full swing, Fogg narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "HMPH, Hexia Jinbei." Huh. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Jinbei going stopped in place. Fergie Cold Isho said, "Hee, it seems that you still remember me." Hearing this, Jinbei frowned and said solemnly, "It's you." Fogg didn't answer, turned back to look at Chen Mu, and said, "When we meet next time, I hope you can still be so strong." After speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction of Jinbei. Looking at the wounded people, Jinbei frowned and let them pass by. Jinbei said, "I will. Just Jinbei of the Straw Hat Pirates." After speaking, he stepped forward again and walked towards Chen Mu and the others. He, have you become a pirate again?" Fergie sneered, and then continued to leave. The Dissolow's defense battle only lasted for less than an hour, and ended hastily with both sides wounded. Afterwards, everyone returned to the Sunny. But this time, the wounded lying side by side on the ground turned into 4. Luffy, Zoro, Disolo and Sanji. Although Fogg finally removed the red flames, in the previous melee, Sanji was hit by his red Renkyaku Tempest Kick, resulting in a shocking wound on his back. Among them, the strange red flame penetrated directly into his body and started to burn his internal organs. If Chen Mu hadn't acted in time and turned Sanji into a going sculpture, maybe Sanji would have gotten his lunch here. Thinking of this, Chen Mu felt a headache. How can I beat Brother Ming? When I left with my forefoot, the Straw Hats were almost wiped out, and the 3 main players lay in a row. Chen Mu was tired and just wanted to sigh. Note: the strongest person in CP0 is Zone, Bird Fruit, Mythical, Red Flame Bird. The ability is that every time it hits the opponent's body, it will leave a dark red flame, which will gradually erode into the enemy's body. It can be detonated directly, or it can be detonated after the dark flame penetrates into the body. This is armament hockey borrowed from internal demolition. Then Zone, Cat Fruit, Mythical, Ghost Tiger, the ability to shock the enemy's soul. Each time the enemy hits, there will be a part of the soul shock, so that the attacked party, there will be a brief mental retardation. This trick is especially effective against Chen Mu's clone. The power source is borrowed from Perona's negative spectre, but change the negative to concussion. After checking a lot of information, most of them said that CP0 has a lot of top powerhouses, but they couldn't find the information, so the author had to create it by himself. Dear readers, take it as a little story on the title page, he. Chapter 103 Parents' Troubles. Chapter 103 Parents' Troubles. Chen Mu sat on the rail of the boat, looked at the 4 people who had completely passed out, and then turned to look at the huge crack that almost cut the Sunny in half, and suddenly felt extremely tired. Is this the trouble of being a parent? Chenmu covered his forehead and sighed. At this moment, Nami walked slowly to Chenmu, and said crisply, "Hey, Uncle Number 2. Quote. Chenmu was stunned for a moment, raised his head in confusion, and said suspiciously, "Uncle Number 2. Nami gave a playful, her two big eyes curved into crescents. Chenmu smiled helplessly and said, "Number 2 is Number 2. Quote. Chopper and Usopp, who were taking good care of Luffy and others, and asked in a low voice, "Did Chopper tell Luffy and the others to wake up?" Nami blinked her eyes, and asked in a stern voice, "Is Uncle in a hurry to leave?" Chenmu nodded heavily, and said eagerly, "It's a little anxious, after all, I'm still asleep right now. If that guy Luo is evil, you can only go to the sea to fish for me." Nami looked at Chenmu with a complicated face, and said in a strange tone, "I think that man in the hat should be more afraid of the sea than the uncle. After all, he is the real capable person." Speaking of this, Nami's eyes suddenly became serious and she said, "I've always been curious, Uncle. Can you steal the power of someone else's devil fruit?" Immediately, Nami pinched her chin with a thoughtful look, and pondered, "And, if I read it right, Uncle, you seem to have used Thunderbolt." Hearing this, the muscles on Chenmu's face twitched, and his brain started to work rapidly. At this moment, Nami covered her mouth and chuckled softly, saying, "Okay, Uncle, don't bother making up lies to deceive me. I'm not a child, so I won't be deceived by you." After finishing speaking, Nami pushed her hair back to the back of her head, then put her elbows on the rail of the boat, and said absently, "Actually, I have always cared about Uncle. Do you care about me?" Chenmu was taken aback. Nami stared at Frankie, who was repairing the ship below, gave a soft, and continued. "Like I care about Luffy, I don't want to lose anyone else." Seeing Nami who was suddenly depressed, Chenmu's heart softened and comforted softly, "Don't worry, Uncle will never hurt you." Then, Chenmu took a deep breath, tried his best to squeeze a smile, and said firmly, "I didn't steal any of Luffy's abilities." Pause, he added, "I swear, I will never steal their powers in the future." Looking at Chenmu who raised her hand to swear, Nami smiled smugly. Looking at Nami who was smiling and showing off her face, Chenmu was stunned for a moment, then helplessly, Isho said, "Okay, you ghost, you are actually trying to lie to me." Nami made a light and raised her arrogant little chin. Looking at Nami, who looked like she had succeeded in her trick, Chenmu shook his head and laughed. "I really can't do anything about you." Chenmu looked at Nami with tender eyes, and pulled her blown hair back behind her head. Looking at Chenmu with a gentle face, Nami stuck out her tongue mischievously, looking like a child. The two laughed for a while, and Chenmu looked at the broken ceiling above his head and sighed, "It's obviously an indoor pier. After a battle, it all turned into an open-air pier." After speaking, I muttered in my heart, "Disolo, you probably can't blame me, I did this to protect this ship." Thinking of this, Chenmu suddenly slammed his palm and exclaimed, "Almost forgot about business." Immediately, Chenmu raised his head and looked at the observation room on the mast, which was less than a third of the size. With Vivi's legs bent, he jumped up directly. As Chenmu jumped up to the watchtower, the already dilapidated floor immediately clicked. Chenmu's heart instantly lifted. At the same time, I prayed silently in my heart. Don't collapse, I can't help in repairing the ship, and if it still destroys, then I really can't tell." It seemed that he heard Chenmu's prayer, and the swaying sound of the wooden board suddenly stopped. Chenmu exhaled slowly, then turned around gently, and waved gently towards the group of men in black in the far corner. And the people in black who witnessed this top battle, including Bakura Deus, all stared at Chenmu with fear. Coincidentally, at this moment, they saw Chenmu waving to them again, and for a while, they were stunned in place. As for Deus and Tanaka, who had been frightened by Chenmu for a long time, at this moment, their calves were shaking unsatisfactorily. Hearing Daisy Tanaka's jaw chattering, Bakura frowned and turned around. Looking at the frightened two people, Bakura's silver teeth clenched fiercely. "You two big men, don't you feel ashamed to hide behind a lady?" After speaking, Bakura put his hands on his hips and looked at them with a look of hatred. However, Chenmu on the watchtower thought they didn't understand what he meant, so he sighed helplessly. Then, when the lightning flashed on his body, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. ... A soft crack sounded suddenly not far behind Bakura. Looking at Chenmu who suddenly appeared nearby, the blood on Deus and Tanaka's faces was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the two of them stretched out their index fingers in a very tacit understanding, and pointed tremblingly behind Bakura. He's coming, he's coming. The two of them staggered back while talking, and the black-clothed guards behind them also squeezed towards the rear with a look of horror. Bakura's face froze as he looked at the fearful crowd. At this moment, Chenmu's sigh came into her ears. "Hey, I found that you guys are really difficult to command." After finishing speaking, Chenmu also patted Bakura's shoulder lightly, signaling her not to be stupid. The bloodless Bakura trembled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Chenmu felt a slight tremor from his palm, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Am I that scary?" "Forget it, let's get down to business first." Chenmu raised his eyebrows and retracted his hand angrily. All of you, go and gather all the people on the boat here for me, did you hear that?" Chenmu said in a loud voice. Everyone was silent, their teeth chattering. Seeing everyone's cowardly attitude, Vivi twitched in the corner of Chenmu's eyes. Then, he sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." After speaking, Chenmu's body flashed with lightning and disappeared. ... The top of the King of Going Hotel, Sky Theater. With a crack sound, Chenmu, who was charged with electricity, instantly appeared in this dilapidated and ruined square. Slowly scanning the surroundings, Chenmu picked a relatively flat gravel, and jumped on it lightly. After jumping on the boulder, Chenmu cleared his throat, slowly pointed his index finger to the sky, and shouted very coquettishly. "Yellow, gold, water, flower." From the huge stone pipe standing on the edge of the Disalo, streaks of golden water were sprayed out. Then, like a fountain, it sprinkled all around. When the 10 golden water columns were fully displayed in front of everyone, a pile of gravel behind Chenmu was suddenly washed away by an even larger golden water column, and the huge water column shot straight into the sky. When the water column was sprayed to an altitude of nearly 50 meters, it suddenly spread out, and an oversized, flower umbrella-shaped fountain appeared in front of everyone. Pedestrians on the street were not attracted by the splendid scenery, they remained expressionless and worked hard. However, after continuous spraying for nearly 10 seconds, the length of the golden water column slowly shrank, and finally it was directly replaced by azure seawater. When the blue water droplets dispersed in the air, people working like machines on the street stopped one after another and looked up into the air. "This is seawater. Ah, it's really seawater. It's great." An excited waiter in red opened his arms on the street to greet the blue water droplets that fell on the sky. The atmosphere on the street suddenly became noisy. People drenched in seawater cheered and danced wildly, and some, with tears in their eyes, cried on their backs with excitement. There were countless cheers in his ears, and a faint smile appeared on Chenmu's face. Chenmu lay on his back on the boulder, with one hand behind his head, and the other stretched straight to the sky, letting the seawater get wet. Vivi sighed. "Is this the joy of freedom?" After speaking, Chenmu gently issued and slowly closed his eyes. ... On the sea. As the clone slowly fell into silence, Chenmu's consciousness gradually returned to the main body. On the bow of the small sailboat, Luo, with his eyes closed, quickly raised his right arm, directly blocking his eyes. After about a few seconds, Luo, who gradually got used to it, slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, he muttered, "This is the first time I feel the sun is dazzling, this is really a ghost." As soon as the words fell, Luo turned his head and looked at Chen Mu, who was clenching his fists hard, and the expression on his face instantly froze. This is me." Luo looked at Chen Mu in shock. Hearing the exclamation, Chen Mu froze, turned his head slowly, and said embarrassingly, Are you awake?" "Nonsense. If I don't wake up, the devil knows how you are going to play with my body." Immediately afterwards, Luo forcibly calmed down his shock, and said word by word, "Change, body, exchange, back, come, immediately." Chen Mu lowered his head with a look of embarrassment, then secretly glanced at Luo, who was about to explode, and said with some guilty conscience, Now, there is no way." Looking at himself with a cowardly face, the blue veins on Luo's forehead jumped violently, and roared, "Then you don't think about the consequences before you start." Immediately, Luo glanced at Chen Mu, gnashing his teeth. Room. With the sound of a rapidly rotating white aperture quickly spread from the palm of Luo. In the blink of an eye, a light blue mask instantly appeared on the boat, enveloping the two of them. Afterwards, Luo stretched out his index finger, tapped Chen Mu's chest from a distance, and then tapped his back with his thumb. Two hearts with long pink tails popped out of their chests' backs one after another. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and turn around for me." Looking at the love that appeared on Luo's chest, Chen Mu was stunned for a while, then nodded obediently, and quickly turned his back. The corners of Luo's mouth twitched fiercely, and he turned his palms upwards, bending his first 3 fingers into eagle claws, and then gently twisting them. Slaughterhouse, transplant. In the blink of an eye, the 2 pink hearts were exchanged and returned to their chests' backs one after another. The consciousness of the 2 was also successfully replaced back to the original body. The atmosphere on the ship was instantly broken by a furious roar after a brief silence for a few seconds. "You bastard! Don't you think about the consequences before you do something? What if you can't change your body back?" "Ah, you said it." With an angry face, Chen Mu tightly grabbed Luo's collar and lifted him up. At this time, Luo slowly opened his eyes, looked at Chen Mu, who was about to hit his face, and said slowly, "Although I don't know what your abilities are, what is certain is that you must have a way to use room." After a pause, he said proudly, "Obviously, I made the right bet." Listening to Luo's reply, Chen Mu almost ran wild. "Is this the reason why you casually take control of Lao Su's body? Do you know that if this is put in a fantasy novel, this kind of behavior of yours is called a fucking house grab? Do you know it? People will die." Chen Mu roared wildly in his heart. Chen Mu was really startled and frightened when he thought that his consciousness was almost impossible to return. If it wasn't for Luo's replacement of his soul, his own empty body was just beside him, and Chen Mu might not be able to come back. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Chen Mu's back. Looking at Chen Mu, who was full of shock and anger, Luo pouted the corners of his mouth and said, "I called you for a long time, but if you didn't answer, I'll try soul replacement." "Who would have thought that your body has really become an empty shell?" Luo spread his hands and explained insincerely. Chen Mu was in a hurry, but he couldn't refute it. At the same time, Chen Mu secretly warned himself in the bottom of his heart. The next time he condenses his avatars from a distance, he must be in an absolutely safe environment, otherwise, there may be an accident. The lesson this time was too heavy for Chen Mu. "I didn't even take someone else's body as a transmigrator. You're so good, you actually took me directly with a backhand." Then, Chen Mu thought about it. It seems that only the guy in front of him has this ability. For a moment, Chen Mu looked at Luo, and a trace of killing intent gradually emerged. Luo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said with a look of horror, "You What do you want to do? Chen Mu stared at Luo quietly, and after about tens of seconds, he sighed in disappointment and put Luo down. Don't use this ability on me in the future, otherwise. I'm really afraid that if I can't control it, I will kill you. After saying that, Chen Mu turned around and walked towards the stern of the boat, and sat down by himself. Call me when you arrive. The other side. 18 super large warships are slowly exercising on the sea. On a warship at the rear, 2 thick black iron chains were tied to the bow, and the 2 warships in front were pulling it forward. CPO members in bandages gathered in the treatment room with a heavy face. On the hospital bed, lay 3 strange men covered in bandages. Lucci, who was wrapped in bandages and wearing a white trench coat, was leaning on the left side of the windowsill silently. On the other side of the windowsill, Tiger, whose face was full of claw marks, was biting at the curtain with a look of resentment, and there would be bursts of low roars from time to time. Looking at Tiger, who was spitting, the blue veins on Ferg's forehead suddenly jumped violently. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the sound of tearing, the white curtains slowly turned into strips of cloth. Unable to be disturbed, Lucci bowed his head slightly and walked out of the treatment room with a blank expression. Lucci, who was leaving by himself, Fergie's brows couldn't help frowning slightly. Chapter 104 Pet Fruit, Breed. Chapter 104 Pet Fruit, Breed. The sea breeze is gentle on the sea. A sloop with white sails was moving forward unhurriedly. On the sailboat, Chen Mu sat with his back to Luo, resting his cheek with one hand, staring at the sea in a daze. And the long mirror knife, which was born to resist seasickness, lay quietly on Chen Mu's lap. Hey, being alone with a man who can't hold back a word until he dies, this is really boring. Chen Mu sighed abruptly. Hearing Chen Mu's sigh of life without love, the muscles on Luo's face trembled, and black lines hung on his forehead instantly. Didn't you ask me to take you to Dressrosa? Did you think I would love to carry you? You asshole! Luo roared in his heart, angrily scolding someone for his shameless behavior. But on the surface, he still looked calm, and said in a very flat tone, in half an hour, we can arrive at Dressrosa, you. Are you ready? Hearing these endless words, Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and asked. Prepare for what? Luo closed his eyes and adjusted his state, too lazy to answer Chen Mu's question. Looking at Luo, who suddenly fell silent, the corners of Chen Mu's eyes twitched. At the same time, I muttered in my heart, if you don't want to say it, you don't want to say it, why are you pretending to be deep? Just when the atmosphere on the ship was a little embarrassing, bursts of extremely fast air-breaking sounds came from above the two of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two heard the sound and quickly looked up. I saw a group of black shadows glowing with green light, quickly falling from the sky and smashing towards their boat. Seeing this sudden attack, Chen Mu frowned slightly. But Luo, who had been recuperating, suddenly gave a soft drink. Room. Accompanied by a trembling sound of humming tilde, the light blue mask quickly moved towards the top of the head. However, just as Luo was about to draw the knife, the boat suddenly shook violently. Luo hurriedly asked, what's going on? As soon as the words fell, the boat was suddenly lifted into the air by a huge force. In an instant, the two of them stretched out their arms and held the sides of the boat tightly, trying their best to maintain the balance of the boat. The small sailboat rose all the way, and when it was about to reach a height of 20 meters, the thrust gradually disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the two people who had just stabilized their bodies, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the sailboat accelerated and fell down at a faster speed. Hoo hoo hoo! A violent wind whistled in the ears of the two of them. And this sudden fall, the most affected, is Chen Mu's mirror flower water moon. Since the long knife was already relatively light, it just happened to fall, which caused Chen Mu to descend too fast, so he was unable to grab the long knife right away. Ah, my knife! Chen Mu exclaimed, released his hands at the same time, and grabbed towards the long knife that was floating upward. But unfortunately, one step behind. Suddenly, a violent dizziness swept through Chen Mu's mind. After a while, Chen Mu rolled his eyes and fell directly backwards. And the hands that stretched out to the sky naturally fell softly on Chen Mu's chest. Chen Mu, who suddenly fell into a coma, BB's eyes twitched. Then, he slowly moved his body toward the center of the boat, taking on the balance of the entire boat. Whoosh tilde tilde bang. Under a burst of acceleration, the boat smashed heavily on the sea, causing white waves several meters high. And Chen Mu's mirror flower water moon is also too light, resulting in a slight deviation in the direction of falling. To be precise, it is 10 meters away. Then, there was a soft sound of puff, and it slowly sank towards the bottom of the sea. And this scene happened to be seen by Luo on the boat. It's just that his current situation doesn't allow him to be distracted at all. Because, under the sea, there are still things crashing against the boat of their friendship. This damn fellow, I can't help you at all. Luo Henheng glanced at Chen Mu, and then concentrated on stabilizing the hull. However, just as Luo was trying his best to keep the boat balanced, a huge rabbit with a green halo around its neck suddenly jumped out of the sea and smashed into the boat where the two were from the air. Oops! Luo was taken aback. Just when Luo pulled out a hand and was about to release, Chen Mu suddenly swayed and sat up. You woke up just in time, hurry up. Luo looked at Chen Mu in surprise. However, as soon as Luo's voice fell, Chen Mu vaguely said, I am so dizzy, then he directly raised his head and fell backwards. Bastard, if you can't help, don't give people hope. Luo roared angrily. In an instant, the fat long-eared giant rabbit collided directly between the two. In Luo's terrified eyes, the boat broke into two pieces with a bang. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Luo's heart. The thought is not a fear of falling into the sea. Instead, he regretted why he didn't leave Brother Ming to monitor his fleet, and why he listened to this guy's slander, and accompanied him to sea alone. I hate it. As soon as Luo's voice fell, a huge wave wall quickly slapped towards the two of them. At this moment, both of them were shot into the sea by the waves and sank towards the bottom. As the friendship boat sank, a super-large sailboat comparable to a small island slowly sailed over from the fog. Under the sea. S eyes turned white, and his mouth kept spitting out bubbles. And Chen Mu, when he lost his footing and fell into the sea, gradually woke up from the state of vertigo. Chen Mu, who woke up, pinched his nose and held his breath. At the same time, he complained in his heart, damn it, is this guy Luo so stingy? He really intends to drag my corpse into the sea. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Muli calmed down and looked around with a serious expression. Tukao returns to Tukao. Chen Mu still trusts Luo very much, after all. If a corpse really sinks into the sea, only Luo will die. He, Chen Mu, is not a serious, capable person. Then, after Chen Mu stared with wide eyes and tried to look around, he finally found Luo, who was slowly sinking not far away. When even using both hands and feet, he swam in Luo's direction. When Chen Mu approached, looking at Luo, whose eyes rolled, Chen Mu suddenly felt a little funny. Then, Chen Mu Vivi calmed down, grabbed Luo's back collar, and swam towards the top. 2 minutes later, Chen Mu took the lead to swim out of the sea and greedily took a breath of fresh air. Then, the right hand under the sea surface was gently lifted, and Luo Yi was lifted out of the sea surface. Looking at Luo, who was still in a coma, Chen Mu's eyes twitched and he muttered in his heart. Don't ask me to give artificial respiration. Just when Chen Mu's eyes gradually became disgusting. A fat rabbit with a body length of more than 3 meters quickly swam up from the two of them. Observation Hockey naturally anticipated the attack launched by the enemy. I saw his right hand swung upwards, throwing Luo directly into the sky. And the fat rabbit who was going to bite Zongluo, naturally bit a loneliness. Looking at Helabang with a mouthful of fangs, Chenmu despised Isho and smashed his right fist directly on his rabbit's mouth. Suddenly, a tooth-crushing rubbing sound came from the mouth of Helabang. Chenmu covered his ears with disgust, looked at the fat rabbit with a white belly, and curled his lips impatiently. Then, slowly raised his head and looked at Luo who was descending rapidly. However, what Chenmu didn't expect was that another one suddenly appeared on the sea not far away and rushed towards Luo in the air. Oops! Chenmu's heart suddenly sank. In an instant, the rabbit that jumped into the air suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit Luo's waist fiercely. In such a grand manner, it snatched the person on top of Chenmu's head. When I don't exist, Chenmu laughed angrily. When he took a deep breath, he immersed his head and swam in the direction where the rabbit landed. However, Chenmu apparently forgot that the Labang clan has never been dispatched alone. In an instant, the fat rabbits, either from the front or from below, hurriedly slammed into Chenmu. And the fat rabbit that successfully hunted, after falling into the water, immediately accelerated and swam forward, towards the huge island shadow, in the mist. At this time, Chenmu was slapping each of his palms, constantly swatting away these rabbits who were not afraid of death. More and more, White Belly, floated on the sea. Looking at these unconscious Helabang, Chenmu let out a long sigh of relief. Then, with a straight face, he chased after Luo again in the direction where Luo disappeared. After dozens of seconds, Chenmu slowly stopped. Mountain, shrouded in shadows and mist, Vivi was startled, and asked in doubt, "Hey, it's my illusion, why do I think this mountain is moving?" As if to confirm Chenmu's conjecture, this huge sea island actually moved. And as the island moved, the mist that shrouded it gradually dissipated. Looking at the gradually clear hull and the black pirate flag on the top mast, Chenmu was stunned and muttered, "It turns out that this motherfucker is a boat." Looking at this huge ship like a small island, Chenmu raised his head vigorously, and the muscles on his face couldn't help twitching. And just when Chenmu was in a daze, the fat rabbit who had kidnapped Luo suddenly dived when he swam near the giant ship. "Fuck, want to escape," Chenmu exclaimed. Then, he quickly took a deep breath of air, and then directly buried his head and dived toward the sea. After about half a minute of diving, Chenmu finally saw the familiar green light. Just 100 meters away from Chenmu, the fat rabbit with a green neck ring and biting Luo was gently swaying its fish tail and swimming towards a shadow as huge as a mountain. Around it, there are dozens of rabbits of the same size, all going in the same direction. Chenmu, on the other hand, was hanging far behind the group of rabbits. As for why Chenmu just followed from a distance and didn't save Luo who was kidnapped in time, it wasn't because he was still angry, but because he suddenly thought of a fun devil fruit. After walking for about 2 minutes, Chenmu, who was hanging behind the group of rabbits, slowly stopped his following behavior and stopped in the sea. Because this group of rabbits seems to have found a nest. I saw that green light spots lined up one by one, swimming in an orderly manner towards a hole. Chenmu struggled to squeeze out a smile on his suffocated handsome face. Then, slowly followed. After a while, Chenmu suddenly emerged from the water with a burst of gurgling bubbles. Woo ah. Chenmu exhaled forcefully, and then heaved a deep breath. After taking 2 greedy breaths, Chenmu wiped the water droplets from his face and slowly swam to the shore. Immediately afterwards, with a pop, Chenmu put his hands on the shore, and with a strong support, he jumped onto the shore. After landing, Chenmu first shook off the water stains on his body, and then walked towards the side of the gravel cave. Not long after, Chenmu, who was walking in the dark and damp passage, slowly walked out of the passage and came to a huge square. Around the square, there is a circle of gravel rockery. On the top of the head, there is a huge semicircular shield that separates the square from the sea. Looking at the blue water outside the shield and the fish swimming freely, Chenmu raised the corners of his mouth with interest, and said with a light smile. I didn't expect this guy to enjoy life quite a bit. As soon as Chenmu's voice fell, bursts of rapid wind whistling sounded from all directions. Hearing the whistling of the wind beside his ear, Chenmu Vivi raised his head and looked towards the sky. I saw a group of strange sea beasts with green lights on their necks and red eyes gathered on the top of their heads. Immediately afterwards, amid the furious roars, the sea beasts above Chenmu's head waved their fists in unison and smashed towards Chenmu below. Seeing this, Chenmu helplessly shook his head and slowly stretched out his index finger. Zizi. Suddenly, Chenmu's index finger began to flash with thunder. Discharge, 20 million volts. Chenmu said calmly. Immediately, with a crack sound, a bunch of azure blue electric mons quickly rushed into the sky. In an instant, it hit a rabbit in the front. Then, the thunder and lightning scattered around the rabbit with the rabbit as the center. For a time, the grid composed of these nearly 30 strange sea beasts was instantly unfolded on top of Chenmu's head. Squeaky. The painful whine of the sea beasts resounded throughout the square. Then, like a dumpling, one after another scorched black bodies emitting light smoke kept falling from the air. In just 10 seconds, this group of menacing sea beasts fell to the ground, and the distance twitched. Seeing this, Chenmu shook his head and chuckled. Then, he directly locked his eyes on the arched passage in the distance, and said loudly, I know you are inside, come out, breed. However, no figures appeared in the passage. Instead, Breed's gloomy laughter suddenly sounded from the loudspeaker on the edge of the square. Hey tet tet tilde 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 come out, my slave, Trafalgar Law. Breed's voice rang out. Hearing the very harsh voice, Chenmu's brows couldn't help wrinkling. Then, under Chenmu's gaze, a figure slowly walked out of the passage. R.O. Chenmu's eyes narrowed slightly, and at a glance he saw the green circle on Luo's neck, and said to himself. It's going to be troublesome now. Just when Chenmu was thinking to himself, Breed's voice came from the speaker again. Luo, go and cut him into pieces. Hey tet tet. Hearing this gloomy voice, Luo's eyes instantly turned red. Immediately afterwards, he launched an attack on Chenmu brazenly. Room. While gritting his teeth, Luo used his trembling left hand to release the light blue mask. Looking at Luo who directly released, Room, Chenmu Vivi sighed. Immediately, lightning flashed all over his body and disappeared directly in place. When Chenmu appeared again, he was already behind Luo. Chenmu, who still had electric lights wandering all over his body, sighed softly and said. Go to sleep, Luo. After speaking, Chenmu slashed Luo's neck with a heavy hand knife. Beaten by Chenmu, suddenly bulged his eyes, and his entire body slowly slackened. Looking at Luo who fell down, Chenmu glanced at him apologetically. Then suddenly turned around and walked firmly towards the passage. Suddenly, whoosh tilde tilde, sounded softly. A flash of green light flashed out of the channel in an instant. Chenmu still walked forward with a blank face, and at the moment when the aperture was about to hit him, Vivi turned his head sideways and avoided the collar directly. It looks like you like playing with rings. Chen Muxi charmed Isho. Then, bursts of lightning flashed throughout his body again. ... In the dark passage. Breed looked at Chenmu, who began to flash blue electric lights all over his body, and swallowed his saliva in fear. Sudden. With a flash of lightning, Chenmu in the square disappeared so suddenly. Breed was startled and hurriedly stepped back. However, Breed, who was staggering back, paused and felt that he suddenly had a palm at the back of his heart. At this moment, Breed's hair stood on end. Hee, where do you want to go, Breed? Chenmu coldly Isho. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Breed trembled and slammed forward, breaking away from Chenmu's palm. Chenmu raised his eyebrows, looked at Breed, Vivi Isho, who was terrified, and said, Don't worry, I have always been very friendly to Paramesha's fruit power users. After speaking, Chen Mu's right hand suddenly opened. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Looking at Breed with a stunned face, the muscles on Chen Mu's face trembled. Then, as if nothing had happened, he retracted his right hand, put it on his mouth and coughed twice, covering up his embarrassment. That cough, you see, I am indeed a friendly person. After that, Chen Mu couldn't stand Breed's weird eyes, so he blushed and slapped him unconscious. At the same time, he said angrily, "Don't you know that staring at others is a very rude thing?" After finishing speaking, Chen Mu looked at his open right palm, sighed faintly, and said, "Hey, in this vast ocean, you asked me to find a knife, where can I find it for you?" Just when Chen Mu was silently devastated, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding, the special weapons are too far away, whether to recall them immediately." Close black lens bracket. Chapter 105 Ability Plus 1. Chapter 105 Ability Plus 1. Recall. Chen Mu responded in his heart. Ding, the distance is more than 10,000 meters, recall time, 1:59:59. Good guy, with such a little effort, you can actually exceed 10,000 meters. Chen Mu's expression is very complicated. Immediately, he shook his head helplessly, looked down at Breed, who had passed out, and said to himself, "Forget it, get this guy first." After that, he directly carried Breed and walked towards Luo. 10 minutes later. Chen Mu sat on the swivel chair with a dull face, and on the wall behind him was a surveillance screen with a size of nearly 20 yuan and 1 meter. Breed, on the other hand, was tied up by Chen Mu and hung in the air. Even a white rag was stuffed in his mouth. Chen Mu yawned boredly, then got up and walked towards Luo, who was asleep on the chair. Looking at Luo, whose eyes were still closed, Chen Mu pouted and muttered, "This guy. Is he so unstoppable? He's been unconscious for almost 20 minutes." At this moment, a manatee with a green turtle shell suddenly jumped out from the side. Looking at this manatee that suddenly jumped in front of him, and then chatted non-stop, a series of question marks appeared on Chen Mu's head. Hey, stop for a moment, stop for a moment. Chen Mu waved his hand with a headache, and stopped the talking manatee. I don't know if I understood Chen Mu's gestures or understood his words, but the manatee actually became quiet. Chen Mu was stunned again, and said uncertainly, Can you understand what I said?" The manatee nodded, then raised his small fist and pulled the green light circle around his neck. Competitive face, Chen Mu glanced at it with complicated eyes, and said with some doubts, "You mean, let me help you?" Hearing Chen Mu speak, the sweaty manatee suddenly stopped, staring at Chen Mu with hopeful eyes with his black bean-like eyes. Chen Mu's facial muscles twitched, and he said in a disgusting tone, "It's all right, don't look at me like this, I'll help you." After speaking, Chen Mu reluctantly stretched out his hand and grasped the green aperture. "Hey, let me say it first, I'm just trying my best to help you, it may not be able to be crushed." Although Chen Mu's words lacked a little confidence, he still used a lot of strength to start. Crack! In an instant, the green collar was like a beer bottle that was about to shatter, and the cracks spread rapidly. However, after a few seconds, the green collar was like a broken beer bottle, and it shattered into pieces and exploded in the air. Looking at the crystal fragments in the air, Chen Mu was stunned. "I remember that this thing is mandatory, it seems that it cannot be opened with brute force, otherwise Luffy and Luo would not have played a wave. Could it be, I even broke the setting of the devil fruit?" Thinking of this, the expression on Chen Mu's face suddenly became very exciting. Kung Fu Manatee tilted his head and looked at Chen Mu with a puzzled expression. Chen Mu, Isho, turned around and walked towards Luo. Suddenly, a slight sound of breaking through the air crossed over Chen Mu's head. With a sound of whoosh tilde, the Kung Fu Manatee, who had just escaped from trouble, instantly fell in front of Chen Mu. Looking at the manatee with a serious face and showing his biceps, at the same time, Chen Mu looked puzzled. "Why are you blocking me?" After speaking, Chen Mu raised his feet and stepped forward, intending to pass over the manatee. However, the manatee suddenly screamed with excitement. And he moved quickly, blocking Chen Mu again. "Did you think I wouldn't beat you?" After speaking, Chen Mu feigned anger and waved his fist. Looking at Chen Mu who bites his teeth, and through his fists, the manatee suddenly jumped up happily. Nervous disease. Chen Mu looked confused. However, the next action of the manatee directly told Chen Mu what it wanted to do. "Hey!" Manatee shouted with a serious face. Then, the little fist was quickly covered with a layer of black armament. "You wouldn't mean to." Before Chen Mu could finish speaking, he was punched in the face by the jumping up manatee. With a sound of bang tilde, Chen Mu flew in response and smashed into the wall beside him. Seeing Chen Mu being smashed into the air, the Kung Fu manatee suddenly cried out, "Woohoo!" Just then, there was a sound of gravel falling. The laughter of the Kung Fu manatee suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look at the wall. I saw that Chen Mu propped his right hand against the wall and slowly squeezed out of the wall. Kakaka. With Chen Mu's strength, the cracks on the wall spread again. Kung Fu manatee's face turned straight, and the small black fist was placed in front of him again, in an attacking posture. Chen Mu lowered his head slightly and slowly walked towards the manatee. "Hi!" A cute cry sounded, and the Kung Fu manatee directly punched Chen Mu's abdomen with a punch. However, this time, Chen Mu turned Vivi sideways and avoided directly. Kung Fu manatee asked suspiciously. Right here, Chen Mu made a lightning strike and grabbed its tail directly. Then hit hard. Bang! The ground was suddenly smashed into a half-meter-sized depression. As for the Kung Fu manatee, it lay in the depression with its eyes shining like stars. Looking at the dizzy manatee, Chen Mu raised Vivi at the corner of his mouth and slowly raised his head. "Hey, this is the end of the bear boy." After speaking, Chen Mu showed his big white teeth, hee isho. Then he stepped directly from the manatee. Along the way, he paused slightly when passing Luo, stretched out his hand to crush the collar around his neck, and continued walking towards Breed. Approaching Breed, Chen Mu slowly stopped and squatted down. "Hey, to be honest, I suddenly don't want your ability." Chen Mu sighed with a dull expression. After speaking, Chen Mu shook his head, grabbed Breed by the back, and lifted him from the ground. At this moment, Luo Na's weak voice slowly entered Chen Mu's ears. "I think, you can think about it." Hearing this, Chen Mu suddenly froze, turned his head in confusion, and said, "Do you think his ability is very good?" Speaking of this, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he stared at Luo closely. Luo coughed twice again, waved his hand, and said, "Don't look at me like that, it's not just me who knows your special ability." "What do you mean?" Luo slowly raised his head and said calmly, "Those who have played against you have already guessed your abilities to some extent." Hearing this, Chen Mu's brows gradually locked up. Looking at Chen Mu who suddenly fell into deep thought, Luo smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about anger." "Oh." Chen Mu raised his head and looked at Luo with a puzzled expression. Luo slowly sat up from the chair and continued, with joke. "It shouldn't take long, your special abilities will spread throughout the entire underground world." Looking at Chen Mu, whose face became more and more ugly, Luo raised his chin, looked at Breed and said, "He is the best proof." Chen Mu was stunned, then turned to look at Breed in a coma. Luo gave a soft, and then walked slowly towards Breed. At the same time, he said slowly, "He wasn't Doflamingo's man, but he was able to ambush us on the way we had to go. Do you think, how many people would know my whereabouts?" After hearing Luo's words, Chen Mu suddenly hesitated. It wasn't that he was afraid. He was just thinking, since Brother Ming has started to spread his news everywhere, will Marine also get corresponding information? Moreover, Brother Ming had seen it with his own eyes. He was beaten up by a rookie colonel for 18 floats. In terms of Brother Ming's IQ, it is impossible for him not to think about this. Thinking of this, Chen Mu suddenly became anxious. At this moment, Luo Na's unsalty voice sounded again. If you're afraid, you can go back anytime. Chen Mu was startled, then turned to look at the calm-faced Gao Leng man. Then, in a strange tone, he said, why should I be afraid? Just relying on those stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Hearing Chen Mu's extremely arrogant tone, Luo couldn't help frowning and said, don't forget, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, but joke. Trading partner. Chen Mu smiled and waved his hand. Hey, there are only 4 emperors, what are you afraid of? After a pause, the smile on Chen Mu's face grew brighter, and then he said in a hurry, I'm a man who wants to be a crew member of One Piece, King of Pirates, a mere 4 emperors, how can you scare me? After listening to Chen Mu's words, Luo looked shocked. Chen Mu looked at the expression on Luo's face, patted him on the shoulder with a look of relief, and said, okay, young man, don't think about what you have or not, and cherish the time in front of you. After speaking, Chen Mu pulled the swivel chair and sat down by himself. Looking at Chen Mu, who had begun to close his eyes to rest, Luo said in disbelief, such a guy would be willing to be a crew member. Listening to Luo's murmur, Chen Mu Vivi smiled, without refuting or agreeing, and still rested comfortably. Luo quietly watched for a while, and seeing that Chen Mu didn't seem to intend to refute his words, he took it as his acquiescence. I'm really blessed to have a partner like you in the Straw Hat family. Luo sighed to himself. Just like that, the conversation between the two ended. In this quiet environment, Chen Mu's breathing gradually became longer. ... Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. During the period, Breed woke up once, but was cut into 4 pieces by Luo's shushu twice. Since Luo cut a neat cross, this also led to the scolding Breed, which became the current picture, where he couldn't even close his mouth. This too short farce ended, and the scene was quiet again. In this extremely quiet environment, a wind whistling sound instantly entered the ears of the 3 of them. It's finally here. Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Hoa hoa ho. Amid the rapid whistling of the wind, a long sword flashing with misty white light flew to Chen Mu in the blink of an eye. With a smack sound, Chen Mu firmly grasped the handle of the knife. Feeling the coolness from the handle of the knife, Chen Mu smiled and said to himself, I can finally leave this place. After speaking, he grabbed a knife at will, and walked towards Breed. Looking at Chen Mu who was walking slowly, Breed's pupils shrank and panicked. You, what are you doing? Chen Mu Nuan Isho said, don't be nervous, didn't I tell you, I am very friendly to Paramesha capable people ... As soon as the words fell, Chen Mu quickly swung the knife and swiped across Breed's forehead. In an instant, a thin knife mark appeared on Breed's forehead instantly, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fortunately, the incision was very narrow, and not long after the blood flowed out, the wound started to heal slowly. Chen Mu rolled his eyes at Breed, who was still full of horror, then turned his eyes and looked at the blood on the tip of the knife. Ding! The pet fruit has been successfully re-engraved. The level of development, level 1, not awakened. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level. The trigger condition is changed from 95 meters to 94 meters, and the trigger probability is 94%. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, the system prompt sound came as expected. After listening to the system prompt, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows comfortably, turned and walked towards Luo. Finished stealing, Luo said lightly with a long black knife in his arms. Chen Mu made a soft, sound and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Chen Mu's figure froze, and the expression on his face quickly became stiff. Luo, who followed slowly, looked at Chen Mu, who suddenly stopped, and said in a flat tone, "Let's go, I will keep the secret for you." After speaking, he passed Chen Mu and walked towards the exit of the passage. And Chen Mu, after a brief hesitation, followed suit. The two walked for about 10 minutes, and Chen Mu suddenly felt something was wrong, so he stopped and said, "This is not the way we came, you are going the wrong way." Hearing Chen Mu's voice behind him, Luo also stopped and said without looking back, "No mistake, this is the way to the bow." Chen Mu was stunned for a moment and asked in doubt, "The bow?" Gave a faint, continued forward, and said at the same time, "Where are you going if you don't go to the bow? You want to swim over to find joke." Hearing this, Chen Mu patted his forehead and said suddenly, "Ah, I almost forgot, we don't have a boat." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu strode forward and walked side by side with Luo. Looking at Chen Mu, who suddenly ran to his side, Luo frowned slightly in disgust, and asked aloud, "Bride's phone bug, have you taken it?" Hearing this mindless question, Chen Mu's expression condensed, and he said puzzled, "Why should I take his phone bug?" Hearing this, Luo paused in his footsteps, turned his head slowly, and said in a flat tone, "The job of turning the sails will be handed over to you." Chen Mu. Suddenly, Chen Mu suddenly realized again, and hurriedly ran back. It was only just now that he suddenly remembered that the power of sailboats in this era basically depends on the wind. Even the small sailboat Sunny, Luffy and the others needed to stow the sails in the event of a sudden storm. Even a two-masted sailing ship needs 4 people to stow, lay sail at the same time, not to mention this super-large sailing ship. Conservatively, this is a 5-masted sailing ship. When he thought that he would keep climbing up and down to change the sails, Chen Mu's footsteps sped up again. Note: why Chen Mu didn't use the empty road. One is because he has too many abilities, he forgot, and the other is that the main purpose of this trip is to bring back the treasure tree Adam, and then beat Ming brother. So, it is also excellent to prepare a boat that can transport wood in advance. Also say, Hella Bang. Laban, the former hometown of Chopper, is a huge white rabbit in the Drum Kingdom, with long ears, a big belly, sharp claws and sharp teeth. Halabang, on the other hand, is also the shape of a rabbit, except that the skin has turned blue, the belly has more scales, and there is an additional semicircular collar on the back of the neck, similar to an open umbrella. Chapter 106 Drive the Wolves Away, the Fifth Emperor. Chapter 106 Drive the Wolves Away, the Fifth Emperor. On the deck, Luo, who was carrying a demon knife, was walking leisurely towards the bow of the boat. The significance of the existence of this giant ship is that Breed used it to build the Sea Kingdom, so its volume will be extraordinarily huge. So much so that it took Luo nearly 10 minutes to walk from the center of the deck to the bow. Luo stood on the bow, turned around and looked at the incomparably wide deck, and muttered to himself. This size is almost catching up with the bullfighting arena. Breed, how many slaves are you planning to capture? Thinking of the size of this huge sea kingdom, Luo couldn't help frowning. Indeed, the Sea Kingdom of Breed is really huge. The area that Luo saw was enough to be worth half of the Disalo, a giant ship 10 kilometers long. Not to mention, the giant ship Breed is still designed with a narrow top and a wide bottom. This is simply an island in the sea. And the other side. Chen Mu walked in front, followed by a kung fu manatee with a blue nose and a swollen face, a black penguin in a white martial arts uniform, and a yellow-skinned dog. And then there's a bunch of fat bunnies covered in black, and an octopus that's also smoking. Dang. Chen Mu led the group of remaining defeated soldiers, and walked out of the stairs to the deck. Luo at the bow, his eyes narrowed, he looked at Chen Mu and a group of sea beasts who were walking slowly. A few minutes later, Chen Mu led the group of sea beasts to Luo. Look, it's easy to do. Chen Yu pointed behind him and said proudly. Luo twitched the corner of his mouth, then turned his head to look at the sea beast behind Chen Yu. To be precise, it should be looking at Breed, who was tied to the octopus. What's the matter? Luo curiously glanced at Breed, then turned to Chen Yu and asked. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look behind him. Looking at Breed, whose eyes were rolled white and twitched from time to time, Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and said. You said him ... It's just that this guy is dishonest. He put a collar on me while I was touching the phone bug. Can I bear it? So, I knocked him out immediately. Looking at Chen Yu with a face of resentment, Luo's eyes twitched and he made a perfunctory, oh. Then, slowly said. Of course I could see he was beaten, but the bandage on his mouth, what's up? Being discovered by Luo, Chen Yu scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, and smirked. I'm not afraid of this guy. Won't I be restless when I wake up? So I just. So I put the remaining seastone bullet in his mouth and wrapped it around twice to prevent him from spitting it out. Quote. The muscles on Luo's face trembled, and he really didn't know what to say. Looking at Luo, whose muscles were shaking unnaturally, Chen Yu smiled awkwardly, then patted Luo's shoulder seriously, saying. Oh, it's all small details. Don't care, ha ha. After speaking, he quickly turned around and said to the sea beasts. Before I got to Dressrosa, you were all temporarily requisitioned by me. Hear me, my crew. Ah, Ula, Kung Fu Manatee responded with excitement. Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction, patted the head of the Kung Fu Manatee, and said with a smile, very good, very good. Ha 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 ha. Looking at this combination of silly and naive, Luo silently turned around. Very good, little ones, everyone is ready, let's go, Dressrosa. Ula. Chen Yu smacked his chest and exclaimed with a passionate expression. Ula. In this way, the sea beast leader Chen Yu, commanding a group of sea beasts, set sail again and went to Dressrosa. During this period, when Chen Yu was chatting with Luo, he secretly checked his new talent. Open black lens bracket, the voice of all things, close black lens bracket. Half an hour ago. Out of habit, not long after Chen Yu got the ability, he directly used the ability once, which is convenient for direct use in the future. However, it was also because of the use of this ability that he unexpectedly opened up a new talent. Is the same ability of Roger and Luffy, listen, the voice of all things. After possessing this talent, Chen Yu miraculously discovered that he could communicate with the sea beasts without any obstacles. This is also the origin of the word, Chen Yu, who taught the sea beasts to learn the battle language, Ula. On the other side, Marine Headquarters. In the conference room on the top floor, Kuzan sat behind the desk, his hands folded in front of his eyes, with a contemplative look on his face. In front of him, there are 6 exquisite wooden chairs, and 4 senior generals are sitting respectively. On the left are Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Crane, and on the right are Fujitora and Garp, sleeping, with their eyes closed. Akainu is temporarily absent due to serious injuries. At this moment, Kizaru glanced at Kuzan, who closed his eyes in thought, then turned to look at Garp, who was blowing bubbles and snoring loudly, and said softly to himself. Hee, interesting. After speaking, Kizaru followed suit, closed his eyes, lowered his head and started to sleep. And Granny Crane, who was sitting next to Kizaru, was drinking hot tea with her eyes slightly closed. At this moment, there was a steady and powerful footstep at the door, and everyone turned their heads, raised their heads, looking at the door in surprise. Why did he come? Everyone frowned slightly, thinking about it. A few seconds later, a burly old man with white hair in the shape of a mountain, walked in slowly from the gate. It's all here. Kong's calm and powerful voice instantly entered everyone's ears. At this moment, Kuzan and the others stood slowly, nodding respectfully to the person who came. Then, Kuzan replied unhurriedly, Akainu is seriously injured and is temporarily absent from this meeting. Kong frowned and asked suspiciously, seriously injured? Kuzan nodded and gave a faint, Then, he turned around and walked to the rear left, letting out the middle chair. Immediately, Kong took a steady step, passing Garp, who was dozing off his head, and Fujitora, who was nodding his head, and walked to the desk alone. Looking at Kong who was sitting down slowly, and the four who stood up, they sat down slowly. Note, Garp is still half asleep in his chair. After glancing at several people with different expressions, Kong said slowly, tell me about this strange powerhouse who suddenly appeared and how to deal with it. Silence of everyone. Kong turned his head to look outside the gate and said loudly, stop standing outside, come in Sengoku. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads and looked out the door. At the gate, Sengoku was eating senbei while secretly watching the situation inside. Hearing Kong calling him, he walked in with a smirk on his face. Hey, hee, long time no see everyone. Seeing Sengoku walk in, Admiral Kizaru raised his eyebrows in surprise, while Fujitora nodded to Vivi. Compared with these two, young Admiral, the two Vice Admiral with a lot of seniority are not so polite. Crane sat down in Kong, she closed her eyes and drank hot tea again, turning a blind eye to Sengoku who came in. Garp, on the other hand, was even more at ease, never opening his eyes from beginning to end. Until Sengoku, shoving a senbei into his snoring mouth. Crack! A sound of chewing hard objects came out of Garp's mouth. Then, with a slight swallowing sound, Garp opened his mouth again, waiting to continue feeding. Garp still dozing off, Sengoku's eyes twitched in Vivi. Then, grabbed Garp's ear and shouted loudly. Your senbei was eaten up by Akainu. Hearing this, the bubbles at the tip of Garp's nose exploded, his eyes suddenly opened, and he roared angrily. Ah, put down this old man's senbei. Everyone. Garp who was already awake, Sengoku coughed twice and slowly walked past him. Huh. Looking at everyone with complicated expressions, Garp scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and sat down with a smirk. At the same time, he glanced bitterly at Sengoku sitting behind Kong, and the senbei in his hands. At this moment, Kong straightened his throat, coughed lightly, and said, Sengoku, talk about it. Hearing that he was going to talk about business, Fujitora Vivi straightened his back and listened carefully. Sengoku responded calmly, slowly stood up from the chair, and said loudly, I think everyone, you have played against that person more or less. Hearing this, Fujitora Kizaru's face instantly became solemn, and Granny Crane took a sip of hot tea thoughtfully. Sengoku automatically filtered Garp's response, and looked at the other three with a serious expression. Regarding the robbery of heavenly gold, the loss of 2 Buster Call warships, and the 6 CP0 members who returned without success, I think it needs to be discussed carefully, how to face this terrifying powerhouse in the future. He fought Kizaru and Fujitora with Chenmu, his face was solemn and he didn't answer. And Granny Crane, who seemed to think of something, stared at Garp with a frown. Garp felt something, and looked at Granny Crane. Suru, what do you see me doing? Garp with a blank face, Granny Crane shook her head, closed her eyes and drank tea again. Seeing that Granny Crane was no longer paying attention to him, Garp frowned suspiciously, and continued to look at the senbei in Sengoku's hand. Seeing Garp focus on the senbei in his hand, Sengoku twitched the corners of his eyes and said solemnly, I think it's okay to let Garp give his opinion first. Seeing that Garp pretended not to hear, Sengoku suddenly said angrily, Garp, be careful with me, or I will eat all the senbei and donuts you have hidden. Garp was taken aback. Then he stood up in a hurry, and said with an apologetic smile, Don't get excited, Sengoku, wasn't I thinking seriously just now? Hearing this, everyone's expressions gradually became complicated. Garp, thinking about countermeasures. Looking at the strange crowd, Garp blushed, coughed twice, and said, I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I think. Thinking about countermeasures, it's more appropriate to leave it to Sengoku and Tsuru, and I'll take care of it. After saying, hee, Isho sat down on his own. Garp with a gag face, the muscles on Sengoku and Granny Tsuru's faces twitched. Sengoku resisted the desire to hammer Garp to death and gritted his teeth. This time, Akainu almost died there, you know. Facing the questioning Sengoku, Garp scratched his cheek suspiciously. It's all because of that precious grandson of yours, Monkey D. Luffy. Hearing this, Garp suddenly sneered at Isho and said, No, it's more of an old man's blood, ha 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 ha. The muscles on Sengoku's face twitched, and he slowly squeezed out a sentence from his clenched teeth. But, not, as, bragging, you. Sengoku's ugly face. Garp also understood the matter, and finally got serious. Then, Sengoku took a deep breath and said slowly. This time, we Marine dispatched 2 Admiral and 20 Buster Call warships, but failed to destroy this terrifying guy. Regarding the strength of this person, I think I need to emphasize it again. After a pause, looking at the contemplative crowd, Sengoku continued, Let's discuss why this guy who suddenly appeared was not recorded by Marine, and why he was always on the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Quote. Speaking of this, Kuzan rubbed his temples with a headache, and then followed the eyes of everyone, looking at Garp whose facial muscles were trembling. Seeing that his eyes were all focused on Garp, Kong said in a deep voice, Garp, talk about it. This. Garp suddenly became embarrassed. Kong, with a solemn face, glanced at Garp, who was embarrassed, and continued, As for why it was not recorded by our Marine Intelligence Organization, this matter will be discussed later. Let's talk first. Straw Hats. Pirates. After speaking, Kong focused his gaze on Garp again. For a time, Garp was on pins and needles, and his old face quickly flushed red. Garp felt everyone's eyes, and felt his own hot old face, and immediately said embarrassingly, This old man is not very clear. Hearing this, Sengoku gave a heavy hum, and then said, According to the results of our many reports, whenever there is a conflict with this guy, the Straw Hat Pirates are present. This time, no exception. After a pause, seeing everyone start to think, Sengoku said softly, So, there are 2 choices in front of us. Hearing Sengoku's countermeasures, everyone slowly focused their attention on him. Seeing everyone watching, Sengoku slowly stretched out a finger and said, The first choice is to avoid the war, avoid direct battle with him and the Straw Hat Pirates. No. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, Kong suddenly slapped the desk and interrupted angrily. Immediately afterwards, he said in a very decisive tone, I don't agree with this choice. Let's be proud of Marine and fear a small pirate group. How will the world see us? Let the world politics foo, how to see us. Kong's excited face. Sengoku sighed softly and explained. I don't mean to be afraid of him, or the Straw Hats. I mean, we can treat them with the same kind of policy as we did with the red-hair pirates. Hearing the words, red-haired pirates, Kong's brows furrowed. Looking at the silent commander-in-chief, Sengoku slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued, From the past records, the Straw Hat Pirates are not a pirate group that only burns, kills and loots. They have also done many things that benefit the people, the most influential of which are the Alabasta National Salvation case and the Fishman Island Rebel case. Garp looked at Fujitora with a calm face and said, Surely, the incident of the Fishman Island rebels should be more familiar than me in my life. Hearing Sengoku's name, Fujitora let out an unhurried, Then he said slowly, This is also the first time I have played against that guy. He is very strong. Fujitora with a dignified face, Kong's eyes sank and he slowly thought. Seeing that the others had no opinion, Sengoku nodded and continued. So, for this type of pirate group that is less harmful, we choose to turn a blind eye. Just then, a slightly weak and resentful voice came in from outside the door. Blindly burning flags, provoking world politics, such arrogant pirates, should we turn a blind eye to them? A Kainu, wrapped in bandages and leaning on crutches, slowly walked in from the door. Looking at the pale Akainu, everyone Vivi was taken aback. Then, he lowered his head to think again. Looking at Akainu who was slowly taking his seat, Sengoku frowned slightly and said solemnly, "The Straw Hat Pirates have indeed challenged the authority of world politics, but don't forget. With our current military strength, we can't defeat this man at all, and we can't even hurt him." Hearing the words of Sengoku's sand-shooting dog, Akainu clenched his teeth hard, with an unwilling expression on his face. Seeing that Akainu did not refute, Sengoku calmed down a little and continued. "Furthermore, there is news that the Straw Hat Pirates have formed an alliance with the Whitebeard Pirates. Presumably, everyone should have heard it." The crowd remained silent. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sengoku sighed and said, "So, instead of avoiding the battle, it is indeed feasible." At this moment, the current Marshal Kuzan, who has been listening calmly, slowly opened his mouth and said, "What about the second?" Hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Kuzan, then turned his head, staring at everyone and said, "The second is, drive away the wolf, the fifth emperor." Chapter 107. The plan is initially set, the 5 emperors are unknown. Chapter 107. The plan is initially set, the 5 emperors are unknown. The 5th emperor. Everyone was shocked. Even Granny Suru couldn't believe that this actually came from the mouth of Sengoku, the former marine marshal. Kong, who has been listening carefully, after hearing Sengoku's proposal, his eyes suddenly widened, and he turned his head and scolded. "Sengoku, you know what you're talking about." Kong who exploded instantly, Sengoku responded calmly, "I know." Looking at the commander-in-chief who was about to anger out of his mouth, Sengoku's face twitched and he hurriedly explained. "The 5th emperor I'm talking about is not for us to recognize his status, but to directly announce his bounty and push him to the forefront of the pirates." Hearing this, everyone understood. At the same time, I wondered in my heart. No matter how high the bounty is, does anyone dare to touch this guy? Not to mention that he is still the alliance of the strongest man. Alliance. Thinking of this, thunder exploded in everyone's mind. Is it? The reason why the Whitebeard Pirates are allied with the Straw Hats is because of this guy. In an instant, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence, and a needle drop could be heard. Akainu, who was sitting third on the left, near the door, was Leng Leng Isho, saying, "Do you expect this group of pirates who are greedy for life and fear of death to deal with that terrible guy?" Hearing Akainu's sarcasm, Sengoku smiled instead of anger, nodded and said, "Yes, it is to use this group of pirates who are greedy for life and fear of death to deal with this guy." Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. Looking at the people who had not yet understood the key, Sengoku took out 2 reward orders from the marine coat behind him, and patted them on the table lightly. Then, he continued, "Although he has formed an alliance with Whitebeard, don't forget that in this new world, Whitebeard is not the only one who has peak combat power." While listening to Sengoku's analysis, Kong picked up the 2 bounty orders in front of him, frowned and thought deeply. Everyone looked at Kong with a dignified face, and then looked at the 2 reward orders in his hand, as if thinking of something. Thinking of this, Kizaru suddenly raised his eyebrows, pointed to the reward order in Kong's hand, and said, "The guy on the bounty is the one you said drives the wolf." Sengoku nodded heavily and replied, "That's right, it's them." Kong used his generous palm to press the 2 reward orders heavily on the desk, and pondered. Just by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Sengoku first nodded at Vivi, then after a moment of thought, he slowly shook his head. Seeing that Sengoku didn't answer, Kong turned his head slowly, looked at him and said, "Speak what you want to say." Seeing the commander's gesture, Sengoku hesitated for a while before slowly opening his mouth and said, "In order to take down this man at one time, I feel that we need to add some backing hands." Back. Kuzan looked puzzled and asked everyone's doubts. "That's right, it's the backhand." Sengoku nodded, and then said with a serious face, "With the two of Kaido alone, we may be able to directly compete with him, but if Whitebeard joins the battlefield, the situation will be different." Hearing this, everyone frowned. At this moment, Garp picked his nostrils and said casually, "What about this red-haired guy?" Hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Garp in surprise and laughed, "Oh. You are willing to use your brain, it's really rare ... Immediately, he burst out laughing. Garp's eyes twitched as he looked at Sengoku, who was laughing with tears in his eyes. Sengoku laughed for a while, raised his hand to wipe the smile and tears from the corner of his eyes, and continued, "Yes, you have thought of the key point. And the key point of this war is the redhead, Shanks." Everyone listened intently, waiting for Sengoku to speak. Sengoku straightened his throat and pondered, "I haven't thought about how to get redheads to join the battlefield. For now." Sengoku with a serious face, everyone's eyelids drooped instantly. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, Garp suddenly turned around, covered his mouth and snickered. "This guy." Sengoku's forehead is throbbing violently. At this moment, Granny He took a sip of the hot tea and said slowly, "In terms of red-haired personality, unless the balance is endangered, he will not interfere." Balance. Everyone was stunned. Seemingly touched by a key word, Sengoku immediately fell into a state of contemplation. In this quiet atmosphere, time passes minute by minute. ... After a few minutes, Sengoku, who was in deep thought, suddenly widened his eyes and raised his head in shock. Sengoku who seemed to wake up. Kong narrowed his eyes slightly and said solemnly, "What did you think of?" Everyone also raised a little bit of energy and stared at Sengoku. Sengoku, on the other hand, woke up instantly after a brainstorm. Then, looking at the crowd with a serious expression, he said, "I may be able to let him participate in the war, but the risk will be very high." "Speak." Sengoku Vivi frowned, hesitated a little, and said with some hesitation, "We might be able to let him out." Who is it?" Kuzan seemed to have thought of something, and said in a hurry, "Then this world is really going to be in chaos." Hearing this, Kong's brows furrowed even tighter. "Who is it? Tell me quickly." Sengoku seemed to feel that there was something wrong with what he said, and hesitated to respond. And Kuzan took over the topic and said slowly, "One of the 3 legendary pirates, Shiki." "Golden Lion." Garp stood up suddenly. Sengoku was still hesitant. Just when Garp was about to start scolding, Granny Crane, who had been quiet for a long time, said again, "Indeed, if this man appears in the sea again, the red hair does have a reason to participate in the war." "Suru, how are you?" Garp suddenly became anxious. However, before Garp could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a low-pitched Sengoku. "Well, Suru and I thought about it, but this guy, it's not very easy to control." Watching the two old friends unite, Garp couldn't take it any longer. "The Golden Lion must not be released. This guy is a madman who does nothing wrong, and I will never allow him to return to the sea again." Pause, he added in a hurry, "Isn't there a lack of high-level combat power? The big deal is that the old man will go up on his own." Sengoku and Granny Suru raised their heads at the same time, focusing their eyes on the angry Garp. Fujitora, who had been talking very little, suddenly said, "Then this battle may be the battle between Marine and the pirates. Also, you probably wouldn't be willing to join forces with pirates, even if your grandson is among them." After hearing what Fujitora said, Garp was stunned. And Sengoku and Granny Crane slowly turned their eyes away and continued to think. For a while, the conference room fell silent again. However, this time it was only quiet for less than a minute, and a sound of "baloo baloo baloo" entered everyone's ears. Everyone heard the sound. They all turned to Akainu. I saw Akainu pulled out a phone bug from behind like no one, and picked up the walkie-talkie on top of the case. "Hello. Ah, report, there is news from Dr. Vegapunk that you are free to go check it out, and also say." What else to say? Say, don't get too addicted to that power, it will consume your life. Oh, sure enough, he did the hands and feet. Hee, I see. After saying that, Akainu hung up the phone on his own. Then, he slowly turned his head, looked at the crowd and said, "Hee, I have an idea." Everyone Vivi frowned, waiting for Akainu's next sentence. Seeing the doubts on everyone's faces, Akainu slowly raised his metal right arm and said, "Vegapunk, but did a good job." Looking at Akainu's mindless text, the doubts in everyone's eyes deepened. Sengoku, who frowned, seemed to think of something. Could it be because of this iron arm? Sengoku said in shock. Akainu sneered at Isho and said, "That's right." Everyone to speak, Akainu said directly, "This time I was only seriously injured, not because of fighting this guy, but because of this special iron arm." Everyone stared at Akainu's metal arm. "This is a special arm that Vegapunk built for me. It was said at the beginning that it was specially designed for me, but I didn't care at first. Until my mind was flooded with boundless anger, and at that moment, an incomparably powerful force filled my whole body." Looking at Akainu with a frenzied expression, Kuzan frowned and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fujitora ahead of time. "You mean, it wasn't that guy who wounded you?" Fujitora was also suspicious. Akainu looked away from the iron arm, looked at Fujitora with a dignified expression, nodded and said, "That's right, that guy did not cause any injuries to me. Part of my injury is because of that guy named Luo. Rano is swordsman, and most of the rest are because of this iron arm. While it brings great power, it also brings terrible sequelae." Speaking, Akainu stroked this magical iron arm on his own, and the enthusiasm in his eyes became more intense. Looking at Akainu with an obsessed face, Kong said solemnly, "Speak the point." Akainu Vivi was startled and looked away from the iron arm. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a pain in his chest and coughed rapidly. Akainu's breath rapidly weakening, everyone's heart froze. However, after a violent cough, Akainu took a deep breath and said slowly, "After I woke up, I contacted the doctor for the first time, but he couldn't explain it clearly himself. He just told me that this medicine will vary from person to person, and at the same time, it will be accompanied by terrible sequelae." Hearing this, Sengoku frowned and said, "But I didn't see you taking that so-called medicine." Akainu nodded and said, "Yes, I did not take the medicine because the medicine was stored in this arm in advance." After speaking, Akainu raised his iron arm again, and Vivi rotated half a circle, allowing everyone to see the 5 bright red blood vessels. Kizaru raised his brows and asked in surprise, "Is this blood vessel filled with medicine?" Akainu's eyes twitched and Vivi explained slowly, 4 of them are connected to my body, so that I can use the iron arm more flexibly. And the thickest blood vessel was secretly stored by him. The name of the potion is, the New Bloodline Potion. Regarding the effect, the doctor just briefly explained it. In a short period of time, the Logia-capable person can attach Haki to the attack, and it will be strengthened to different degrees. The specific reason is it varies from person to person. Quote. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Addition of Haki attacks alone is terrifying enough, not to mention strengthening. Just when everyone was amazed at the potent power of this potion, Sengoku said solemnly, "What about the after effects, what are they?" Hearing this, everyone also woke up from shock, and hurriedly cast a questioning look at Akainu. Asked about this key point, Akainu's face sank. Then, After a slight hesitation for 2 seconds, he slowly said, the sequelae is the loss of fruit ability. What? Akainu, then you. Facing the surprised crowd, the pale-faced Akainu slowly shook his head and said, I only lost my ability for a short period of time. But how long it will take to recover, the doctor just said that it should not exceed a month. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Granny Crane, who had always been in a calm state, said slowly, so, you want to spread this potion out, at least for Kaido and Linlin to get it, right? Akainu nodded solemnly. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, and they immediately understood Akainu's plan. If Kaido lost his fruit power, would he still be immortal? For a time, everyone's hearts gradually became hot. If this time it really goes as planned by Sengoku, then it is really possible to wipe out a large number of pirates in one fell swoop. Even, there may be 4 emperors falling. At this moment, Kong suddenly stood up and laughed, ha ha ha, okay. Just do it. After a pause, he added, it's up to you how to implement this matter. I only want the final result. After speaking, he walked out of the door. After Kong's complete departure, everyone slowly retracted their gazes. And Granny Crane spoke in a leisurely manner. Well, since the plan has been decided, now, it's time to set a reward for that person. For a time, everyone turned their heads and looked at Sengoku. Sengoku, on the other hand, gave everyone a blank look and said, don't look at me, I'm just an idle old man now, and I need the marshal to make a conclusion on matters such as internal affairs and external expeditions. After saying that, Sengoku winked at Kuzan and motioned him to sit in the main seat. Seeing the look in Sengoku's eyes, Kuzan nodded with a headache, got up slowly, walked to the center seat, and sat down. Anyone who has any opinion about this guy's bounty can say it. After speaking, Kuzan slowly turned his head and looked at Sengoku. Sengoku just opened his mouth, and before he could put the senbei in his mouth, he was discovered by Kuzan. At that moment, the old face flushed, and he slowly hid the bag of fairy shells behind him. Kuzan shook his head helplessly and said, what do you think? When everyone heard the sound, they also locked their eyes on Sengoku. Being stared at by everyone, Sengoku's face twitched, and he said, hey, don't count on me for everything, old man, I'm just a big inspector now, and when you come up with an idea, you can find the big staff officer Suru. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes and slandered in their hearts, then what you just said was so exciting. Seemingly guessing what everyone was thinking, Sengoku hurriedly explained. I was forcibly pulled over by the empty coach. It's not that I personally want to intervene in this meeting. I hope you will understand. Sengoku, who was so angry that he was blowing his beard and staring, Granny Crane smiled Isho and said, it's alright, just sit down. You're so old and so frizzy. Frizz. Ha 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 ha. Garp burst out laughing. Hearing Garp's heartless laugh, the muscles in Sengoku's face twitched hard. At this moment, Kizaru, who had the least sense of participation, suddenly said, then, 4 billion bergs, how about that? Looking at Kizaru with a serious face, everyone slowly restrained their playfulness and thought about it seriously. Kuzan, who is in charge of the marshal, said thoughtfully, is it directly tied with the red-haired Shanks? Garp, I have no problem. Fujitora, however, this person has not committed any crimes against the country or the people. Kizaru pouted and said, I'll just say it casually. Looking at Kizaru with a casual look, everyone silently chose to ignore him. At this moment, Akainu and Granny Suru spoke almost simultaneously. Just this bounty amount, let's think about it again. For a time, everyone turned their attention to the two of them. Akainu, on the other hand, said with a cold face, I think the threat level of this guy is worth the price. Granny he didn't refute. She picked up the teacup and gently blew the hot air rising from the teacup. Then, as if nothing had happened, he took a sip and continued to close his eyes to rest. The tension in the atmosphere, Kuzan and Sengoku coughed lightly at the same time. For a moment, the two turned their heads, raised their heads and looked at each other awkwardly. Seeing that Kuzan opened his mouth and seemed to be about to say something, Sengoku hurriedly took the lead and said, "You're the marshal, you say it." Kuzan opened his mouth awkwardly, then smiled helplessly, turned his head and said, "What do you guys think?" For a while, everyone looked at each other, only Fujitora closed his eyes. At this moment, Granny he slowly put the teacup on the table, and said unhurriedly, "To announce the reward of criminals to the world, there must be a matching criminal case, and this matter cannot be sloppy." After a pause, he added, "Presumably, you don't want to be accused by the world, saying that you are arrogant and arrogant." Hearing these, pointing, words, Akainu's face muscles twitched, and he firmly grasped the armrest with one hand and both hands. Sound of, crack tilde creak tilde, came from Akainu's palm. Looking at Akainu clenching his teeth, Garp and Sengoku Vivi frowned. And just then, Peacemaker, Kizaru Huang Admiral, spoke again. "Well, how about a drop in the bounty?" "No," everyone said in unison. Looking at the excited crowd, Kizaru shrank his neck and put on a very innocent expression. "Then, it is logical to become a transparent person again." Just when the atmosphere gradually became awkward, Granny he said slowly, "You guys, it seems that you have forgotten something." "Huh?" Sengoku stared at Granny Crane with a calm face, and his brain quickly turned. Few seconds later, Sengoku suddenly stood up and said, "Let's not discuss the bounty first, we did forget one of the most important things." "Forget what?" Garp looked at Sengoku with a puzzled face. Sengoku slowly squeezed out a sentence from his clenched teeth, "What's his name?" This time, the atmosphere really solidified. ... Just when the top marine generals were still discussing Chen Emu's bounty and title, the party who was about to become valuable had quietly arrived at Dressrosa. Chapter 108 Stone Fruit vs. Piercing Fruit. Chapter 108 Stone Fruit vs. Piercing Fruit. Dressrosa West Blue Shore. A giant ship like a mountain slowly docked on the shore. Luo Jingjing stood on the bow, looking towards the center of Tokushima. "Is that so?" Chen Mu said calmly. Luo gave a faint, then slowly retracted his gaze, looked at Chen Mu who was walking beside him, and said, "This is joke. The kingdom you are in is now. Next, act on your own." "Huh, aren't you with me?" Chen Emu's expression was a little complicated. Luo looked ahead, shook his head slightly, and said, "No, if I'm with you, you won't be able to infiltrate Dressrosa at all." After a pause, he said in a slightly cold tone, "Joke. ... But always beware of me." "Ah, so Caesar really gave him your heart?" Chen Mu asked innocently. The muscles on Luo's face twitched, and he didn't answer. Looking at Luo with an arrogant face, Chen Mu shrugged and said, "What's so embarrassing about this, really?" Then, just before Luo was about to roar, he hurriedly said, "Well, I'll go first, you can slowly prepare your own plan." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu jumped and fell directly from the bow of the boat. Ding! Fear of heights, low level, trigger successfully. Close black lens bracket. Chen Mu suddenly felt his heart beating wildly, and a slight dizziness appeared in his mind. Whoosh! Bang! However, in just a few seconds, Chen Muan plunged into the ground like an upside-down onion, causing a lot of rubble and dust. Luo Sheng pulled his eyelids and looked down slightly speechless. When I saw Chen Emu's area, a 10-meter-sized dust mist suddenly appeared, making it difficult to see his figure. After waiting for dozens of seconds, Luo couldn't help frowning when he saw that there was still no movement in the dust mist. After a little hesitation, he directly raised his legs and took a step, falling rapidly towards the bottom. Whoosh! Bang! This time it was Luo, who landed steadily amid the rapid whistling of the wind, and also sent countless rubble flying, but the dust mist that raised only barely covered his figure. Luo put his right hand on the tip of his nose, walked out of the fog steadily, and walked towards Chen Mu. Just before Luo was about to reach the huge fog mass, the ground quickly cracked. And a huge crack quickly spread towards his feet. Luo frowned slightly, and turned sideways slightly. Hearing the subtle, click, sound in his ear, Luo slowly turned his head and looked around. Seeing that the cracks kept protruding from the fog mass and began to spread to the distance, Luo couldn't help frowning. This movement is a bit too much. Luo's face darkened slightly, and he muttered to himself. As if Luo's words had an effect, the click sound that kept ringing suddenly disappeared. Looking at the huge crack that had stopped spreading, Luo Ping focused his attention and quietly stared at the fog mass where Chen Mu was. Sure enough, a figure slowly walked out of the fog. Looking at Chen Mu, who was slapping the dust on his body while walking, Luo glanced at him with disgust, and said, "I thought you were dead." Hearing this, Chen Mu's footsteps stopped, and the whole person was dumbfounded. The atmosphere was silent for 2 seconds. Chen Mu raised his head stiffly and looked at Luo Dao. "Ha, ha ha. This really bothers you?" Luo pretended not to understand, nodded indifferently, and replied, "Well, it's fine." After speaking, he turned around and walked in the other direction. Seeing Luo, who was leaving by himself, Chen Mu's forehead was immediately covered with black lines. This arrogant man. ... After a while, a bald man wearing a yellow tights with a white cape hanging behind his back slowly appeared in front of the tall arched city gate. Chen Mu raised his head, glanced at the pure white jade-like city wall, and then looked at the surrounding roofs made of red and white squares and blue and white squares, and walked slowly into the city. On the street, Chen Mu kept twitching his nose while admiring the fiery dances of the hot dancers along the way. Murmured in his mouth, "This is the aroma of the food, it smells so good. I think I should be hungry." As he spoke, Chen Mu suddenly turned a corner and walked into the side alley. Just as Chen Mu walked towards the restaurant, Brother Ming, who was lying on the luxurious red sofa, slowly raised the corner of his mouth and gave an extremely hideous smile. "Hee hee, finally, it's here." The screen turned. In the restaurant, Chen Mu stood at the door, looking at the crowded hall. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Then, Chen Mu simply looked around, saw the seat at the window, and walked straight over. Along the way, Chen Mu could more or less feel some strange eyes, but he just frowned, and his footsteps did not stop. After a few breaths, Chen Mu pulled out the mahogany chair and sat down. At this moment, a monkey doll with adult height, holding a large tray in each hand, came to Chen Mu. "Dear guest, your dish is here, and you've been waiting for a long time. Maybe it's not too long." Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, looked at the blue-skinned monkey with a complicated expression, and teased, "My friend, I don't seem to have ordered anything." "Ha, this is given to you by one of your friends, please use it slowly." After speaking, he put 2 large trays covered with a semicircular wooden cover on the red round table in front of Chen Mu. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and lifted the lid of one of the dinner plates directly. Immediately, a risotto with a strong seafood fragrance appeared in front of him. "Dress lobster risotto, dress lobster risotto," Chen Mu and the monkey puppet said at the same time. Hearing Chen Mudao's name for the dish, the blue-skinned monkey opened his mouth and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Chen Mu Hihi Isho waved his hand. "Okay, let's go, I know all of your Dressrosa food." With that said, Chen Mu raised his hand to lift off another wooden dinner plate cover. Bang tilde. With a slight explosion, a red mist spread from the dinner plate instantly, directly covering Chen Mu's figure. At the same time, the ground beneath Chen Mu's feet quickly turned into waves. The dolls and humans in the entire restaurant were unable to sit still. Shaked violently. "What's the matter?" "Ah, about to fall." For a time, the screams of people and the suspicious sounds of dolls kept ringing in the restaurant. And Chen Mu, who was shrouded in the red mist, still did not have a ready-made figure, and sat firmly on his chair. Stone bite. With a dull low voice, a huge human face suddenly appeared on the wall beside Chen Mu. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the giant face suddenly opened his mouth wide, and directly brought Chen Muli onto the table and swallowed it. Palace courtyard, poolside. Brother Ming was half lying on the sun lounger, and the smile on the corner of his mouth had a hint of madness. Now, Dover, what's this? Torapal, with a half snot hanging, held a plum scepter in one hand, and kept poking the red pills in the exquisite hand box with his fingers. Brother Ming glanced at Torapal and Sugar who were around the small table, and said with a mad laugh. It's something called a new bloodline potion, and Virgo got it from Marine. After a pause, his eyes narrowed, and he grinned. This is a pretty crazy potion. After finishing speaking, Brother Ming raised his hand, patted off the little sugar hand that was stealing the pills, and then picked up the box full of red pills. During the period, a red pill that was shaken off was caught by Torapal and quietly hid in his arms. All of this was naturally noticed by Brother Ming, but he did not stop Torapal's small movements, just grinned and said, Hum, this thing will explode. After he finished speaking, he put his pocket in one hand and the delicate black handbox in the other, and walked to the room. When he was about to enter the door, he suddenly paused and said, Notify Seka, tell him, just trap that guy and drag it until the medicine is over. After a pause, he added, You and Sha Tang stay first, don't rush over there. Now, don't worry Dover. Torapal took a deep breath and walked slowly behind Sugar. Brother Ming smiled and walked into the luxurious room. On the other side, Chen Mu, who was trapped in the dark underground, was surrounded by red mist. Being suddenly swallowed by Seka, Chen Mu didn't panic, and he didn't even let him put down the plate of dressed lobster risotto. And the other one that spewed out a red mist, rose squid inkweed noodles, was also brought down by Chen Mu. In this dark space, Chen Mu sat on the red round table. I saw him holding the fragrant lobster risotto in his left hand, and a white spoon in his right hand, constantly sending delicious food into his mouth. It didn't take a moment for him to eat the pot of fragrant risotto, a huge red lobster, and he ate only one shrimp head, and then he threw it aside. It's comfortable. Chen Mu patted his stomach comfortably. Rose squid inkweed noodles, which also exudes aroma, was put aside by Chen Mu. It's not that he doesn't like to eat it, but there are still traces of red mist on the surface, which looks like a witch's dark cooking. Chen Mu glanced at the bowl of noodle soup with disgust, forbearing the desire in his heart, and ruthlessly turned his head away. You can't eat it, you will definitely have diarrhea after eating this stuff. Just as Chen Mu was enlightening himself, the dark underground room suddenly trembled. Looking at the surrounding walls, shaking like waves, Chen Mu frowned slightly. At this moment, the wall in front of Chen Mu suddenly stopped fluctuating. Chen Muning looked around, and saw a head with a golden cross helmet, slowly showing through the wall. HMPH, are you the guy who annoys the young master? Sakar's very shrill voice suddenly rang in this small space. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows, and first looked at the soft-spoken tough guy in front of him with a teasing expression, and then he couldn't hold it any longer, so he laughed loudly. Ha, your sense of disobedience is really… Ha. You. Circa suddenly became annoyed. However, Chen Mu still clapped the table to himself and laughed. Seka's breath instantly became heavier, and a reddish gleam appeared in his pupils. Shiju, Seka screamed. Rumbling. The walls on both sides of Chen Mu suddenly turned into two huge columns, and they quickly squeezed towards him who was still laughing. Bang, boom, with two muffled sounds, the stone pillar stopped instantly. Chen Mu stretched out his arms to block one end and forcibly stopped the stone pillar. At the same time, the laughter on his face gradually subsided, and he said calmly. The ability of the stone fruit is very good, but I am against you. After speaking, Chen Emu's arms shook, and a huge force instantly emanated from his palms, breaking the two thick stone pillars inch by inch. The face on the wall was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said sharply, "HMPH, the young master's order is only for me to trap you, you are lucky." Saying that, the face quickly escaped into the wall and disappeared from Chen Emu's eyes. In this regard, Chen Mu just lightly said, "I can understand why Ming did not choose to kill Disolo directly and regain the golden fruit. It's been a long time, and it's a cadre under my own who was restrained by the other party." After speaking, Chen Mu shook his head, a purple halo flashed on his body, and he instantly disappeared into the ground. Underground. Sekka, who used the stone ability, walked leisurely under the ground, heading towards the palace. Suddenly, Sekka's body froze and stopped. "Hey, what's going on?" Circa said to herself in that shrill voice. At this moment, Chen Emu's light laughter was uploaded from the top of his head. "Ha ha, I said Tiank you, but you still don't believe it." I saw that Chen Mu grabbed Sekka's helmet with one hand, and a blue electric light began to flash on one hand. In an instant, the chills on the back of Sekka's neck exploded, and the whole person trembled slightly. How can you?" Circa said with a look of horror. In this regard, Chen Mu just fainted and then the electric light on the index finger of his right hand shot out instantly and slammed into the back of Sekka's neck. "Zizi, ah. In a burst of electric current, Sekka screamed in pain. Suddenly, Chen Emu's palm was empty, and Sekka disappeared directly from his hand. Chen Mu Vivi was stunned for a moment, shook his head and laughed and said, "Although Chuan Guo can also walk through the ground, if you want to catch this guy, you have to force him to the ground." After that, Chen Mu used the ability to wear through the fruit again, and quickly walked through the ground. And Sekka, who was blackened to varying degrees, was covered in cold sweat and with a terrified expression, he quickly fled towards the palace. At this moment, Sekka could only think of running away, run away quickly, and find the young master. As the top cadre of the Don Quixote family, Sekka is naturally not a timid person. Moreover, he was not seriously injured by Chen Mu. Then why are you afraid like this? This may be attributed to Chen Emu's conqueror haki. Before he broke through, his conqueror was almost at the top, not weaker than Shank's kind, not to mention that it suddenly broke now. When Shanks got on the Whitebeard ship, he could shatter the hull while walking slowly, let alone enter a combat state. And Chen Emu's conqueror haki at this time is a higher level existence than Shanks. As for how strong he is, except for the battle with Sengoku, he hardly used his full strength. More often, he chose the side leakage method to assist himself in fighting, or talk. "We've gone a long way, let's get down to business." Under the streets of Dressrosa, Circa hurried through and ran frantically towards the palace. Chen Mu, on the other hand, used observation haki and Chuan fruit to reach the front of Sekka first, waiting for him quietly. Chapter 109 Pika is trapped, Chen Emu's bounty announced. Chapter 109 Sekka is trapped, Chen Emu's bounty is announced. Underground. Sekka, whose whole body was like a gray stone, suddenly paused and stopped with a terrified face. Chen Mu turned his head slowly, looked at Sekka with a calm face, and said with a light smile, "Hee, it's okay, I didn't make me wait too long." Sekka's pupils shrank suddenly, turned the direction directly, and fled upwards. However, as soon as Sekka moved, Chen Mu suddenly opened his right hand. In an instant, a purple wave swiftly swept across Sekka's body. Immediately afterwards, Sekka suddenly discovered that the rock that had assimilated herself was forcibly stripping herself out. "This is... what's going on?" Sekka screamed. No matter how Sekka struggled, he was enveloped in a purple halo, unable to sense the surrounding rocks. And Chen Mu looked at him with a smile and said, "Hee, since everyone has met, don't worry, let's chat." After finishing speaking, the lavender halo around Chen Emu's body flashed, and he rushed towards Seka. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 10 meters came in an instant. Approaching Seka, Chen Mu looked at the golden-helmed strong man wrapped in a lavender halo, and smiled lightly. "Don't get excited, I have no ill intentions towards you for the time being." After speaking, Chen Mu turned around Seka on his own. After turning a circle around him, Chen Mu tisk tisk said in amazement. "Tisk tisk, one is the paramesha fruit that claims to have received Logia recently, and the other is a fruit that can only pass through non-living bodies and has no means of attack. I didn't expect that when these two fruits with the same function met for the first time, the stone fruit was actually destroyed. It's really unexpected." Chen Mu looked at Seka with a novel look on his face, and seemed very interested. Seka, on the other hand, kept twisting his body, trying to blend into the surrounding stones. However, no matter how he manipulated or touched it, the moment the extended stone touched him, it directly penetrated through his body. It's like, he's like a transparent air now. Seka was really desperate this time. Looking at Seka, whose expression was rapidly changing to decadence, Chen Mu looked at him with a complex face and said, Hey, can you stop being so negative? I said it won't hurt you anymore." Hearing this, Seka's eyes lit up with hope again, and trembled. Really? Really? Chen Emu's facial muscles twitched, and he said with disgust, Stop, don't talk." Then, Chen Mu pulled his ears hard, looked at Seka with disgust, and continued. "Don't you know that this is the ground? Your shrill voice echoes from here. It's a 360-degree attack without dead ends. It's too hard for your ears." Hearing Chen Emu's disgusting voice, Seka suddenly screamed at him with the courage from nowhere. "Ah, kill me." After speaking, Seka's muscles bulged, and the black armament quickly covered him. Looking at the angry Seka, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and said with a teasing face, It's really scary." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu slowly raised his right hand, and a light blue fine electricity shot from his index finger instantly. With a soft sound of Z tilde, the blue lightning strike instantly hit Seka's golden armor. Seka was startled and hurriedly looked down at her abdomen. "Are you scare me?" Seka raised her head and looked at Chen Mu with a puzzled expression. A naive face. Here, Chen Mu rolled his eyes and directly raised his palm to hold it. In an instant, the golden armor on Seka quickly melted and covered his entire body. What's going on here? Seka, whose worldview was refreshed again, was looking at Chen Mu with a terrified face. Chen Mu pouted and said impatiently, "Why do you have so many questions every day? Can't you read it yourself?" Seka nodded hurriedly. Chen Mu looked at Seka, whose body was wrapped in a golden, silkworm chrysalis, leaving only his neck and head outside, and said strangely, "The way you look makes me feel like my IQ is being insulted." Hearing Chen Mu's opening, Seka, who gritted his teeth and broke free, moved for a while, then raised his head to look at Chen Mu. Seeing Seka's confused expression again, Chen Mu couldn't help but sighed and said, "Hey, don't look at me like this. You look like this. It makes me feel like I'm bullying a mentally handicapped person, and I'm in a panic." Looking at Chen Mu, who was sighing, Seka tilted his head in confusion. "Then I was stunned to find that I didn't seem to be able to keep up with this person's thinking, so I stopped tangled, and competed with the going hard shell on my body again." "Hey, don't bother, this is the ability of the golden fruit, or the level of awakening, hardness and toughness, you can't break free." After a pause, he added, "Even if you can break free, I can instantly control going and bind you again. Just like this." Going, hard shell, that would wrap around Seka instantly released the restraint on him. Seka just opened his mouth, and before he had time to laugh, Chen Mu suddenly shook it. The going hard shell bound Seka again and sealed him again. The part below Seka's neck was once again encased in a golden hard shell. "Ah, you despicable bastard, let me go," Seka shouted while pulling his neck. Chenmu drooped his face, and said, listically, "Don't move, I'll let you go right away." Seka was overjoyed and said anxiously, "Really?" The muscles on Chenmu's face twitched, and he looked at Seka speechlessly. Then, a white light flashed on his left hand, and the Jinghua Shuiyu long knife appeared in his hand again. "Although your ability seems very weak, but, in order to reduce the negative buff, I still accept it." After finishing speaking, Chenmu instantly waved the knife and slashed directly on Seka's cheek. When a trembling sound of the intersection of gold and iron sounded, and Chenmu shook his hand, shaking slightly. Chenmu slapped his head fiercely, and said helplessly, "Hey, why did I also get demoted?" After speaking, Chenmu's eyes suddenly condensed, and conqueror haki quickly spread. In an instant, an invisible wave swept across Seka's body, Seka's pupils shrank suddenly, and the black armament wrapped around her body also quickly receded. Seeing Seka's head returning to normal, Chenmu smiled with satisfaction, and then waved his knife. In an instant, a string of blood beads was brought out directly along the blade. On Seka's right face, there was a red blood line. Chenmu put the knife in front of him and looked at the red blood that was slowly melting into the blade. Vivi Isho said, "Yeah, it's finally done." After he finished speaking, before the sound of the system sounded, Chenmu walked straight up. "Hey, let me go!" Seka hurriedly screamed. However, Chenmu's figure had already escaped from the earth's crust and returned to the street under the blessing of Chuan fruit. When Chenmu crossed the ground and appeared in the dark alley, the belated system reminder gradually sounded in his mind. Ding! The stone and stone fruit has been successfully re-engraved. The degree of development, first level. Not awakened. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level. The trigger condition is changed from 94 meters to 93 meters. And the trigger probability is 93%. Close black lens bracket. Listening to the mechanical sound in his mind, Chenmu sighed leisurely and said, "Hey, how do I feel? My fear of heights is becoming more and more likely to be triggered." No wonder Chenmu thought so. Just imagine, if one day he collects 99 abilities, although the trigger probability becomes 1%, the trigger height becomes 1 meter. Doesn't this mean that his feet are basically unable to leave the ground? Just when Chenmu was devastated, thinking about whether to steal the ability to reproduce the fruit, the system unexpectedly replied to his conjecture. Fear of heights low level setting. The trigger condition can be reduced to 90 meters at a minimum, and the trigger probability will not be lower than 50%. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system sound in his mind, Chenmu was suddenly stunned. Immediately afterwards, he raised his head and laughed. For a time, the pedestrians and puppets walking on the street turned their heads and looked towards the alley. In the palace. Brother Ming lay on his back on the sofa, holding the wine glass in one hand and wrapping the waist of a beautiful woman in the other. And this beauty sitting next to Ming Jie is named Violet, the princess of Dressrosa Kingdom. At the same time, she is also called Violet and is a killer who belongs to the Torapal army. At this moment, she was putting her right hand in the OK posture in front of her eyes, looking towards the window. Clairvoyance, staring fruit ability in use. And Brother Ming, with a comfortable smile on his face, the right hand holding the red wine glass is also shaking gently. Looking at the red liquid swirling against the inner wall of the wine glass, Brother Ming's eyes flickered, and the thoughts in his mind drifted to an unknown direction. Suddenly, Violet slowly put down his hand, his expression neither happy nor sad. Sensing the movement of the people around him, Ming slowly returned to his senses and turned his head to look over. Hum, what's the matter, have you found Seka? Brother Ming asked Violet while grinning in a low voice. Hearing Brother Ming's question, Violet frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then pursed his lips and shook his head. Looking at Violet with an unusual expression, Brother Ming was stunned for a while, then his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Did you see that guy?" This time, Violet didn't hesitate, nodded and replied, "Well, yes, I saw him." After receiving Violet's extremely affirmative answer, Brother Ming's face suddenly sank. "You don't have to think about it, Sekka must have lost." Thinking that Sekka actually disobeyed his orders and lost, for a while, Brother Ming was so angry that his chest heaved rapidly. And the right hand holding the wine glass suddenly clenched into a fist. In an instant, shards of glass and red liquor splashed in all directions. "Circa, this stupid guy," Brother Ming cursed through gritted teeth. Violet turned her head and looked at the angry Brother Ming with surprise, but did not speak. Then, he took out a delicate handkerchief from his waist, and carefully wiped the glass slag and wine in his hand for Brother Ming. This scene seems to be full of tenderness, but in fact it is full of scheming. Of course, Brother Ming, who was in a rage, didn't notice Violet's eyes, the fleeting brilliance. After a while, Violet wiped Brother Ming's palm clean, then took the handkerchief back as if nothing had happened, and placed it on the armrest of the sofa beside him. It was also at this moment that Brother Ming suppressed the rage. "Violet, you go out first." Hearing Brother Ming's irresistible order, Violet nodded, got up from his arms, and left the palace. After Violet left, Brother Ming picked up the exclusive phone bug on the table next to him and dialed a special number. ... On the other side, Chen Mu vigorously rubbed his sore cheeks, and then walked out of the alley slowly. Back on the street, Chen Mu looked at a pair of human beings and dolls walking hand in hand. For a moment, he was filled with mixed feelings. "Hey, let's go get the sugar first." After speaking, Chen Mu stood in the middle of the street and slowly closed his eyes. Just as Chen Mu closed his eyes, observation hockey suddenly spread out. At the same time, Chen Mu's whole body began to flash blue lightning. During this period, every time the electric mons flickered, it would melt the current into the surrounding space and spread to the entire kingdom. The pedestrians' dolls on the street avoided Chen Mu with a look of horror. With the powerful combination of observation hockey plus Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, Chen Mu's heart net was slowly built. The scope is the entire kingdom of Dressrosa. ... After about half a minute, Chen Mu, who was covered in cold sweat, suddenly opened his eyes. Accompanied by bursts of rapid breathing, Chen Mu's chest rose and fell violently. Who, so many voices, I almost exploded my head," Chen Mu said with a look of fear. After speaking, Chen Mu closed his eyes again, adjusting his breathing while sorting out the information collected in his mind. After a while, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes, a confident smile grinned at the corners of his mouth, and chuckled, "Hey, I found you, sugar." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu called out the mirror flower water moon. Under the precise control of his mind, he directly selected the end of the hilt, the tiny mirror with gray light. In an instant, the gray ground beneath Chen Mu's feet rippled like water waves. Chen Mu, Vivi Isho, slowly got used to this wonderful touch. After a few seconds, Chen Mu, who gradually got used to it, slowly integrated into the ground under his feet, and walked quickly towards the kingdom. ... On the other side, the beast pirates. Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, slammed the walkie-talkie on top of the exclusive phone bug, and hung up Doflamingo first. Afterwards, he picked up the brown-red wine gourd with the word, Tien, beside him, raised his head and drank it. Tun 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 tun. When the last drop of wine flowed out of the gourd and fell into Kaido's mouth, his cheeks were already a little red, and he was already drunk. But at this time, Kaido still seems to be unfinished. When he shook the wine gourd vigorously and confirmed that there was no more wine, he smashed the wine gourd to the ground and smashed it into pieces. Then, he wiped away the wine stains from his mouth, and suddenly sat up from the ground. When Kaido stood up, a crumpled bounty slipped slowly from his pants. When the reward order fell to the ground, Because it was a hand-painted and extremely rough face, it could only be roughly judged that it was a bald man with a dull expression. And below the face of this sketch, it is the person's reward. 4,611,110,000 yen. This bounty of 4.611111 billion bailey is very coincidental, it is 10,000 bailey higher than Kaido. ... Chapter 110 Lost Ability. Chapter 110 Lost Ability. King's Heights, in the Royal Palace. The warm sunlight, through the sparse clouds floating in the sky, sprinkled on the courtyard of the palace. Suddenly the wind picked up, and the clouds slowly fluttered, gradually pulling the courtyard illuminated by the sun into the shadows. A cool breeze blew past, brushing a few fallen leaves by the pool. Afterwards, a bare gray head slowly emerged from under the raised ground. ... Squeezed out from the ground by the pool. Slowly, rising, now had his upper body drilled out from the ground. And below the thigh, at a very slow speed, difficult, rising from the ground. Chenmu frowned in confusion and looked down at his feet. I saw that the ground under his feet seemed to be covered with a layer of white mucus, which looked very disgusting. Wow, who is so uncivilized, it's disgusting, Chenmu said with disgust. As he spoke, he lifted his leg vigorously, trying to pull it out from the ground as soon as possible. However, no matter how hard he tried, his legs were still sunk under the ground and mucus, just like a victim who stumbled into a swamp. Just as Chenmu gritted his teeth and fought against the mucus, Jinghua Shuiyu, who was lying quietly in the space, suddenly dimmed. The blade, which originally exuded a faint light, was slowly turning red at this moment. The whole body of the blade exudes red light. This is not the most strange thing, but the most unusual thing is the handle composed of nearly 100 tiny mirrors. At the end of the hilt, the tiny mirror surface sealed with various colors is slowly being occupied by a red glow. But at this moment, Chenmu didn't have time to pay attention to the changes of the mirror surface long knife. Because he suddenly found that he couldn't use his abilities. ... In the courtyard, Chenmu Vivi was stunned, looking at his hands in disbelief. How could this happen? Chenmu muttered to himself. At this moment, Chenmu couldn't care about the white mucus on his legs, and he was constantly changing various gestures while waving his hands. Chenmu raised his right hand, bent his index finger and ring finger, and the other 3 fingers were upturned. Transparent and sharp lines did not appear. Parasitic line, failed to use. Chenmu didn't believe in evil, his gesture changed, 4 fingers together, thumb upturned, in a handshake posture, and then he flexed his palm. Still no change. What's going on? Can't the pet halo appear? Chenmu was really stunned this time. Room, with his palms facing down, or the discharge, with his index finger stretched forward, all of them failed. Could it be the sticky fruit can remove the ability in my body? Chenmu questioned. At this moment, Doflamingo's unique deep laughter sounded from the top of the palace. Chenmu heard the sound and quickly looked up. I saw that Brother Ming stepped on a transparent silk thread, suspended on the roof of the palace with vermilion glazed tiles. Below it, from left to right, stand Toripal, Diamante and Violet. After that, they are behind the first 3 people, such as Exiatang, Baby 5, Lao Ji and others. For Sekka, who was trapped in the underground black hole by Chenmu using the Chuan fruit, all the members of the Don Quixote family were basically all present. Chenmu was calm in the face of danger, and chuckled lightly, haha, what a big battle. However, Brother Ming still just smiled lowly and did not answer. However, Toripal, with white mucus hanging from his nose, took a step forward with a face full of excitement. Hey, Dover, this guy, was caught by me. Toripal spread his arms and looked at Doflamingo above with excitement. Brother Ming grinned, waved his hand directly, and issued an attack order. Gladius and the maid Baby 5 in dark blue trench coats jumped out of the crowd and attacked Chenmu. Stone Blast. Weapon transformation pistol leg. The two who jumped from the roof to the sides, almost at the same time, used their long-distance moves. Several gray rock balls and a huge black cannonball shot towards Chen Mu. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a violent roar, violent flames and thick smoke that suddenly spread appeared in front of everyone. And Chen Mu, who was at the center of the explosion, was engulfed by thick smoke. On the roof of the palace. Violet tilted her head, glanced at the fat yellow figure behind her eyes, and whispered, "Buffalo, it's over to you." "Hey, leave it to me, sis." Buffalo responded with a smile. Then, he quickly ran to the crowd, facing the thick smoke where Chen Mu was. Hee isho. Immediately afterwards, the 4-page propeller hanging around his neck quickly spun. Sudden wind. Hoo. In the violent whistling sound, a rapidly spinning tornado slammed into the black smoke mass where Chen Mu was. While blowing the smoke away, the pool water around Chen Mu was also blown clean. For a time, the rocky ground and the empty swimming pool were covered with fine knife marks. As the thick smoke dissipated, Chen Mu's figure gradually appeared in the eyes of everyone. How could it be? Violet opened her mouth slightly and looked at Chen Mu in surprise. Except for Brother Ming, everyone else looked shocked. Ba, what are you doing? It's killing me. Chen Mu spit on the side while patting the black ashes on his face. Seems like, choking on the smoke. Everyone looked at the scorched pit, only Chen Mu, whose face was blackened, frowned tightly. Seeing that Chen Mu was completely unscathed by the explosion and the storm, Lao Ji and others stepped out one after another, and they were about to go forward to fight. At this moment, Brother Ming laughed, "Hey," and waved his hand to stop. Well, that's enough. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly looked up at the unruly figure above. Brother Ming stared closely at Chen Mu, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, "Torapal." Hearing Brother Ming calling his name, Torapal was suddenly stunned. Immediately afterwards, Brother Ming slowly lowered his head, looked at the sugar under him, and said, "Protect the sugar and take him down." Torapal instantly understood what Brother Ming meant and said with a smile, "Hey, don't worry, Dover." As soon as the voice fell, Torapal turned around quickly and fired a large number of mucus cannonballs at Chen Mu. Sticky launcher. In an instant, countless white liquid clumps madly shot towards Chen Mu's. Accompanied by a choo-choo sound, disgusting white mucus covered Chen Mu's body. Hey, Dover, I got it done. You are disgusting. Chen Mu spoke suddenly, interrupting Torapal who was taking credit. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of everyone on the roof. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the mucus on Chen Mu's body was slowly flowing downwards. Looking at Chen Mu who was slowly emerging from the mucus, everyone looked at Torapal in shock. And Torapal also looked at Chen Mu with disbelief, and even took a deep breath during this period. It's impossible, nah. At this moment, Brother Ming suddenly laughed evilly and said, hum, is the invisible hockey armor, interesting. When everyone heard the words, they instantly understood. At the same time, there was a deep fear in the eyes that looked at Chen Mu. And take a moment for the white slippery mucus to slip off Chen Mu's body and flow all over the ground. Chen Mu let out a long breath. Then, there was a sudden shock that scattered the transparent armament covering the body. Fortunately, hockey broke through with him. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu suddenly pulled his right foot out of the ground, followed by his left foot. Click. 20 centimeters long where he was standing, and there were fine cracks around the pothole. Seeing Chen Mu get out of trouble, Brother Ming laughed evilly, and suddenly crossed his hands on his chest. Wild waves, white line. In an instant, the ground around Chen Mu's body quickly turned into tens of thousands of white silk threads, and then quickly crossed and twisted, strangling towards Chen Mu in the middle. Chen Mu lightly rolled his eyes at the white long waves, that were rushing in quickly, then raised his head indifferently, and said to Brother Ming, "Do you think this will work?" After finishing speaking, a pair of transparent armor quickly condensed on Chen Mu's body, blocking the white giant wave from the surface of his body, failing to injure him in the slightest. Seeing this, Brother Ming smiled indifferently and said, "I didn't underestimate your strength." Immediately, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a wicked smile, "Hum hum hum. But it's enough to be able to trap you." Hearing this, Chen Mu's heart suddenly gave birth to a warning sign. However, before Chen Mu could act, two huge white waves quickly intertwined and bound Chen Mu within them. Immediately afterwards, Brother Ming jumped down from the air and landed in front of everyone. Uehara White Wave. Brother Ming slapped the ground with both hands, and the ground quickly turned into countless white threads, rushing towards Chen Mu. However, within a few seconds, the ground around Chen Mu's body turned into white threads. Seeing that Chen Mu still hadn't escaped, Brother Ming let out a wicked smile and slowly pulled his palms off the ground. Under the terrified eyes of everyone, Brother Ming bent his arms and slowly pointed to the sky. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, feather strike, line. Brother Ming waved out his hands, and nearly 100 black-pointed white lines rose up behind him, quickly stabbing towards Chen Mu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sharp blades breaking through the air kept ringing in the ears of everyone. And the white giant wave that was choking Chen Mu was also instantly released. Of course, Brother Ming didn't intend to let Chen Mu go, but at the moment when he unraveled the strangulation, he directly stabbed hundreds of black-pointed and white lines like long arrows from top to bottom, frantically stabbing him. With the sound of ding ding ding, Brother Ming's attack was completely blocked by Chen Mu. However, Brother Ming's attack is not only sharp, but also accompanied by great strength. Under the frantic impact of the white, long arrow, the ground beneath Chen Mu's feet shattered inch by inch. And Chen Mu's feet were also smashed into the ground again, the depth was not even his knees. Brother Ming has taken action, and everyone will naturally not stand idly by. Diamante, who was wearing a red cloak and painted aboriginal costumes, walked slowly to Brother Ming, pointed in the direction of Chen Mu, and swung a sword forcefully. In an instant, an extremely ferocious and violent sword chi shot at Chen Mu, who was raising his arms to resist. Observation Hockey had already noticed it in advance when Diamante used this move, Murder in the Half Moon. However, at this time, he was being attacked by a long line of black tips that kept falling, and there was no way to avoid it. In this desperation, Chen Mu had no choice but to turn Vivi sideways and use his elbows to meet the fierce sword chi. Bang tilde. With a loud noise, the transparent armor on Chen Mu's body suddenly shook slightly. This sudden change made Chen Mu's heart skip a beat. Oops, Doflamingo is consuming my hockey. Chen Mu's heart sank, and his eyes stared directly at Brother Ming, who was grinning. The sudden shock around Chen Mu's body was naturally noticed by Brother Ming, who had been watching him all the time. But at this time, Brother Ming still controlled the 1,000 feather arrows, in an orderly manner and kept hitting the hockey armor on Chen Mu's body. Seeing that the attack worked, Diamante also grinned isho, and then frantically waved sword energy towards Chen Mu. Swish, swish, swish. Innumerable sword chi kept slashing towards Chen Mu, causing ripples to appear on the colorless armor on his body. Seeing that the colorless armor on Chen Mu's body continued to ripple, and the frequency of vibration was getting higher and higher, the others also used their own remote means. Blasting hair. Weapon transformation pistol girl. Boom boom boom. Chen Mu was covered in flames and thick smoke again. And the endless, black-pointed arrow feathers, and the violent, moon and half sword energy, also maintained ultra-high frequency attacks, constantly slamming into the transparent armor on Chen Mu's body. In this unprecedented violent attack, Toripal took a deep breath and said to Jorah and Buffalo behind him. Nah, go, nah, kill that guy. Oh ha ha ha, my mother can create art again. Aunt Jorah stepped onto Buffalo's body with a smile on her face. Buffalo's face turned blue, and his body instantly sank by nearly 10 centimeters. After some effort, Buffalo clenched his teeth, pushed the propeller around his neck, and staggered toward the sky above Chen Mu. When Buffalo flew above Chen Mu's head, his forehead was already covered in sweat. To you, Jorah, Buffalo said breathlessly. And Jorah on his back, looking at the thick smoke that was bombarded indiscriminately, suddenly opened his hands. In an instant, a large amount of smoke like a cloud of bubbles, with the wind of the propeller, quickly covered it towards the bottom. It didn't take a moment for Chen Mu to be covered by white smoke. At this moment, Brother Ming and others simultaneously withdrew their offensive. When the white fog dissipated, Chen Mu, who was half sunk into the ground, had turned into an extremely abstract paper figure. Seeing that he succeeded in taking down the enemy, Buffalo quickly carried the fat ant Jorah and flew back to the roof where everyone was. Looking at Chen Mu, who was like a paper man, Brother Ming grinned and said, "You pompous fellow, you managed to create a splendid funeral for yourself." Paper, Chen Mu floated lightly from the pothole and slowly fell back to the ground. "Doflamingo, did you join forces to consume my hockey just to make this fat ant turn me into a work of art?" Chen Mu said calmly. Looking at the calm Chen Mu, Brother Ming grinned and said, "He, how are you? Are you satisfied with your current body?" After saying that, he burst into laughter. Looking at Brother Ming, who was laughing wildly, Chen Mu said slowly, "I suggest you look behind you." Chapter 111 Childlike Fruit and Sticky Fruit. Chapter 111 Childlike Fruit and Sticky Fruit. Everyone looked puzzled. Brother Ming, who was in front of everyone, suddenly gave birth to a warning sign in his heart. It was at this moment that Chen Mu's voice rang out behind everyone. "I've given you some advice, why don't you listen to it?" Chen Mu shook his head and said. Hearing Chen Mu's voice behind him, everyone's body froze, and the goosebumps on the back of their necks trembled. Everyone on the top of the palace, except Brother Ming, all looked like they were silent. In this almost frozen atmosphere, everyone turned their heads stiffly. I saw that Torapal and Shatang, who were at the back, were stunned in place, their teeth chattering. And behind the two of them, stood a bald man with a long mirror knife. "Torapal! Sugar, flash, open!" everyone shouted anxiously. At the moment when everyone opened their mouths, Chen Mu backhanded the knife and left a very slender knife mark on the right shoulder of Sugar and the entire back of Torapal from the bottom to the top. When Chen Mu's blade slashed out from Torapal's right shoulder, a drop of blood ran along the blade and sprinkled in the golden sunlight. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Brother Ming, on the other hand, stared at Chen Mu with a ferocious face, the blue veins on his hands bursting out. Looking at Brother Ming with an angry face, Chen Mu grinned isho and said, "Haha, I'm quite satisfied with my current body." As soon as Chen Mu's voice fell, the clone in the courtyard instantly turned into smoke and dispersed. And the system prompt sounded in his mind instantly. Ding! The sticky fruit has been successfully re-engraved. Development level, level 1. Not awakened. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level. The trigger condition is changed from 93 meters to 92 meters, and the trigger probability is 92%. Close black lens bracket. ... Ding! The childlike fruit has been successfully re-engraved. The degree of development, first level. Not awakened. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level. The trigger condition is changed from 92 meters to 91 meters, and the trigger probability is 91%. Close black lens bracket. When the sound of the system fell, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Mu slowly raised his left hand and lightly patted Torapal on the shoulder. With a soft sound of boom tilde, a faint white mist suddenly appeared on Torapal. This inexplicable cloud of smoke only lasted for less than a second before dissipating instantly. When Torapal appeared in front of everyone again, he had turned into a toy minister wearing a blue plum blossom robe. Note: the reason why he is a minister is because the golden plum blossom scepter in his hand is more suitable for the image of a minister. Just when everyone was shocked, Chenmu Vivi Isho said in a hurry. Hee, Torapal, make a contract with me. Shut up. Brother Ming shouted angrily and interrupted Chenmu, who was chanting. The contract words were interrupted by Brother Ming. Chenmu was stunned for a while, then slowly raised his head, facing Ming Brother Ming Isho, and said. Hee, what, can't you bear it? As soon as the words fell, Chenmu moved his left arm and slowly placed his hand above the crown of the sugar. Shatang trembled all over, raised his head subconsciously, and said in a trembling voice, You. What do you want to do? Chenmu slowly lowered his head, looked at the trembling sugar, and said with a smile, Hee, don't be nervous, just sleep peacefully for a while. After speaking, Chenmu instantly sprayed countless white slippery mucus from his palm, and poured sugar all over his body from head to toe. The sugar, on the other hand, was instantly covered with mucus. But in the blink of an eye, that small body had turned into a white slippery sculpture. The white mucus has a strong fit, not only covering the surface of the sugar, but even her mouth, nose and ears are closed. For a time, Shatang only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and his small body was shaky due to lack of oxygen. This bastard. Brother Ming gritted his teeth. Immediately afterwards, he snorted with a grim expression. More than a whip. Doflamingo instantly pushed out his right palm. And a long yellow whip quickly shot from his palm, and shot directly at Chenmu's face with lightning speed. Looking at the lashing whip, Chenmu disdains Isho, Vivi tilts his head. Whoosh tilde. The yellow whip flew past Chenmu's ear and shot towards the rear. Seeing Chenmu despise Ming brother as evil and charming Isho, his right hand suddenly pulled back. In an instant, the long whip, which was originally as strong as steel, instantly became extremely soft. Moreover, in the process of pulling back, the long whip instantly wrapped around the lower half of Chenmu's face. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of the whip whipping, the long braid quickly wrapped around and bound together with Chenmu's neck. At a cursory glance, it was wound at least 5 times. Everyone was delighted, and just wanted to set off to save sugar. At this moment, a ZZ electric current sounded, causing everyone's movements to stop instantly. Chenmu looked at the crowd indifferently. And the lower half of his face, which was strangled by the long whip, was quickly twisted and turned into a blue lightning bolt. Due to Chenmu's use of elementalization, the long whip that tightly bound his lower face suddenly lost its target. With a smack sound, the long whip first twitched in the air, and then dissipated directly. The lightning-shaped head, after a brief twist, regained its human face. Doflamingo, you are such a person that I can't see through. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Chenmu with a puzzled expression. Looking at the doubts in the eyes of everyone, Chenmu Vivi Isho continued, You should know that I have the ability to elementalize, but I don't use armament, do I? Do I just have this amount? In this regard, Ming brother just cold Isho, said, Hee, it seems that the effect of this medicine is not as effective as I imagined. Potion. Chenmu was taken aback. Then, Chenmu lowered his head and pondered. When did I take his medicine? Could it be lobster risotto? Just when Chenmu frowned and pondered, Brother Ming said again. Originally, I just had the mentality of giving it a try to see if it could work for you. I didn't expect that it would really work. It's just the time it lasts. Hee, I don't care. Casual face, Chenmu frowned and nodded. Well, this is the first time that I have encountered the ability to ban the fruit ability. After a pause, Chenmu grinned and said with a light smile, but it's only limited to that short 5 minutes. After finishing speaking, a blue lightning flashed on Chenmu's fingertips, pointed at the sugar in front of him, and said to himself, "The people of Dressrosa should thank me." After that, the lightning with super high temperature quickly hit the top of the sugar sculpture. "Bastard! Stop for me!" Boom! The slime itself is highly flammable, and it is instantly detonated under extremely high temperature lightning. For a time, a violent gust of wind roared up, and then with sugar as the eye, it quickly swept away towards the surroundings. Chen Mu, on the other hand, stood on the spot unscathed. No matter whether it was a violent explosion or a violent hurricane, he could not be harmed. At most, the gust of wind raised the white cloak behind him. On the other side of the gust of wind, Diamante and the others raised their arms one after another, blocking them in front of their eyes. Brother Ming behind the crowd was also affected by the strong wind, and his pink feather coat trembled wildly. The gust of wind generated by the explosion only lasted for less than 10 seconds, and then slowly dissipated. It was this violent explosion that made Sugar completely faint. At this moment, the toy dolls in the city have changed back to their original appearance. The people associated with the toy also recovered their corresponding memories at the same time. All the people of Dressrosa were immersed in the joy of reunion. In the kingdom. Seeing Sugar lying on the ground, covered in black smoke, Doflamingo's brows were tightly locked. "You bastard! What are you trying to do?" The fall of Sugar means that the conspiracy that has enveloped Dressrosa for nearly 10 years has completely dissipated. And those soldiers and people who have regained their memories will definitely hate him very much. Brother Ming can now imagine how many troublesome things and people will come to you next. Therefore, the most urgent thing at the moment is how to take away the sugar, and then turn the people who are in the way into toys again. Moreover, before the influence spreads out of control, the unrest must be ended in advance and the throne must be stabilized. But at this time, Chen Mu obviously didn't think as much as Brother Ming. His purpose, to the end of his death, is just the treasure tree atom. Of course, beating Ming brother who had deceived him can be considered a small purpose. At this time, there was a feeling of depression in the air, and a cloud of clouds enveloped Brother Ming. In this almost frozen atmosphere, all the cadres gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, waiting for the attack order at any time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute. As time passed, the cheers in the kingdom became louder and louder. In the stalemate, Brother Ming did not want to drag on any longer, tilted his head, and said to Torapal doll beside him, "Take someone to fetch the precious tree atom." But, Dover, I. Torapal looked like he was hesitant to speak. "Don't worry, hurry up and bring someone to do it." Brother Ming snorted. Then, he turned his head angrily, stared at Chen Mu with a grin, and said, 10 minutes, I will deliver Adam to you, you just need to quit Dressrosa, how?" Seeing that Brother Ming was serving soft, Chen Mu pouted and said indifferently, "I've turned you all over, and I can go to the treasure house to find it myself." After saying this, Chen Mu said with a stunned expression, "When you said that, I suddenly remembered." "What do you remember?" Brother Ming asked in a deep voice. Looking at Brother Ming who was getting more and more anxious, Chen Mu slowly grinned and said with a smile, "I remember. I promised someone that I would tell her about Dressrosa's treasure trove and bring it back to her." Immediately, he spread his hands helplessly and said, "Obviously, I'm not a person who doesn't keep my word." Chen Mu's tone, which seemed to be forced and helpless, was in fact insinuating that someone did not believe what he said. Innocent face, Brother Ming's suffocation became heavier and heavier, and the blue veins on his forehead also burst out. But at this time the reinforcement did not arrive, so Ming Jie could only meet Chen Mu's request, hoping that the god of plague could leave Dressrosa quickly. "Okay, I'll send the treasure to you on the boat, but you have to hand over Sekka," Brother Ming said with a dark face and gritted teeth. Chen Mu shrugged and said indifferently, "No problem. Anyway, the effect of wearing the fruit is coming soon." Seeing Chen Mu's agreement, Brother Ming nodded to Baby 5, indicating that she can leave now. The dissatisfied baby 5 was just about to speak, but was suddenly taken one step ahead by Ming Jie. I need you now, can I do it? Brother Ming said seriously. Hearing this, baby 5's pretty face instantly flushed, and then holding the flushed pretty face, he chased in the direction of Torapal. Watching baby 5 leave, Brother Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then focused his gaze on Chen Mu again. When Brother Ming said, need, to baby 5, the expression on Chen Mu's face quickly became, wonderful. This guy, does he know his cadres very well? Chen Mu chuckled lightly. What did you say? Brother Ming frowned and said suspiciously. Chen Mu spread his hands and curled his lips. I didn't say anything. Rogue face, Brother Ming frowned and didn't bother too much about the matter. Then, he turned his eyes and looked at Sugar, whose eyes turned white and was covered in smoke. Can I bring my family back now? Chen Mu shrugged, then took a step back and made a, please, gesture. Please. Seeing this, Brother Ming nodded. Seeing Brother Ming nodding, Aunt Jorah, who also belongs to the Torapal army, secretly swallowed her saliva, then walked towards Chen Mu with her trembling legs. Am I that scary? Chen Mu looked at Jorah with a weird look on his face. Then after a little thought, I understood. At this time, the conqueror that leaks from time to time is simply not very useful. Just when Chen Mu secretly snickered, the fat Aunt Cola bent down with difficulty and picked up the sugar. Looking at the body like a mountain of flesh in front of him, Chen Mu also took a step back subconsciously. Taking a step back doesn't mean she's fat. Just watching Aunt Jorah's 90-degree bow, Chen Mu is afraid that she won't be able to get up all of a sudden, and then she will directly put her head on his somewhere. After all, in his knowledge, he has never seen that big guy who used armament hockey in that place. When Chen Mu's thoughts drifted away, Chowla had difficulty straightening her waist, holding the sugar, and slowly retreated to the crowd. Go, treat Sugar for the injury first. Brother Ming glanced at the sugar in Jorah's arms and said in a low tone. Jorah pursed her lips with a sad face, gave a soft, and left the roof with the sugar in her arms. Hearing this, Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then frowned suspiciously, and said, the treatment you're talking about is the little human princess, the owner of the healing fruit, Mancherry. This time, it was Brother Ming's turn to be stunned. Do you still know Man Shirley? The hot dancer Princess Violet said with a look of surprise. Seeing Violet's reaction, Brother Ming frowned slightly. For a time, everyone present was silent. Seeing that everyone didn't answer, Chen Mu didn't ask many questions, so he could only give up. But what's on his mind? That's unknown. About 10 minutes later, Torapal returned with baby 5. Hey, Dover, the treasure has been put in the port. Torapal stood in the courtyard, looking up at Ming Jie on the roof. Hearing this, Brother Ming smiled strangely and didn't answer. At this moment, the entire palace suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, a huge sharp stone pillar quickly pierced the roof and flew Chen mudding into the air. Buddha stone. Please note that the stone fruit is pika, not seka. Until today, the author of Kaiji, who suffers from high myopia, suddenly found out that he had been called the wrong name. Hereby, I would like to apologize to all the masters. Embarrassing. Chapter 112 Joker's first wave of reinforcements. Chapter 112 Joke. The first wave of reinforcements. Boom. The huge stone pillar abruptly emerged from the ground, smashed through the roof, and pushed Chen Mu into the air. At the same time, among the scattered rubble tiles, Pika's figure appeared in front of everyone. To be precise, what everyone saw was Pika assimilated with the grey rock. Pika. Looking at the top cadre who suddenly appeared, not only everyone was stunned, but Doflamingo was also stunned. Go to hell, you bastard. Pika's shrill roar spread throughout the audience. Rumbling. The earth trembled, and huge sharp stone pillars burst out of the ground, stabbing frantically into the air. And Chen Mu, the spiky stone pillar that was being merged into the body of Pika at this time, kept pushing into the sky. Looking at Ming Jie and the others who were getting smaller and smaller on the ground, Chen Mu's face twitched and he sighed in his heart. Hey, careless. On the ground, Brother Ming raised his head and looked at the tiny figure at the top of the huge stone pillar. A flash of lightning flashed in his mind. This guy, doesn't it? Brother Ming instantly recalled what happened on the Disalo. Ha ha ha. Brother Ming laughed abruptly. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly turned to look at Brother Ming behind. I saw Brother Ming's body Vivi leaning back, looking at Chen Mu in the air with an arrogant face, and said with a wicked smile. If that's your weakness, then say goodbye to the world. After speaking, Brother Ming slowly opened his arms, and 16 giant black thorns slowly rose from the ground, aiming at Chen Mu at the top of the stone pillar. 16 holy murder bullets. God, kill. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Ignoring the rubble that fell from the sky, everyone looked at their young master and the terrifying black thorn beside him in shock. Whoosh! A rapid wind whistling sounded, pulling everyone back to reality. The first giant wave white thread wrapped around Black Hockey directly stabbed Chen Mu in the sky. Immediately after, the second one, the third one, the 16th one. 16 terrifying black thorns surrounding Ming Jie all burst out. Boom, boom, boom. In this violent and sharp attack, the smashed gravel was smashed one after another, turned into pieces of stone powder, and slowly fell down. But in just a few seconds, the length of these 16 black spikes seemed to have exceeded 100 meters. Instead of stone pillars, they pushed Chen Mu higher into the air. Under this precise and intensive blow, the transparent armor covering Chen Mu's body vibrated violently again. Brother Ming smiled evilly and said, Everyone, attack in rounds, don't let this guy fall. Quote. Yes. Everyone. Vivi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly nodded in response. Although everyone was puzzled, they just had to obey the orders of their young master. For a time, everyone raised their heads and stared at Chen Mu, who was hit by 16 black thorns. Diamante's waist sank slightly, and the long sword in his right hand trembled slightly. The half-moon funeral is gaining momentum. Baby 5, who turned the upper body into a huge muzzle, with both hands already on the trigger on his waist, ready to fire huge bullets at any time. Transformation Pistol Girl, completed. Others have come up with their own long-range attack methods. Even those cadres who don't have long-range attacks are also commanding the younger brothers in the courtyard to drag the cannon over. Among these cadres, the most suitable for long-distance output, the first choice is the fat man in yellow, Buffalo. I saw him, Isho, the propeller around his neck slowly spinning. Wind sound, beside his ears. Brother Ming slowly turned his head and said, Buffalo, you don't have to participate in this attack. Hearing this, a little cold sweat appeared on Buffalo's forehead. Young master, please let me participate in the battle of the Don Quixote family. I am a member of the family. Listening to Buffalo's crying speech, everyone stopped and turned their heads. And Brother Ming, looking at Buffalo, who was in tears, Vivi twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, You have other tasks. Oh, good young master. Buffalo suddenly laughed happily. Everyone. Brother Ming continued, Buffalo, you go to Jorah now and take her directly into the air. Buffalo was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Chen Mu in the air, and instantly understood. Don't worry, young master, you must complete the task. With that, Buffalo turned and jumped off the roof. Then, with the sound of a propeller turning, it flew in the direction where Jorah left. Seeing Buffalo leave, Brother Ming retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Mu, who was already on a downward trend. Immediately raised his hand and said coldly, Prepare to attack. Yes, the crowd responded. At this time, in the sky, Chen Mu sighed faintly as he looked at the gang of Ming brothers who were waiting for him. Obviously, Brother Ming has noticed the weakness of his fear of heights. Judging from the large array of guns and artillery below, it is impossible for him to want to land in a short time. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded very suddenly. Ding! The current height is lower than 91 meters, and the fear of heights will be judged twice. Ding! The trigger probability is 91%, the judgment is successful. Close black lens bracket. Note: the cooling time for the second judgment is 24 hours, and the cooling time is not required for the first judgment. Why is there a second judgment? Isn't this tricking me? Chen Mu's face instantly turned sad. Immediately afterwards, there was a feeling of spinning around the world, instantly occupying Chen Mu's entire mind. Chen Mu's eyes turned white at this time, and then while spinning and falling down, he said vaguely, "Go system. You cheat me." At this moment, all Chen Mu heard was the hurried wind whistling in his ears and a roar. Boom boom boom. Baby 5 and the 4 artillery vehicles in the courtyard were the first to attack. Immediately, the huge cannonball burst out and flew towards Chen Mu, who was falling rapidly. Then, there was a violent explosion. In an instant, violent fireworks and thick black smoke quickly swallowed Chen Mu's body. At the same time, it also pushed his body that fell down by nearly 10 meters again. 93 meters. Ding! The current height is 91 meters, the fear of heights will be redetermined. Ding! The trigger probability is 91%, the judgment is successful. Close black lens bracket. Quote. Chen Mu was already unable to complain. Immediately afterwards, the thrust brought by the explosion dissipated completely, and Chen Mu started a new round of landing journey. Shoo! With a bang, a dazzling sword light suddenly lit up below. The corners of Chen Mu's eyes twitched, and he watched this cold sword energy, which quickly enlarged in his own eyes. Almost in the blink of an eye, this violent sword energy slashed at Chen Mu's body in an instant, pushing him up again by dozens of meters. This is him, and if someone else is replaced, it is estimated that he will be cut in half. Ding! The current height is 91 meters. The fear of heights will be redetermined. Ding! The trigger probability is 91%, the judgment fails. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, Chen Mu instantly regained his clarity. Hee, the 9% chance I've met, you should consider yourself unlucky. Chen Mu grinned isho, then stretched out his hand and shook it on his chest. In an instant, the sword chi suddenly dissipated, turned into a random airflow, and dispersed. And Chen Mu also got rid of this thrust. Immediately, he used Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, without hesitation, turned into a lightning bolt, and flew towards the bottom. Brother Ming and others below also noticed Chen Mu's state at this time. What's the matter? Brother Ming frowned. But for now, the most important thing is to keep that guy aloft. Thinking of this, Brother Ming dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart, turned his head, and said to the panting Pika, "Continue to attack, don't let this guy fall." Pika responded sharply, "Don't worry Tilda young master." After that, Seka immediately merged into the ground. Immediately afterwards, Pika, whose body was half melted to the ground, raised her head and roared. Rumbling. The earth trembled suddenly, and on the ground dozens of meters away from Pika, a giant rock arm about 10 meters wide rose and slammed towards Chen Mu, who was flying fast. In an instant, the violent thunder and lightning collided with the solid rock arm. Boom! The two were deadlocked for less than a second, and the blue lightning potential was like a broken bamboo, penetrating all the way down. The giant arm shattered, and pieces of huge stones kept falling downwards. And that thunder and lightning figure, but in the blink of an eye, slammed directly on the ground, raising a huge dust mist. At this time, Brother Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Although he noticed Chen Mu's abnormality, he didn't expect that this guy was still clumsy in terms of speed. In fact, really speaking, it's not that Brother Ming made a mistake in his judgment. Chenmu really slowed down just now, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he suddenly stopped in the air. It is also because of this sudden pause that Brother Ming has the illusion that he has not recovered. In fact, Chenmu's sudden cassette is not what Brother Ming thought, but because of the system's prompt. The long-lost hidden mission has finally been triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, Sanji's affection. Close black lens bracket. The task completion conditions are unknown, and the completion rewards are unknown. This mindless hidden task prompt was the culprit that caused Chenmu to suddenly stop. But the giant rock fist that came later, it was him who opened observation hockey and woke up. Therefore, there will be a scene that suddenly accelerated to the ground just now. In the courtyard. Everyone jumped down from the vermilion roof and landed in front of the empty swimming pool. And not far from the crowd, more than half of the corridor-like palace was completely destroyed and collapsed into ruins. In this ruin, the dust and fog filled the sky, making it difficult to see what was inside. And Chenmu was in this cloud of dust. This time, he was really angry. Even if it was this sudden hidden mission, Chenmu didn't have the heart to care about it. He must beat Brother Ming hard. Thinking of this, Chenmu immediately raised his brows with anger, and when he stepped on the spot, he rushed out of the fog. Be careful. He's out. The people who had been waiting for a long time, all took action in a moment. Muting stone. Pika let out a scream, and clapped her hands down suddenly. In an instant, huge sharp stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Chenmu going path. Chenmu, who was running wildly, did not lose his speed at all, and directly smashed one huge stone pillar after another with his fleshly body. Looking at the shattering stone pillar, a drop of cold sweat fell on everyone's forehead. Right at this moment, Diamante dodged directly in front of Pika. Army flag! Diamante screamed, then slammed her right hand to the ground in an instant. The floor instantly became swaying, like a long cloth floating in the air, making it impossible to stand firm. And this, naturally, also affected Chenmu, who was passing the test with passion. Chenmu jumped up suddenly, and after smashing a stone pillar, he landed again. And this time, Chenmu didn't stand up as quickly as usual, but fell directly and sat down. Chenmu, who fell to the ground, had a hint of doubt in his eyes. As this ground filled with water. Feeling the constantly ups and downs of the floor under him, Chenmu had a question mark in his head. At this moment, Diamante's strange laughter came in from outside the stone forest. This is an arena hero, Sir Diamante's unique trick. How about it, can't you even stand firm? After that, there was a burst of arrogant laughter. At this time, Chenmu didn't care about this guy's ridicule. On the contrary, I played with great interest. This ability is very interesting, at least. Can you disguise the feeling of the sea? Chenmu whispered softly. Immediately, he slammed the palm of his hand and said firmly, I want this ability. After that, Chenmu's body flashed purple light, and he escaped directly into the ground without hindrance. And outside the stone forest. Brother Ming frowned and kept himself calm. Only in this case can observation hockey be released 100%. For Chenmu, who suddenly disappeared, everyone did not notice it. Even Brother Ming, from time to time, would control several black spikes wrapped around armament and pierce through the gap in the stone forest, trying to obstruct Chenmu and delay time. Unbeknownst to them, Chenmu came to the ground beneath them. At this time, dozens of giant ships that merged together were slowly stopping on the west blue shore of Dressrosa. Big blonde man in a brown martial arts uniform with a 6 feet printed on each trouser leg jumped to the shore first. Not long after he landed, 3 more men and 1 woman jumped behind him one after another. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the tall blonde man said without looking back. This is where the intelligence is. Go, my children, and bring back the guy with the special blood. A pause, he said in a low voice. With him, I can develop a higher level bloodline factor. It won't take much. North Blue will surrender to the feet of our Vinsmoke family again. ... It should be noted that dolls made of sugar can make related people lose their memories, but in the middle, Ming brother can clearly give orders to the doll Torapal because the plot needs. After all, the protagonist was strong enough to collapse from the beginning, and the author had to rack his brains to weak him. Otherwise, it would really be a punch through the world of pirates. Chapter 113 The Duo Who Temporarily Turned Away. Chapter 113 The Duo Who Temporarily Turned Away. Dark and dark underground. A figure emitting purple fluorescence, with arms folded, stopped in a circular black hole created. This person is Chen Mu. Chen Mu used the Chuan fruit to walk directly underground and came to the feet of Brother Ming and others. Strange. How do I feel that the ability this time is not as easy to use as the last time? Chen Mu stretched one hand out of the black space and muttered to himself. The last time he dealt with Pika, all the fruit abilities that Chen Mu used were greatly enhanced, especially the piercing fruit. But at this time, not only was he not as fast as last time, but he even radiated the purple halo, and the range was much smaller. Chen Mu was puzzled by this. Why do you think so much? Just catch Brother Ming and ask them one by one. Immediately, Chen Mu slapped his forehead, threw away the miscellaneous questions in his mind, opened his mouth and said softly. Supersize, bottomless hell. With that said, Chen Mu raised his arms above his head, and a huge purple halo emanated from his palm, spreading up along the rock formation. On the ground. Everyone in the Don Quixote family, including Brother Ming, did not notice Chen Mu's disappearance, and still attacked on their own. On the wave-like ground, huge stone pillars kept protruding from the ground, randomly interspersed in the rocky forest of rubble. And Beulah Udis, who has silver-pointed hair, is still carrying out long-range bombing with Baby 5. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosions kept coming, and the smoke and fireworks burst wildly. Just when everyone was busy, a purple ring with a diameter of 100 meters spread quietly. And Pika, who had always been in touch with the rock, was the first to notice the abnormality. What's going on? Pika whispered. However, he didn't think much about it, and slapped his hands to the ground again. This time, the stone pillars he summoned were only a short section. It's like, there are no more stones under the ground. No stone. Crap, Pika was startled. Obviously, he had already guessed what was going on, and even turned his head and shouted to the crowd. Be careful, that guy is on the ground. Before the words were finished, everyone's feet were all empty. Over. Pika's heart froze. Although he knew that Chen Mu was using this piercing fruit to isolate him from the stone layer, but knowing what was the use, he couldn't do anything. Just as everyone was falling, Brother Ming, who reacted, shot 10 silk threads from his fingertips and rolled them towards the clouds in the sky. Immediately after, he slashed down with his hands and used the empty path to escape from the huge black hole. Soon, Brother Ming, who stabilized his figure in the sky, reached out and threw out a few threads, shooting at the falling crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silk thread quickly broke through the air, grabbing everyone's ankle, waist almost in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Brother Ming did not hesitate to raise his hand to close the line. In an instant, the people who were still in a falling state changed their normal state and were pulled to the ground by silk threads. Seeing that everyone was about to escape from this huge and incomparably dark passage, a blue electric light flew past everyone in an instant and came to the ground first. Looking at Chen Mu, who was surging with lightning, Brother Ming suddenly stared, and said ruthlessly, "What the hell are you thinking about?" However, before Brother Ming said anything, Chen Mu raised his right arm expressionlessly, pointed at Brother Ming in the air, and said coldly, 60 million volts Brontosaurus. After finishing speaking, a thunder dragon flashing with dazzling light roared towards Brother Ming. Brother Ming gritted his teeth and loosened the silk thread in his hand. 5-color line. Brother Ming shouted angrily, his right hand swiping in front of him. In an instant, 5 slender black silk threads appeared in front of Brother Ming. Then split the thunder dragon released by Chen Mu directly. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, 5-color threads can actually wrap around hockey. And high in the sky, looking at Chen Mu who looked surprised, Brother Ming sneered. How much do you think you know about me? Chen Mu shrugged and said noncommittally, okay, you can think what you want, I just want to catch you now. Beat it up. After finishing speaking, Chen Mu's body flashed with lightning, and he rushed straight towards Brother Ming in the air. Moreover, when Chen Mu rushed to the sky, the huge black hole on the ground quickly healed. In the face of Chen Mu's violent impact, Brother Ming had no time to take care of him, so he could only give up his subordinates and concentrate on dealing with Chen Mu's attack. Shadow writing line, bounce line. In an instant, Brother Ming used the line clone at the same time, and shot at Chen Mu below. As for Chen Mu, the upward momentum was not diminished at all, allowing the white silk thread to run through his body. ZZ. Thunderbolt automatically repaired the penetrating wound on his body. At this time, he should have used armament to block the enemy, but because of the frequent use of moves, his stamina was gradually exhausted. And Chen Mu, as if nothing happened, rushed towards him directly. Seeing Chen Mu who was approaching rapidly, Brother Ming stopped trying to consume his physical strength, and instead used the airway to escape to the sky. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu's expression finally changed. Do you want to take advantage of my fear of heights again? Chen Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he snorted coldly and said, HMPH, I see how long you can escape. After saying that, he turned and rushed to the ground. At this time, Brother Ming, who had risen to a height of 100 meters with the power of empty path, seemed to have noticed it, and his eyes glanced down. Watching Chen Mu give up the chase, Brother Ming coldly issued and said, HMPH, I'm really afraid of heights. However, when he saw Chen Mu slammed into the ground, Brother Ming suddenly stared. Does this bastard want to take hostages? Brother Ming gritted his teeth. It seems that in order to prove Brother's conjecture, Chen Mu, who escaped into the ground, is rushing towards the bottom at this moment. It's not that Chen Mu really wanted to arrest these cadres and threaten Brother Ming. It was he who sensed that this guy Pika had actually started the stone fruit ability, and started to lead everyone to open a passage and escape. The fruit effect this time, even the control time is much shorter. Chen Mu frowned and whispered as he swooped down. It didn't take a moment for Chen Mu, who swooped down, to meet this group of people who were soaring underground. This guy is here again, the baby exclaimed in shock. It was at this time that the stone platform, which was carrying the crowd soaring rapidly, suddenly stopped. Pika also slowly emerged from the gray stone platform. Pika looked at Chen Mu in panic. Seeing this, Chen Mu disdained Isho and said, do you think? Your little actions, I don't know. Hearing this, everyone was shocked at first, and then turned their heads to look at Violet. Diamante directly scolded. You bastard, didn't you stare at it? What the hell are you doing? At this time, Violet, who was accused by everyone, Vivi lowered his head and pursed his lips. Do you want to betray us, Ji? Lao Ji, the thin old man, said while posing an attacking stance. Looking at the cadres who seemed to be in conflict, Chen Mu Vivi was taken aback. Then, after thinking about it, I instantly understood. In previous episodes, Violet's sister Scarlet was killed by Diamante when she came to town to buy food for Rebecca. Moreover, this arrogant guy told Violet in a grand manner. After clarifying this idea, Chen Mu immediately understood. At this moment, Violet chose to betray Don Quixote. That's why she kept Chen Mu's arrival a secret, so that everyone could not avoid Chen Mu in advance. The cadres probably guessed that she wanted to betray, so they looked at her angrily. Thinking of this, Chen Mu Saran Isho said, you killed someone's sister, destroyed someone's kingdom, and betrayed you. Isn't it reasonable? What? Everyone was shocked. And Diamante, with an expression of disbelief, pointed at Chen Mu and said, You. How did you know? Immediately, he turned his head suddenly, looked at Violet again, and said, You told him. Violet didn't answer, and there was a special light in his eyes when he looked at Chen Mu. Seeing Violet ignoring him, Diamante immediately became angry and roared at Violet while pointing at Chen Mu above. You guy, did you plan to betray us long ago, so you didn't notify us? Chen Mu, who was covered in purple light, saw Diamante pointing at him again and again, his handsome face instantly darkened. You seem like to point your finger at me. Chen Mu's tone was a little cold. Huh, what did you say? Diamante turned her head in a daze. At this moment, an extremely violent thunder and lightning rapidly enlarged in Diamante's eyes. Zizizi, quote. Ah! Diamante screamed suddenly. The cadres next to them covered their eyes with their hands and retreated to the side. On the other hand, Chen Mu looked at Diamante with a grim expression, looking at the man who fell to the ground, who was scorched black and twitched from time to time, and put away his index finger indifferently. Everyone was as silent as a cicada, not daring to move. And Pika, as early as the moment Chen Mu attacked Diamante, was directly integrated into the stone platform. Just when the atmosphere almost solidified, a huge palm made of gray rock suddenly appeared beside Violet. And, before Violet could react, he grasped her delicate body. Ah, let go, let me go, Violet exclaimed bitterly. And Chen Mu, who was above the crowd, naturally noticed this scene. Immediately, his body sank and fell to the stone platform. Bang! With a loud bang, Chen Mu landed in the middle of the crowd, causing countless rubble. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone's doubts, Chen Mu patted his hands on the ground, and a circle of purple light suddenly spread out. But in the blink of an eye, the purple light circle swept across the huge stone platform that was 50 meters away. Just as everyone looked surprised and checked their injuries, a sharp scream came from below the stone platform. This is Pika. Everyone was shocked. However, Pika, who was swept by Chen Mu's purple halo, had temporarily possessed the ability to penetrate, which also caused him to temporarily lose the ability to integrate into the rock. What's more, the stone platform climbed up obliquely. Otherwise, if Pika fell, the stone platform would most likely go down with it. He is obviously not a kind person who is willing to serve others. Of course, if it is a task assigned by the system, then Chen Mu has no choice but to work for others and be a good person. Closer to home. After solving the annoying guy Pika, Chen Mudong stood up with a relaxed expression and said with a smile. Hey, get another one. After speaking, Chen Mu raised his feet and walked towards Violet. At this time, Violet became flustered when he saw Chen Mu coming. Chen Mu saw this. Vivi Isho said, Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. After a pause, he added, At least compared to this group of guys, I'm relatively friendly. After finishing speaking, Chen Mu came to Violet. Although Chen Mu's smile was bright, Violet's heart was a little bit drummed. After all, this was the first time the two met, and she just didn't report Chen Mu's trace to everyone, which was not a big deal. Moreover, with Chen Mu's strength, she also felt that this man does not need her own ability at all. Thinking of this, Violet suddenly panicked. This was the hope she had been waiting for years before finally returning to the country. At the same time, Brother Ming on the ground used the Shadow Rider line again, and directly used the Shadow Rider puppet to release the bird cage. Deep underground. Chen Mu stood in front of Violet, looked at several cadres with a smile on his face, and said, Everyone, do you still want to fight? Listening to Chen Mu's words, everyone looked at Diamante, who was scorched black, and then looked at Violet, who was being guarded by Chen Mu, and lowered his head weakly. Just when everyone's heart was ashes, a coquettish shout rang from the side. "You damned fellow, my mother fought with you." Saying that, Baby 5 immediately jumped into the air, and then, in the eyes of everyone's horror, it turned into a black missile. "No, don't be impulsive. Hurry up, stop it, damn it." Everyone was shocked and angry. If this blows up on the stone platform, everyone guarantees that the Commodore will return to the endless drop. Especially when Pika disappeared. However, the angry Baby 5 didn't care so much, and even rushed down. Looking at Baby 5 who was going to die together, Chen Mu's eyes twitched and Vivi said, "Oh, it's really troublesome. Forget it, let her stop first." After speaking, Chen Mu slowly extended his right hand towards the top, ready to use the wall of spiders of the thread fruit to stop the missile. However, not long after Chen Mu's voice fell, two blushes appeared, weirdly, on the black bullet. "Ah, am I needed? Does he want me to stop and stay by his side?" At this moment, Baby 5 has fallen into infinite reverie. Seeing the blushing that suddenly appeared on the bullet, Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then thought about it. Thinking of Baby 5's unique comprehension ability, even a little speechless. Immediately afterwards, the Baby 5 in the air instantly recovered. And, in the shocked eyes of everyone, he opened his hands and hugged Chen Mu below, and at the same time, he said shyly, Since you crave me so strongly, then, that person doesn't care about their position." Looking at Baby 5 flying down, Chen Mu's eyes twitched. "Good guy, I stole Lao Kai's welfare." Chen Mu felt embarrassed for a while. See. Coincidentally, because Chen Mu was planning to use the wall of spiders, he stretched one of his hands towards Baby 5, which also led to "Can't wait to hug someone, ah. Heartbeat is so fast." The blush on Baby 5's face became more and more obvious. Facing the beauties, an old virgin like Chen Mu is a bit uncontrollable. "Lao Kai, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you in the future." Chen Mu sighed faintly and stretched out his other hand to the sky. Just 2 seconds, Baby 5 threw himself into Chen Mu's arms. At the moment when the warm and fragrant nephrite jade fell into his arms, the last trace of struggle in Chen Mu's heart completely dissipated. Everyone looked at each other. It's no wonder that everyone is confused. It's really this situation, it's too sudden. What should I do? Even Baby 5 betrays us now. Dellinger turned his head in a panic and looked at Gyula Udis beside him. Gyula Udis didn't answer. His silver hair danced wildly. Looking at Gyula Udis, who was clenching his fists tightly and suppressing his anger, Derringer took a step back in a panic, and said in a trembling voice, "Don't be impulsive, Gratis, we are not his opponents." Gyula Udis remained silent, but the flying silver hair became even more frantic. At this moment, Chen Mu slowly pushed Baby 5 away and said, "Wait for me by your side now." "Yeah." Baby 5 nodded heavily. "Take a day off. Take a day off. Poke the needle, cover your face." Chapter 114 Brother Ming's cadres were all defeated, and Germa arrived. Chapter 114 Brother Ming's cadres were all defeated, and Germa arrived. Chen Mu stepped forward slowly, walked towards Gladius, and said, "If I remember correctly, your personality trait is that you hate betrayal." It seems to confirm what Chen Mu said. Gladius looked at Baby 5 and Violet, and the evil spirit became heavier. Conqueror leaked out by Chen Mu. They still chose the Gladius United Front in the face of this life and death juncture. At this moment, Dellinger, who was dressed in a very feminine style, covered his mouth with a strange smile and said, "Yahaha, it seems that I can only fight." After he finished speaking, Dellinger's figure flashed and he turned into an afterimage, and quickly ran around the stone platform. High-speed movement. In an instant, 4 Dellinger appeared in Chen Mu's field of vision at the same time. Can you keep up with my speed?" Chen Mu, on the other hand, stopped on the spot with a calm expression on his face, and let Dellinger run around him quickly. At the same time, a picture quickly appeared in Chen Mu's mind, and there was also a very second line. It's faster than. Then I'll do a repeated horizontal jump too. Thinking of Chen Mu here, he shook his head vigorously and said to himself, no one is okay with that action. If this is used in front of girls, then I basically give up. Active mating right. Outside the battle circle between the two, Gladius slowly pushed his eyes. The hem of the windbreaker trembled rapidly, and bursts of white smoke quickly spread toward the stone platform. Seeing the invading white smoke, Violet's pupils shrank and exclaimed, "Be careful, Gladius wants to blow up the entire platform." Hearing Violet's voice, Gladius Evil Isho said, "Hee, I'm quite alert." As soon as the voice fell, the ground around the stone platform quickly arched stone balls several meters in size, and they continued to expand. Looking at all this, Baby 5 was shocked and lost his voice. When did he set it up? Why I didn't find it. And Gladius, seeming to hear Baby 5's desperate tone, slowly turned his head and said, "You should know that apart from people who don't follow a plan and don't keep their time, what I hate more is betrayal." After speaking, Gladius quickly squatted down, pressed his right palm to the ground, and said softly, "Blast rock, celebration." As his voice fell, the countless huge stone balls that arched on the ground suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Dellinger grinned wildly and shoved his foot directly towards the back of Chen Mu's neck. Broken head high heels. In the face of the large-scale explosion and this extremely fast kick at the same time, Chen Mu calmly squatted down, patted the ground and said, "Shield white thread." After finishing speaking, the rocky ground under Chen Mu's feet quickly turned into threads, and 4 huge white-lined shields rose rapidly, protecting Violet and Baby 5 from dead ends. This is the young master's move. Gladius' pupils suddenly widened. Unlike Gladius, who was in shock, Dellinger entered a state of battle, but he was an extremely crazy person. Although Chen Mu squatted down suddenly, the back of the neck kick turned into the back of the head, and to him, there was no difference. Anyway, it's all about it. In an instant, Deling's sharp heel stepped on Chen Mu's smooth back of the head. Dua. G tilde, and then, Chen Mu's head shook quickly. This frequency, at least a few dozen times per second, the smooth and shiny head has an afterimage. As for Delinji, before the smirk on his face could expand, the moment Chen Mu's head shook, he was ejected and fell into the rock wall behind. Dellinger, who was deep in the rock wall, opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, "This defense. How is it possible?" On the battlefield at this time, except for Dellinger, who flew out through the thick fog, almost everyone was blocked by the thick smoke from the explosion. At the same time, violent shock waves and scattered huge rocks are also constantly impacting everyone. Taking advantage of the dense fog, he had long curly blonde hair, wearing a one-piece threaded tights that exposed his chest, and exposed a large group of black chest hair. Block, jumped directly above Chen Mu. "The hell, Wan Ti buys." After saying that, he made a special, bang. Immediately afterwards, he fell directly from the world and pressed towards Chen Mu. And Chen Mu, who was squatting on the ground, slowly stood up after his head stopped shaking. At the same time, he also looked up at the fat figure in the sky. Immediately, he frowned and said with disgust, "I don't want to be pressed down by a fat guy with thick chest hair." After speaking, Vivi raised his left hand and said slowly, "Room." In an instant, a blue semicircular aperture formed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire platform was directly incorporated into it. After completing all this, the fat man Mahabe was already above Chen Mu's head, but only 10 meters away. And Chen Mu, at this time, lowered his head and looked calmly at Lao Ji, the thin old man who kept smashing boulders. Then, 2 fingers on the right hand Vivi tick. Just a whoosh sound, Mahabeth and a gravel above Lao Ji's head instantly switched places. Lao Ji, who was planning to smash the gravel above his head, bulged his old eyes, immediately closed his attack, and threw himself to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, Mahabe's body that weighed as much as 10,000 tons quickly smashed a corner of the stone platform. Then, people and stones, they all fell down. Oops, help me, Mahabe screamed. However, under the acceleration of his powerful tonnage, Gladius, who had the exploding fruit, and Senor Peak, who had the swimming fruit, were too late to rescue him. Mahabe, Gladius shouted down on the edge of the broken stone platform. Senor Peak, who was fat, wearing a pink baby hat and biting a yellow pacifier in his mouth, was swimming quickly to the edge of the stone platform. And, when he was about to reach Gladius, there was no sign of slowing down. Looking at Peak, who was about to rush out of the stone platform, Gladius was stunned and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stop." Peak, who was biting his mouth, looked solemn, ignoring Gladius, who reached out his hand to stop him, and rushed out of the stone platform, hitting the stone wall not far away. The sound of "boo" was like a drop of water into the lake, and Peak's figure quickly merged into the stone wall, leaving only a series of ripples. Looking at the rapidly spreading ripples, Gladius slammed the ground hard and stood up with a face full of anger. However, as soon as Gladius turned around, he saw Laoji and Dellinger, and rushed directly towards him. "You, what are you doing?" Gladius was startled by the red eyes, and took a step back subconsciously. However, the two didn't seem to be very conscious and did not listen to Gladius' words. I saw that when the two approached Gladius, they called out the name of the move at the same time. Low back pain type, the pain of the undead warrior. Broken high heels. Started, Gladius was instantly hit by the two of them. Almost at the same time, Gladius suffered a heavy kick from Dellinger on the neck, and Laoji, while spinning at a high speed, slammed away at the joints of his whole body. For a time, the sound of bang bang bang, and the click sound of cervical fragmentation sounded at the same time. PFF'd. Gladius suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body quickly flew upside down, embedded in the rock wall behind him. With a loud bang, a large cloud of dust appeared on the rock wall, burying Gladius, whose life and death were unknown. The red light in the eyes of the two who completed the task quickly receded. The two awakened, looking at the dust and mist in front of them, and shouted anxiously, "Gladius!" However, apart from the sound of falling rocks, there was no other sound in the dust mist. Just when Dellinger was about to rush into the dust and fog and was going to look for Gladius, Chenmu snapped his fingers and said softly, "Stop, Dellinger." As soon as Chenmu's voice fell, Dellinger's body froze, and his raised right foot instantly stopped in the air. Laoji took his eyes away from the dust and mist, and glanced at the stiff Dellinger, then turned around abruptly and roared at Chenmu. "You monkey boy, what did you do to us just now?" Gee. Chenmu smiled, and was about to speak, but the old man grabbed the words again, "Hurry up and let go of Derringer." Chenmu's mouth twitched. "Monkey boy, since you are still obsessed, the old man will show you my true abilities." Speaking, Laoji quickly bulged his muscles and said to himself, "In order to allow myself to fight happily even when I'm sick and injured, or when I'm old and unable to do what I want, this old man has accumulated the strength of his youthful physique, and stored the Qigong technique in his body. Take it, boy." Quote. The ultimate secret technique of Duwenquan, battle protection boxing. After that, Laoji completely transformed from a thin old man to a muscular man. Laoji, whose upper body muscles were bulging, but his lower body was still dry and thin, Chenmu rolled his eyes and said slightly speechless, "Your reinforcement is full of loopholes." After a brief pause, Chenmu turned his head to look at Derringer and said, "Derringer, attack this old man's lower body with all his strength." In an instant, the green collar on Derringer's neck suddenly flashed a coquettish green brilliance. Laoji was startled, hurriedly jumped sideways, distanced himself from Derringer, and said anxiously, "Derringer, don't listen to him, calm down now." Hearing Laoji's cry, Dellinger trembled all over, as if trying to disobey Chenmu's order. I can't do it. Dellinger's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. At the same time, due to excessive force, the flat white teeth quickly shattered, almost in the blink of an eye, and a sharp fang quickly emerged from the gums and clenched tightly together. Seeing this, Lao Ji's heart sank. Knowing that Dellinger was close to madness at the moment, he no longer hesitated. He turned around, and quickly put his hands in a G gesture, aiming at Chen Mu. G mark! Lao Ji shouted loudly, and his body suddenly rushed forward and slammed into Chen Mu's chest. Chen Mu turned a deaf ear, stood on the spot and patted the dust on his shoulders. Be careful, Baby 5 and Violet exclaimed at the same time. This abominable monkey boy G. Lao Ji's forehead is full of blue veins, and his anger is even more intense. Just when everyone thought that Chen Mu was about to be hit by Lao Ji's Qigong boxing, a lightning-fast figure quickly blocked Chen Mu's body. Derringer, get out of the way! Lao Ji shouted again. Dellinger, on the other hand, had his fangs open and closed, and grinned. The angle. Hit. Vivi's thin legs squatted down to charge up, and then stepped on it hard, accompanied by a splash of gravel, and slammed into the fast-attacking muscular old man. Seeing this, Lao Ji knew that he couldn't wake Dellinger, so he adjusted his arms slightly to target Dellinger who was rushing towards him. Looking at the two of them killing each other, Baby 5 and Violet Vivi opened their mouths with shocked expressions on their faces. As for Chen Mu, Vivi frowned. After all, he is a good young man from the 21st world. Although he doesn't dare to help the old man who fell to the ground on the side of the road, he can't bear to see an old man who is going to be penetrated by a sharp horn in his chest. After thinking for a while, Chen Mu shouted coldly, "You two, get out of the way immediately." As soon as Chen Mu finished speaking, the green collars on the necks of the two of them flashed green again. Immediately afterwards, the two of them were slightly wrong in shape, then quickly staggered, and each rolled to one side. Looking at the two who were actually rolling on the ground, Baby 5 and Violet covered their mouths and exclaimed. With a puff of dust and smoke, the two gradually stopped at the edge of the stone platform. Chen Mu sighed helplessly and said, "I'm still too soft-hearted." Then, he slowly raised his head, glanced at Dellinger and Lao Ji respectively, and said, "You two stay where you are honestly, don't move, do you hear me?" After speaking, Chen Mu turned around and walked towards the second daughter. What do you want to do?" Violet took a step back in fear. Chen Mu paused, sideways dodged Baby 5 who was flying over, and then spread his hands to Violet, who was frightened, and said, "You see, I don't have any intention of killing you cadres. And, from the beginning to the end, I just want to get back joke. I owe me something, and beat him up by the way." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu just stood there quietly, looking at Violet who was still a little nervous and said, "Hey, I'm actually a pirate. It's inevitable that you should be wary of me, but I'm a principled man. As long as you don't cause me trouble, I won't beat you," Chen Mu said while pretending to be fierce, and waved his fist at Violet. Seeing Chen Mu deliberately posing this fierce portrait, Violet was stunned for a moment, then, poochie, and laughed. Seeing that she didn't startle, Chen Mu laughed, and Vivi was also startled, then shook his head. Isho said, "Okay, no matter what, you just need to stay where you are and don't cause me trouble, I'm going to take you up." After speaking, Chen Mu walked towards Violet again. Seeing Chen Mu walking slowly, Violet pursed her lips nervously, and grabbed the skirt with both hands. Chen Mu walked closer, turned his head slightly, looked at Baby 5 who was sitting on the ground, and said with a smile, "Come here, don't be stunned." Baby 5 was stunned for a moment, then her cheeks quickly flushed, and she ran towards Chen Mu with a shy face. Baby 5 holding his left arm tightly, Chen Mu shook his head and sighed, softly saying, "It's going to be a little faster, and I suggest you both close your eyes." After speaking, Chen Mu put his hands directly on the shoulders of the two girls, and a purple halo quickly spread from his palms, covering the children's bodies. "Ready, we're going," Chen Mu said sternly. Ah, good. The children responded at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu, who was holding his children's shoulders, slammed his head into the rock wall. Ah, Violet exclaimed, then closed her eyes in fear. Baby 5, on the other hand, looked at Chen Mu's cheek admiringly, without any sense of crisis. Of course, Chen Mu, who switched to wearing fruit, would naturally not hurt himself and his children. Hearing a soft sound of boom, like water dripping into a lake, the three of them quickly merged into the rock wall and moved towards the top. On the ground. Doflamingo stepped on the white silk thread and stopped high in the sky. Below him, 3 men and 1 woman with different hair colors appeared. Doflamingo was slightly out of breath, but still had a hideous smile on his face, and said to himself, "Hee, I didn't expect that they were the first to arrive. However, it seems that an old guy is missing." Ming was talking. A sturdy warrior wearing gray short-sleeved and black trousers was swiftly passing by the blonde Jiaji and running towards the King's Heights in Dressrosa. "The Vinsmoke family is brilliant, and it will be back soon," Jiaji whispered to himself. Afterwards, Jiaji took out a gray round can with the letter J from behind, and slowly held it flat on his waist. In an instant, a dazzling light shot from both ends of the gray tank. Immediately afterwards, in this extremely cool golden light, Jiaji's clothes receded, revealing his solid muscles. 100 words of description are omitted here. After a while, Jiaji, who had finished changing his clothes, tightened the long white gloves on his hands, and then stepped on his feet hard, and a powerful thrust was instantly ejected from the boots under his feet, pushing his whole body into the air. Wearing an orange cloak and a light gray battle suit, Kaji flew above the heads of the Germa clones and rushed to the battlefield. This chapter is over. Chapter 115 Serious Series, Conqueror Hockey. Chapter 115 Serious Series, Conqueror Hockey. King's Heights, in the courtyard. Chen Mu, who was exuding purple radiance, grabbed the shoulders of the 2 women and drilled out from the ground. Ah, the long-lost son. Chen Mu, who rushed out of the ground, raised his head and sighed, then slowly landed. After Chen Mu landed on the shoulders of the 2 girls, Violet, who was leaning against Chen Mu's chest, slowly opened his beautiful eyes, and then Vivi raised his hand to shield the dazzling sunlight while breaking free from Chen Mu's arms. "Come out." And Baby 5 still leaned on Chen Mu's chest with a face full of intoxication, even though Chen Mu had already let go of his hand. "Hey, that, Baby 5. It's already on the ground," Chen Mu said embarrassedly. Baby 5 replied happily. But it seems that there is no intention to come out of Chen Mu's arms. In this regard, Chen Mu could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, a slightly exaggerated voice sounded. "Wow, what a beautiful girl." Hearing this, Chen Mu Vivi was stunned, and then turned his eyes to the front. Looking at the 3 men and 1 woman in front of him, Chen Mu was stunned. "Reiju, Ig, Niji, Yuji," Chen Mu said with a look of surprise. Then he blinked hard, with a look of disbelief on his face, and asked anxiously, "Why are you here?" Yangji, the youngest and most naive, had a lot of hearts popping up from his head at this moment, and he didn't have time to answer Chen Mu. Reiju, who has always remained elegant and calm, took a step forward slowly, her pink lips lightly parted, and said, "Hello, bald man." Reiju's gentle tone pulled Chen Mu back from the shock. At the same time, it also made many question marks in his head. Light, bald man. Chen Mu looked at this sexy big sister Reiju with complicated eyes. Looking at Chen Mu with a puzzled face, Reiju lightly covered her pink lips and said softly, "Although it would be a little rude to call it that, but it was introduced like this on the reward order." After speaking, Reiju took out a reward order from behind and displayed it in front of him. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the reward order seriously. Then, his eyes suddenly bulged outward, with a stunned look. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of electric light on his body, and he instantly appeared in front of Reiju. Ignoring the shocked Reiju, he reached out and grabbed the reward. So fast. Standing still behind Reiju, the red-haired IG frowned suddenly. Obviously, he was shocked by Chen Mu's speed. However, the sound of ZZ electric current sounded beside him, but it suddenly attracted his attention. I saw that Niji, who was wearing a blue combat uniform, began to flash a fine blue electric light on his boots. Seeing this, IG snorted coldly, "Calm me down, Niji." Niji, on the other hand, looked as if he had never heard of it, and the corners of his mouth became wider and wider. At the speed comparison, Niji is competitive and ready to shoot. Seeing that Niji was really going to make a move, IG frowned for a week, then shouted, "Calm me down, hear you, Niji." Hearing this, Niji frowned, and the crazy smile on his face gradually subsided. Immediately afterwards, Niji slowly straightened up and cast a glance at IG, who had a grim face. The two looked sideways at each other for a few seconds, and Niji turned his head unwillingly and snorted coldly. Then, under IG's gaze, he reluctantly took away the lightning from the boots. Reiju, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice the nonsense of the two younger brothers behind him. Instead, he instantly put away the shock on his face, and then Vivi bent down and looked at Chen Mu, who was squatting on the ground with a gentle face. At this time, Chen Mu, due to excessive force, has pinched the edge of the reward order into a wrinkled appearance. And Chen Mu's face turned ashen that the naked eye could see. It's just the rough style of painting, but I'm too lazy to even call me by a name. Bald man. Chen Mu's mouth twitched. It seems that he heard Chen Mu's self-talk. Reiju chuckled lightly, and slowly said to Chen Mu. The title of the bald man comes from the introduction on the reward order. It's not, I'm rude to you. Listening to Reiju's explanation, Chen Mu turned his head stiffly, looked at Reiju with a hopeless expression, and then the corners of his mouth twitched, and replied. He, I. No, get it. After speaking, Chen Mu turned his head again and stared at the reward order in his hand. Immediately afterwards, under the shocked gaze of Reiju, he smashed the reward order into a ball, then threw it to the ground and stomped on it hard, and roared angrily. This name must have been named by that nasty guy from Kizaru. After a ruthless stampede, Chen Mu exhaled forcefully and said ruthlessly. Well, you Kizaru thief, you wait for me. Looking at the resentful bald man in front of him, Reiju Vivi was stunned. He just called Marine Admiral by his name. Afterwards, Vivi was relieved, thinking. He has such a high bounty, and his strength should be able to compete with Admiral. Standing on the same level, knowing the name of Admiral is not too much. And Chen Mu, who was involved, didn't know what Reiju was thinking at this time. When he crushed the ground into a crater with a diameter of half a meter, the broken reward order was already mixed with gravel and powder. Then he turned his head and left in a huff. Looking at Chen Mu, who turned around and left, not only the four siblings were stunned, but Doflamingo, who was hiding in the sky, was also in a trance. The arrogant and fierce Zan family dare not even move their hands. Moreover, the guy just now had a reward order. Brother Ming frowned and fell into contemplation. On the other side, Chen Mu was in the courtyard. The four members of the Vinsmoke family, Vivi, were in a trance and quietly looked at Chen Mu, who was leaving with his back to them, not knowing what to say for a while. Among the four siblings, the most irritable electro-optic blue Niji, when he gritted his teeth, wanted to rush up to give Chen Mu a kick on the head. Fortunately, IG, who was wearing a fiery red battle suit, was quick to hold him. Seeing that his wrist was being pulled, Niji turned his head and said fiercely. It's just a commoner with a high bounty, but he dares to be disrespectful to our royal family. Do you have to endure this? Hearing this, Ichi's fiery red glasses also flashed a ray of anger. But out of prudence, he chose to endure it. After all, this is a guy with a bounty 10,000 higher than the four emperors Kaido, so one has to be careful. The two brothers held back, but the reckless fourth brother Youngji was arrogant and rushed towards Chenmu. Seeing Yuji leaping over his head, Reiju hurriedly shouted, "Come back, Yuji." However, Youngji in the sky didn't care and waved his right arm at the back of Chenmu's head. Rolling force, decapitation. In an instant, a burst of white steam erupted from the mechanical wrist, and then, the brown mechanical palm grabbed the back of Chenmu's head in an instant. Looking at this scene, Brother Ming in the sky grinned isho. Reiju, not far from Chenmu, covered his mouth lightly with a shocked look on his face. And Ig and Niji behind Reiju watched from the sidelines. Seeing that Chenmu's head was about to be incorporated into the robotic palm, Youngji's smile became more and more arrogant. However, just as the mechanical claws were about to close, Chenmu turned his head and flashed lightly. Moreover, under Youngji's astonished gaze, Chenmu's expression turned grim. He opened his mouth forcefully, and bit directly at the mechanical steel cable connecting his arms. Looking at Chenmu who was biting directly at the mechanical steel cable, Youngji's expression was startled, and he was stunned in the sky. I am a special memory armor, he actually wants to bite it with his teeth. However, just as Yuji was stunned, a harsh rubbing sound instantly reached everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, the sections of connected steel cables snapped instantly, and the steel shards splashed out. And the brown-yellow mechanical claw, because it lost the restraint of the steel cable, was inserted into the rocky ground under the blessing of thrust. Looking at this scene, Brother Ming sneered at the corner of his mouth, secretly saying, "Idiot." Other hand, Reiju hurriedly flew into the air, kicked Yuji hard in the cheek, and kicked him out. Then, slightly impatiently landed in front of Chenmu. "I'm sorry, my stupid brother caused you trouble tilde. After speaking, Reiju looked at Chenmu apologetically. As for Chenmu, he tilted his head and spit out the steel shavings in his mouth. Then he turned his head in a hurry, looked at the slender and very sexy big sister in front of him, waved his hand and said, "It's alright, it's just kidding, don't worry, I won't take it to heart." After speaking, Chenmu calmly isho, Vivi straightened his back, and Reiju passed by. Reiju was stunned for a while, then turned around and looked at Chenmu who was slowly leaving. At the same time, he covered his mouth and snickered, thinking, this fifth emperor is not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. At this time, Yuji got up from the ground while rubbing his cheeks and said angrily, "Reiju, damn, you actually helped a civilian." "Shut up, just stay by my side." Reiju snorted, interrupting Yuji's words. Hearing this, Yuji gritted his teeth, turned around and jumped back to Niji's side. At this moment, a group of muscular men with sunglasses on their faces and dark short-sleeved trousers walked behind the three brothers with uniform steps. Then, Judge with long blonde hair also flew over the heads of the clone corps and landed in front of the three brothers. At this time, Chenmu had returned to Violet and Baby 5. Baby 5 with peach blossoms on his face, Chenmu's eyes twitched, and then he turned his eyes away quietly, looking at Violet and said, "I will take Doflamingo away later, and then you will go to your father." Your father? He is in the bullfighting arena right now. What is his name like, kid?" "I don't remember exactly what it is. As for the other officials of the Don Quixote family, you should inform Marine to deal with them. Anyway, the people in the country have recovered their original memories." Quote. After speaking, Chenmu slowly raised his head, looked at Brother Ming in the sky, and said loudly, "Hi tilde joke, your family is trapped underground by me, don't you want to avenge them?" Seeing Chenmu raising his head and shouting to himself, several members of the Vinsmoke family also looked up at the sky. Judge's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the man in the flamingo coat in the sky, and said in a low tone, "This is joke. Well, that guy who claims to be the intermediary of the entire underground world." Immediately, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he chuckled lightly. The information about this bald man was spread by him in the underground world. "So far, I know that this man has a bounty at the level of the 4 emperors, so did he hide in the sky in fear. After speaking, Judge Vivi was stunned for a moment, always feeling that he had missed some important information in the sentence he just said. And the four of Reiju obviously did not pay attention to their father's self-talk, still staring at the dangerous figure in the sky, not saying a word. High in the sky, when Brother Ming listened to Chen Mu's sarcastic words, a red fierce light suddenly appeared in his eyes. But soon, it disappeared again. On the ground, Chen Mu, who had been waiting for Brother Ming to respond, quietly looked at him for a minute, then slowly lowered his support and began to twist his sore neck. Although he knew that Brother Ming would have such a calm reaction, Chen Mu was somewhat surprised. After all, these cadres can be regarded as Brother Ming's only relatives. Then I thought about it. Thinking of the family affection among pirates, it is estimated that only the Whitebeard pirates have an inner taste. Of course, the family relationship here does not include Garp, but simply refers to these unrelated family relationships. Thinking of this, Chen Mu shrugged with a dull face, shook his head and sighed. Oh, it seems that I can only use that trick. That trick. Violet was stunned, looked at Chen Mu's back with some doubts, and speculated in his heart. Could it be that he still hides his strength? Just as Violet frowned and thought, Chen Mu's aura gradually fell silent. Reiju, who was not far from Chen Mu, also frowned, and asked in doubt, is he? Just when everyone was confused, Chen Mu suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Brother Ming in the sky. In an instant, an invisible wave instantly erupted from Chen Mu's body, rushing towards all directions. The violent wind pushed the Vinsmoke people across from Chen Mu, pushing them back again and again. Although they each activated the propeller boots under their feet, they were still unable to resist the violent wind. And, this is not a mere gust of wind. In this domineering wind, there is a powerful oppressive force that shocks the world. Under the double crush of body and spirit, Reiju, who was light in body, was the first to be pushed to the back. Even the ground beneath his feet was plowed out of 2 deep ravines. He couldn't even stand firm, let alone fly into the sky. I'm afraid that his feet would be blown off the king's heights as soon as he left the rocky ground. Of course, not everyone thinks that way. Yangji, who thinks he is brute force, doesn't believe in this evil. Immediately, he stepped on the ground hard, punched Chen Mu and rushed towards Chen Mu. However, within 5 meters of rushing out, he was blown upside down by the strong wind and flew back. Yuji. Judge's eyes were quick and he grabbed Yuji's ankles, holding him back from flying backwards. But it's just to keep him from being blown away. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to pull him off in this gust of wind. The other side. Released Conqueror Haki looked at Doflamingo in the sky, who didn't seem to be affected much. Vivi frowned, adding a bit of momentum again. Serious series, Conqueror 2-layer skill. As Chen Mu raised the power of the Conqueror to 2 levels, Judge and the others, who managed to stabilize their figure, started to step back again. Before he knew it, he had retreated to the edge of the king's heights. And Judge, under this violent wind, was forced to let go of the right hand that was holding Yuji's ankle, and then he jumped forward suddenly, his hands firmly clasping the ground. This kind of strength, I am afraid that it can really be comparable to those 4 terrifying guys and become the 5th emperor of the sea. I hope my useless son can really speak in front of such a strong person. Even at this juncture, Judge still thinks about Chen Mu's powerful help. Until now, he no longer dared to fight Chen Mu's blood, which was the top deterrent of Conqueror. Weak enemies simply don't deserve the heart of resistance. At this time, high in the sky. As Chen Mu Conqueror's primary attack target, Doflamingo naturally released his Conqueror under this kind of pressure. It's better than nothing, despite gritted teeth. However, Chen Mu's Conqueror after breaking through the restrictions, but even Sengoku's ruler of the world, Haki, will be smashed to pieces by him. How can Ming brother be able to resist? Although Chen Mu was a little concerned about Sanji's hidden mission, he did not release 10 layers of strength. But to deal with a character like Ming Jie who has never touched the peak, 2 layers is enough. An instant, Brother Ming's red and black haki was directly crushed by Chen Mu's invisible haki shortly after he was released. Haki, who could have been put out to blow away the clouds, could only fit on the surface of the body and not be shaken. Even with this tragic situation, the number of places for Dober is much better than everyone in the Germa kingdom. After all, under the attack of Chen Mu's crushing conqueror, the clone core fell into a coma long ago, and was blown off the king's heights one by one. And Judge and the others also relied on the propellers of both feet to spray continuously, which was enough to stay on the edge of the high ground. But their mental state at the moment is not a simple cold sweat. From their drooping eyelids at any time, it can be seen that they are already in a coma. Not far. At the moment, although Chen Mu has not fully grasped the conqueror that breaks through the limit, if it is only 2/10 of the outbreak, he can still barely control the direction. At least, won't accidentally hurt the second daughter behind him. The entire King's Heights, swept by Chen Mu conqueror haki, has become dilapidated, the palace was destroyed, the floors flew into the sky and disappeared. Judge and others several times. At this moment, Chen Mu frowned as he looked at Brother Ming who was clenching his teeth and resisting in the sky. Afterwards, Chen Mu slowly raised his right arm and aimed at Brother Ming in the sky. Seeing Chen Mu raise his index finger, Doflamingo's heart sank. Sure enough, with the sound of a crack, an incomparably dazzling blue electric light crossed a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye and directly penetrated Brother Ming's abdomen. Doflamingo shuddered, opening his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. As his body suffered heavy damage, Brother Ming's conqueror was instantly scattered, and he himself fell directly from the sky. Looking at Brother Ming who was falling fast, Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief and slowly restrained haki. At this moment, several people in Vinsmoke, except for Yuji who was blown away, fell to the ground one after another, gasping for breath. Looking at the Vinsmoke family who fell to the ground in the distance, Chen Mu thought for a while and walked towards them. Half a minute later, Chen Mu came to Judge, squatted down slowly, picked up his back collar, and said, "Hey, your third son, Sanji, is on the sunny. You can go back with me later. By the way, help me transport the treasure tree Adam and the treasure. I'm worried that I don't have a boat." Speaking of this, Chen Mu suddenly froze, thinking of Violet, the second princess. Wen even turned his head and shouted to her, "Hey, Violet tilde." Hearing Chen Mu calling him, Violet Vivi was startled, then hurriedly waved his hand in response. I'm here. Well, I know you're here, so I just want to discuss something with you." Chen Mu continued to speak loudly. Quote ? Violet tilted his head in confusion. Chen Mu continued, "When I came, I promised Nami that I would help her bring some of the treasure back, and I'll take some from your treasury later. Can you tilde? Violet rolled her beautiful eyes and said nothing. At this time, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Chen Mu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the trigger condition of the hidden mission has been reached, the mission is opening. This chapter is over. Note, now that the battle suit has appeared, it is necessary to review Chen Mu's Saiyu battle suit again. First a white cape, then a very earthy yellow Superman suit with a golden, round cake, in the center of the black belt, like a gong. Then there are the red gloves and boots. Very ordinary, but very leathery tilde. Chapter 116 End of Tokushima, Return Flight. Chapter 116 End of Tokushima, Return Flight. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the trigger condition of the hidden mission has been reached, the mission is opening. Ding! The hidden quest is on, Sanji's affection. Progress is 0%. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the system sound made Chen Mu fall into a brief thought. Good guy, I found all his family, and the task was just enough to start, and the progress bar was still 0%. If this trend continues, this ghost task will probably take a long time to grind. Thinking of this, Chen Mu's whole body is tired. Maybe this ghost system has already don't love me. But it doesn't matter, anyway, as far as our strength is concerned, whether or not to hide the reward seems to make no difference. Do ent. However, before Chen Yunyan's thoughts fell, the system prompt sounded from his mind again. Ding! The task is completed, the reward is unknown. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Mission failure, punishment. The host will lose a certain amount of strength, and then this part of the strength will directly act to make up for the host's physical defects. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Chen Mu first reprimanded the system for being arbitrary. And then, noticed, a physical defect. I've been forced into this virtue, what other physical flaws can I have? Chen Mu rubbed his head in confusion. Brain. In an instant, Chen Mu's mind was like a thunderous explosion. After this thunderous spring thunder, the bare earth in his mind slowly grew, flowers and plants. I'm finally starting to grow my hair. God, are you finally thinking of me? Just when Chen Mu was about to burst into tears, the system's little reminder came again. Note, because the host's strength is too strong, when making up for physical defects, only minor repairs will be carried out. Hearing this, Chen Mu was stunned again. What is a minor repair? Is it so difficult to grow my hair, and repair it in a small way? Etc. Small repairs won't be. Make me a Mediterranean. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement. One small step ahead of intelligence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Intelligence +1. Close black lens bracket. Chen Mu. Good guy, your punishment for failing this mission hurts more than poking my heart. It's directly poking me in the forehead. At this moment, Chen Mu clenched his teeth with hatred, but he was helpless. Therefore, after a little hesitation, he decided to temporarily put aside his mind of complaining and put his mind back on the few people outside. At the same time, in a super tech laboratory, a doctor in a white coat also stopped his movements and listened carefully to the prompt sound in his mind. ... It's normal. After a brief thought, Chen Mu decided to earnestly complete this hidden mission. After all, this remedy is a punishment mechanism. He doesn't dare to gamble. Therefore, at the moment, he first comforted Judge and the others who were still in shock, and then slowly walked through the ruins and carried Doflamingo out of the pile of rubble. Out of prudence, when Chen Mu took Brother Ming out, he pointed at Brother Ming's chest with his index finger. Scalpel. In the blink of an eye, a heart encased in a transparent cube suddenly bounced out of Brother Ming's back and fell to the ground. As for Brother Doflaming, who was being held by Chen Mu, his body trembled slightly when his heart broke away. But this tremor only lasted for 2 seconds before he lowered his head again and continued to faint. After all, fighting against an unreasonable guy like Chen Mu, it is already quite commendable to be able to survive until now. Guro Guro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit, that Chen Mu used in the end. Under the raging thunder and lightning, Brother Ming's rumble fruit could not repair itself at all. So, both physically and mentally, this time Doflamingo really lost. ... After getting Mingji's heart, Chen Mu didn't delay, he directly carried him on his shoulders and walked towards the crowd. When passing Judge, Chen Mu deliberately stopped and asked, "Did the boat stop at the port when you came?" Judge shook his head and said, "No, we docked the boat on the west coast, because it was empty enough." Hearing this, Chen Mu pouted, and then made a feint, "Oh," and continued to walk towards Violet. Judge and a few others were left, and they were stunned in place. Taking advantage of this gap, the reckless younger brother Yuji, with the help of the propulsion device of the combat boots, returned to everyone's side. The other side. Seeing Chen Muzhen capture Brother Ming back, Violet couldn't bear it any longer. Tears in those beautiful eyes, like springs, fell down without money. Seeing Violet crying inexplicably, Chen Yu was stunned on the spot. What did this do? Scare her like this? Chen Yu, who was baffled, could only temporarily blame the woman's fear on the fierce face of Brother Ming. When even shaking his shoulders, he shook Ming brother to the ground. Then, Chen Yu scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly. This he has passed out. There is no threat, you don't have to be so afraid. As soon as Chen Emu's voice fell, Violet plunged into Chen Emu's arms with tears in his eyes. What's happening here? Being hugged by Violet, Chen Yu froze in place with a bewildered face. And Violet, lying on Chen Emu's chest and sobbing for a while, then stopped crying. Then, with both hands gently supporting Chen Emu's chest, he left the arms of this powerful man and said in a low voice. Thank you, thank you. Looking at Violet with a face full of pear flowers and rain, Chen Yu gently shook his head gently. On the other hand, Baby 5 looked at Violet with a hatred face, with a puffed face. Seeing Baby 5's reaction, Chen Yu suddenly felt a little headache. But looking at the tears slowly emerging from Baby 5's eyes, Chen Yu sighed helplessly and said. You can go with me later, there will be more people who need you. Up to now, Chen Yu had no choice but to take this hot-headed maid back, but I don't know. Will it be cheaper for that guy Sanji? Hearing this, Baby 5 burst into laughter. Then he rushed over, holding Chen Emu's arm for a while, like a sticky kitten. Baby 5 who was so easily satisfied, Chen Yu suddenly felt that this woman with a miserable childhood might want more family. Ha ha, I am really sentimental today. Chen Yu shook his head and laughed. Baby 5 softly echoed. Chen Yu. At this moment, Violet gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and whispered to Chen Yu. Don't you want our treasure? I'll take you there. Oh, Chen Yu hurriedly replied. However, after thinking about it, I suddenly found something inappropriate, so I hesitated and said. Actually, I just said it casually, you don't have to take it seriously. Hearing Chen Emu's words, Violet shook his head slightly and said. It doesn't matter, whether you are a real pirate or not, but it is you who saved our country, you are a hero. Things like treasure are really nothing in the face of the collapse of the country. Now that it's all said and done, Chen Yu no longer refuses, even grinning Isho, followed Violet and left. Before leaving, Chen Yu still carried Ming brother up. At the same time, he also told Judge and others to wait for him on the boat first, and what else was said, better not to sneak away. Facing Chen Emu's threat, Judge and the others didn't know what was wrong, but they nodded in agreement. This is not like a proud royal family. Seeing such, obedient, Judge and others, Chen Yu was also stunned by Vivi. Then I thought about it, maybe. This is the hidden benefit of a serious conqueror. ... Not long after, a ship carrying the treasure tree Adam and many treasures was slowly leaving the underground port. Chen Yu stood on the bow of the boat, while Baby 5 was leaning beside him with a happy look on his face. When the transport ship completely appeared in the sun, Chen Yu exhaled softly and sighed. I didn't expect that Dressrosa, the toy kingdom, after tossing with this guy Ming for so long, is still so wealthy. This is really good financial management. Baby 5 snuggled up beside Chen Yu with a happy face and didn't speak. Under the cool sea breeze, Chen Emu's mood gradually calmed down. Suddenly, Chen Yu was shocked, and his eyes suddenly opened. What's wrong? Baby 5 looked at Chen Yu curiously. However, Chen Yu pulled away the tender hand that was tightly wrapped around his arms, and then ran back to the cabin in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, the top of the cabin burst, and a rapid lightning bolt shot directly into the sky. But in the blink of an eye, Chen Yu, who was carrying a long knife, disappeared from Baby 5's sight. However, Chen Emu's lingering voice lingered in her ears. I'll be back when I go, wait for me. Seeing Chen Yu who left in a hurry, Baby was worried for a while at first, but after hearing that Chen Yu's desire for her to stay and wait, he instantly untied the knot in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Baby 5 covered her flushed cheeks and said intoxicatedly, "Since you are so eager for me to stay, then I will. Ah, is it a heartbeat?" And Chen Yu, who left in a hurry, naturally didn't know Baby 5's idea of God-level understanding. All he thought now was to hurry back to the Dressrosa Palace, where he had missed a big treasure. If this thing is missed, then he will really feel distressed. ... Not long after, Chen Yu, who was galloping, returned to the King's Heights again. Looking at the eyes of Kang Yi, the corners of Chen Mu's eyes twitched. At this moment, a very familiar female voice suddenly rang from behind Chen Mu. "Why are you back?" Violet asked suspiciously. Hearing Violet's voice, Chen Mu hurriedly turned around, looked at her with joy, and said, "That's great, I didn't expect you to still be here, so hurry up and help me find the princess of that little country and see where she is now." Violet was stunned for a moment and wondered, "Do you mean Princess Mancheri?" "Well, yes, it's him." Chen Mu nodded again and again. Violet frowned cautiously and hesitated. Do you have anything to do with her?" Seeing Violet's wary look, Chen Mu tilted his head in confusion. Then, he patted his forehead suddenly, and suddenly said, "Sorry, don't be nervous. I just wanted to ask her for a small favor when I saw her. I'll leave soon after I'm done." Seeing Chen Mu's sincere expression, Violet pursed her lips, her expression very tangled. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and sighed, "Hey, forget it, I won't embarrass you anymore." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu grabbed Violet's small hand and put Jinghua Shuiyu directly into her hand. What are you doing?" Violet panicked. It's okay, just hold it, it won't take too long." Chen Mu's tone was a little eager. Although Chen Mu behaved very casually, Violet's heart jumped suddenly. Is this a token of love? Just when Violet was thinking about it, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding! Staring fruit has been successfully re-engraved. Development level, level 1. Not awakened. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level. The trigger condition is changed from 91 meters to 90 meters, and the trigger probability is 90%. Close black lens bracket. After listening to the system prompt, Chen Mu laughed out loud and said, "It's done." Then, he, gently, opened Violet's clenched little hand and took Jinghua Shuiyu out of her hand. At this moment, Violet was stunned again. You are this." But Chen Mu turned around and said with his back to her, "I got another one, thank you." After speaking, Chen Mu firmly grasped the handle of the knife. I saw that among the colored mirrors at the bottom of the hilt, the newly added purple-pink mirror suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Chen Mu snorted with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu made an "okay" gesture and placed it in the eye socket. With a flash of purple-pink light, Chen Mu successfully found Princess Mancheri, who had just been rescued. When it was even a foot on the ground, he rushed over directly. On the other hand, Violet, who looked lost, was left in place by Chen Mu. After a while, Chen Mu found Manshuili and others in a cave. Among them, the one who walked in the front was Leo with 2 long needles on his waist and a crown-shaped hat green on his head. "Stop, who are you?" Leo pointed at Chen Mu and said loudly. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then quickly took 2 steps back, and only then did he see the group of little people under his feet. It's so dangerous, I almost stomped you all over." Chen Mu patted his chest with a look of fear. "Come on, who the hell are you, and why did you suddenly appear in front of us?" Leo pulled out the long needle around his waist and looked at Chen Mu angrily. Looking at Leo, who suddenly became angry, Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then slowly squatted down and said, "I said I was just passing by, do you believe it? Just passing by. Well, that's fine. Leo thought for a while, then believed Chen Mu's words. Chen Mu rolled his eyes, and at the same time complained in his heart, I believe this, as expected of a simple little human race. For this wave of settings, I will give Oda-sensei a heart. Seeing the friendly smiles of all the little people, Chen Mu was also a little embarrassed, and then took away the last trace of lightning on his body, and said here. Can I ask your princess a favor? No way, man surely is too small. Not to mention slashing her, just handing Jinghua Shuiyu to her, Chen Mu was worried that her small body would be crushed. The simple little people didn't have as much thought as Chen Mu, and when they heard someone asking for help, Man Shuili nodded and agreed. Looking at Man Shuili walking out of the crowd, Chen Mu Vivi was stunned for a while, then showed her a sunshine smile and said. Well, thank you then. After speaking, Chen Mu slowly put the long knife on the ground, pointed the handle of the knife at Man Shuili not far away, and said again. Okay, can you come over now? I want you to help me fix this weapon of mine, it's wounded. After finishing speaking, Chen Mu's old face, which has remained unchanged for thousands of years, suddenly became blushing. And Man Shuili obviously did not doubt Chen Mu's words, and, in her eyes, there seemed to be a just ask, a little girl who has been locked in a claustrophobic room for 10 years, suddenly sees such a large number of colorful gems, mirrors that store fruit power placed in front of her, who can guarantee that she will not be moved. So, Man surely trot happily all the way, and then stroked around the pile of colored mirrors. Wow, so beautiful, tilde, Man surely sighed. Looking at Man Shuili, who was like a nympho, Vivi twitched at the corner of Chen Mu's mouth. Then Vivi sighed and comforted himself. Hey, forget it, the little girl is doing you a favor, you ask people to touch, and let people drop 2 drops of saliva on it, what's the matter? Chen Mu, you are a man, you need to be more aggressive, pattern. Chapter 117 Judge's Purpose. Chapter 117. Chen Mu looked at the crystal-clear saliva on the handle of the knife, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the system's prompt sound appeared, which distracted him in time. Ding! The healing fruit has been successfully re-engraved. Development level, level 1. Not awakened. Ding! Replica fruit ability +1, negative ability -1%. Close black lens bracket. Fear of heights low level, the trigger condition is 90 meters, unchanged, and the trigger probability is reduced to 89%. Close black lens bracket. After the system beeps down, Chen Mu slowly stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the long knife. Ah, a beautiful gem, don't take it away. Man Shuili stretched out her little hand and jumped up anxiously. However, under Chen Mu's space magic, she only caught loneliness. With a flash of white light, this long knife inlaid with countless beautiful gems disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at Man Shuili, who was full of reluctance, Vivi twitched in the corner of Chen Mu's eyes. And Leo, the commander of the little human race, also took advantage of the gap after Man Shuili completed the repair work, and quickly protected the princess. Looking at Leo standing in front of her, Man Shuili stretched out her hand with a charming face and said, Leo, I injured my foot when I jumped down just now. You can now carry me on your back. First, suddenly became speechless when he heard Man Shuili's order. But the lovely little Princess Mancheri didn't think much about it, she still kept her cute smile, and continued. You can also hug Tilda. Leo couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately responded, Ah, here it is again, the princess's willful request. Listening to Leo's extremely impatient tone, Princess Mancheri's little face was instantly rounded with anger. Also, he made a heavy hum. Seemingly feeling that the people behind him were a little angry, Leo turned around helplessly, spread his hands and said, If you're really injured, you can just heal yourself. Besides, you are the princess of our little human race. How could you be injured just by jumping? Seeing Leo, who kept reasoning to himself, Man surely gritted her silver teeth with anger. Come on, let's go, let's bypass this big human, and quickly escape. Leo continued to persuade. Humph, then I won't run away. Man Shuili turned her face angrily. Seeing the two flirting, Chen Emu's eyes twitched and he complained. I'm forcibly fed a wave of dog food. Thinking of this, Chen Mu shuddered in a hurry, and then ran out in a hurry. Hearing the huge footsteps, everyone in the little human race turned their heads to look. Leo frowned strangely and said, this big human race is so strange. Humph. ... After a while, Chen Mu, who rushed out of the passage, directly used the airway to fly to the sky. Before leaving, Chen Mu saw King Liku and the others reunited on the high ground of Wangji. The scene of the reunion of relatives left Chen Emu's mouth with moved tears. Shed tears because I saw Rebecca's sexy outfit. Ah, I am really an LSP. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Mu speeded up again and flew to the beach. 10 minutes later, Chen Mu, who had been flying at the critical line of the fear of heights buff, went straight down from the sky. When Chen Mu landed on the boat, a light called worship appeared in Baby 5 Feet's eyes. Then, he rushed towards Chen Mu directly. And Chen Mu, due to his many years, 2 years, habit of riding a boat, took out the Jinghuashuiyu long knife at the moment of landing on the boat. Hey, the handle of the knife has become really clean, Chen Mu said while holding down the restless Baby 5's forehead. Ah dear. Stop, Chen Mu interrupted immediately. A pause, Chen Mu sighed helplessly and said, Baby 5. I need you to sit quietly now. Sit over there, okay. Baby 5 Vivi was startled, and slowly put his hands down. Looking at Baby 5 with a dazed expression, Chen Mu was also stunned. Chen Mu stretched out his hand, waved it in front of Baby 5, and said, Hello, hello. What's wrong? Baby 5 hurriedly replied. Looking at the soulless Baby 5, Chen Mu frowned and hesitated. Did something happen? Baby 5 shook his head again. However, this time, she slowly raised her hand and pointed to the back of Chen Mu. Chen Mu first glanced at Baby 5 suspiciously, then slowly turned his head and looked behind him. I saw that in the clouds in the distant sky, a slender figure was slowly swimming in the clouds. Yes, just swim. Looking at this scene, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly condensed, and a purple-pink light appeared on his eyes. This dragon looks familiar, Chen Mu muttered to himself. Then, he slowly fell into thought. Just as Chen Mu was contemplating, a huge snail boat slowly approached. Chen Mu only felt that the sky was dark and looked up. This big snail looks like a battleship from the kingdom of Germa. Chen Mu thought for a while, and then he understood. As if to confirm Chen Mu's conjecture, a butterfly-like figure suddenly jumped out of the huge battleship and came towards Chen Mu's transport ship. With the sound of bu tilde, Reiju, who was wearing special air-cushioned combat boots, gracefully and calmly landed in front of Chen Mu. Hello, Mr. Hikaru, we've been waiting for you here, Reiju said softly with a smile. Chen Mu raised his eyebrows and replied, well, it's not bad, and it's quite credible. Hehe, regarding trustworthiness, our Vinsmoke family deserves your peace of mind. Well, since you are here, let's take your boat, Chen Mu said indifferently. Pause, he said again, I have a piece of treasure tree and some of my spoils on this ship, you can have someone transport it together. Reiju Vivi Isho said softly, well, I'm happy to serve you. Speaking, Reiju watched Chen Mu jump on the Germa battleship with Baby 5, and then he took out the phone bug and gave the order to carry the supplies. And Chen Mu, after jumping on the battleship with Baby 5 in his arms, went straight to the room to rest. Of course, he and Baby 5 rested in 2 rooms. In response, Baby 5 sobbed at his door angrily for a while. It wasn't until a mysterious lady suddenly whispered to her that baby 5 stopped crying and left from Chen Mu's door. As for the content of the conversation between them, Chen Mu only listened vaguely in the room, so he didn't pay too much attention. The content seems to be something like, "Please clean," but what is it? Chen Mu is really not interested in listening to it. Although, he had already guessed it. On the other side, watching a cold-faced soldier evacuating Chen Mu's transport ship in an orderly manner, Judge and the others were all silent. Even seeing Brother Ming with Seastone's hands clasped, the expressions of the family of 5 did not change. Of course, they didn't respond, but that doesn't mean Brother Ming won't respond. At least, when Brother Ming passed by them, he stopped and gave them a disdainful smile. Seeing Brother Ming's provocative smile, Judge turned a blind eye. In this way, amid a burst of arrogant laughter, Brother Ming was imprisoned by Germa. And Chen Mu's transport ship was completely turned into an empty ship, docked on the sea. After processing the supplies, Judge and his 3 sons and 1 daughter stood quietly at the bow of the boat without speaking. And the soldiers in battle uniforms also put their hands behind their backs, quietly waiting for the commander-in-chief's order. After a while, Judge slowly raised his right hand and said solemnly, "Go, Straw Hat Pirates." Yes. With the sound of tidy footsteps leaving, only the Vinsmoke family were left on the bow again. Not long after, huge snail boats of the same style slowly emerged from the fog and approached Judge and the others' warships. Ready. Okay, get ready for a combination, watch out for shocks. Under the command of several soldiers wearing 66 combat uniforms and holding small red flags, these dozens of giant snail boats began to approach and form together. Bang, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of several heavy metal collisions, the land of sea travel, Germa, was completely assembled. And the other side. In a spacious and indirect room, Chen Mu had already fallen asleep under the mirror. Z's. At dusk. Had been on the sea for half a day, finally arrived near the Grand Disalo before dark. Judge and the others were quietly waiting for Chen Mu to arrive in the banquet hall. After a while, accompanied by a squeaking sound of pushing the door, Chen Mu with a drowsy face, led by a blonde maid, came to the huge round dining table. Morning, everyone. Chen Mu rubbed his sleepy eyes and said hello casually. Judge in the main seat, after seeing Chen Mu take his seat, just nodded calmly as a response. Reiju held his chin with one hand and looked at Chen Mu with an interesting face. And the other 3 brothers, red-haired Ig is a cold poker face, blue-haired Niji is 1,000 years old, and green-haired Yuji is. Bastard, fight me again. Shut up, Judge snapped, interrupting Yuji. Father, I said shut up, didn't you hear me? Yuji seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Judge again. Although Yuji looked unconvinced, but under Judge's majesty, he had to sit down angrily. In this regard, Chen Mu glanced at Yangji lightly, and continued to cut the roasted meat on the plate with a knife and fork. As Chen Mu started, Judge and others also started to enjoy this gorgeous dinner. Hey, this meat tastes great, give me 2 more servings. Chen Mu said vaguely to the maid next to him as he feasted. The maid looked timidly at Judge. Judge Vivi nodded and said, go ahead and get him another copy. 1 portion is not enough, I can eat more. Chen Mu swallowed the meat in his mouth and said eagerly. Just follow him and bring 2 more copies. Judge was still calm. Thanks, old man. After finishing speaking, Chen Mu picked up the spoon, carefully scraped around the plate a few times, then picked up the plate and swept all the contents into his mouth. Comfortable ... Chen Mu sighed happily. Looking at the plate that couldn't scrape a drop of soup, Vivi was stunned for a few people present. Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu half leaned on the seat, while smacking his mouth, he began to pack up the dinner plate. Watching Chen Mu neatly place the knife and fork on the plate and gently push it aside, everyone stopped even eating. At this moment, Ig and Niji looked at each other quietly, then pretended to be nothing, and continued to enjoy dinner. Reiju, on the other hand, raised his eyes slightly, stared at Chen Mu with quite an interesting look, and said with a smile, "Your etiquette after dinner is much more elegant than when you eat." Looking at the smiling Reiju, Chen Mu first scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, then pointed to the dinner plate beside him and said, "Are you talking about this? The rules of this meal are set by Sanji and Nami, and I've gotten used to it." Chen Mu gave Reiju an innocent smile. Hearing the word rules, even Judge, who had been eating quietly, slowly put down the knife and fork in his hand, wondering. Rules. Chen Mu turned his head and nodded to Judge. "Yes, it's the rules of the meal." After speaking, Chen Mu slowly stretched out 2 fingers and continued. 1. Food is not allowed. 2nd, don't damage the cutlery, otherwise, Nami will ask me to pay a fine. When it came to fines, Chen Mu seemed to have opened a chatterbox and started talking non-stop. "You don't know, when it comes to money, Nami will not be soft at all. She will be beaten and scolded at every turn. The captain and crew are beaten a lot." "Then, have you been beaten too?" Reiju blinked and asked curiously. Chen Mu waved his hand and said, "Oh, that's not true." "That's right, with your strength." "No." Chen Mu raised his hand to interrupt Reiju's words, and then said with a serious face, "The reason why I don't get beaten is just because I'm richer." Everyone. At this moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Just when the atmosphere was a little embarrassing, Judge's eyes narrowed and he said slowly, "I will ask him to change this rule as soon as possible." Judge with a bewildered expression. Judge continued, "I'll ask Sanji to break this rule. If he has offended you before, you don't have to worry about us, it's up to you." Hearing Judge's ruthless words, Chen Mu was completely stunned. Chen Mu turned to look at the others. But when Chen Mu approached them, they bowed their heads calmly, and with an elegant and noble gesture, gently cut the meat on the plate. This family is really, Chen Mu is completely speechless. Fortunately, several maids arrived just in time, and slowly brought the fragrant barbecue to Chen Mu. Chen Mu took a deep breath and praised, "It's really fragrant." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu directly put the reactions of Judge and others behind his head, and began to feast on them. A few minutes later, Chen Mu leaned back on the seat with a comfortable face, and more than 30 dinner plates were placed in front of him. Hiccup tilde, "It's really comfortable," Chen Mu said comfortably while patting his bulging belly. Seeing that Chen Mu had finished eating, Reiju hooked his fingers charmingly, indicating that the maids could come up and clean up. Immediately afterwards, in the sound of small footsteps, the maids carefully packed up the dinner plates. At this moment, Niji made a lightning strike and tripped a maid who was passing by. In an instant, the maid lost her balance and directly bumped into the maid who was arranging the plate for Chen Mu. "Ah, watch out!" Bang! Before he could say anything, he directly slammed into the maid's waist. Under this joint reaction, the maid who was cleaning the dinner plate for Chen Mu also lost her balance instantly and rammed towards Chen Mu. "Ah, guest, be careful," said the maid in panic. But Chen Mu turned a deaf ear, still closed his eyes leisurely. Just when the maid was about to bump into Chen Mu's figure flashed and disappeared directly from the chair. Then, with the soft sound of the porcelain colliding, Chen Mu steadily caught all the scattered plates. As for the 2 maids, one was lying on Chen Mu's chair, and the other Ling was lying on Chen Mu's lap. Thank you. The maid got up from Chen Mu's knees in a panic. "It's okay, Chen Mu vv isho." Immediately afterwards, Chen Mu handed the dinner plate to the blushing maid in front of him, and asked softly. "Did you see my other buddy? She's also wearing a maid outfit, and her head isn't very good." "Huh, she. What's wrong with her? Take it slow, don't worry. Chen Yu comforted softly. The maid took a nervous breath, and then said a little embarrassedly. At that time, I saw her crying in the corridor. I thought she was new, so I took her to the kitchen to help. She should still be in the kitchen now. After speaking, the maid looked at Chen Yu timidly, and then hurriedly added, She is very enthusiastic. Listening to the maid's addition, Chen Yu suddenly laughed and said, yes, But she is very enthusiastic. Then, he continued, well, at this point, you should have dinner too. The maid glanced at Judge and the others. Seeing that they were not looking at her, she replied in a low voice. Yes, after serving His Majesty the King and several princes, our maids can have dinner. Chen Yu raised his eyebrows and made a calm, oh. Then, he patted the maid on the shoulder lightly, and said, that's fine, you can go eat when you're done. After speaking, Chen Yu turned around and said to Judge. Well, the meal is over. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly, or I can't guarantee that I will be in a good mood all the time. After finishing speaking, Chen Yu stretched out his hand, and a slender lightning bolt struck Niji's chest with lightning speed. ZZ, bang tilde. In an instant, Niji flew upside down, and on his white noble shirt, there was also a hole with black smoke. Ah! Niji exclaimed bitterly. Then he clutched his chest and stood up angrily. Damn, you bastard! Niji roared and disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, a right foot glowing with blue electric light instantly appeared behind Chen Mu's left and kicked the back of his head. Go to hell, fuck. However, before Niji finished speaking, Chen Mu directly raised his hand and grabbed it, clasping his ankle. How could this speed? Niji directly on the floor in front of him. After doing all this, Chen Mu clapped his hands indifferently and said, well, this time, I feel better. After watching all of this, Judge, the anger in his eyes only lasted for less than a second, and then quietly disappeared. Chen Mu glanced at the calm Judge, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he continued, okay, now be quiet, tell me your purpose. Seeing that Chen Mu picked up the topic, Judge was unambiguous, stood up directly, and said. I want to form an alliance with you. You think too much. Chen Mu rolled his eyes. Judge's opinion, Chen Mu's reaction was reasonable, after all. This is a top powerhouse. After some thought, Judge continued, you can state your terms, or I can provide you with treasure, weapons, soldiers. Chen Mu scratched his ears and said with a dull expression, what about technology, are you willing to give it? It comes to the core of Germa. Judge is silent. Chen Mu flicked his little finger with Dao's ear to Yuji, who was beside him, and continued. Then apart from technology, do you have anything else you can do? After speaking, Chen Mu shook his index finger at Iji, who was about to speak, and said. Don't tell me about treasure, weapons, soldiers or something. As long as I want these things, I only need one day, and I can snatch your crying father and mother. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Reiju and said with a smile, do you believe it? Reiju blinked his eyes wide and froze in place. And just as the atmosphere grew dull, Judge spoke up. I know that with your strength, there is no shortage of these, but I have one thing that no one can show except me. Hearing this, Chen Mu glanced at Judge with a strange look, and then slowly moved his gaze to Reiju. At this moment, Chen Mu and Reiju looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. And Vinsmoke's big old Judge, but it was very uncomfortable and said. That's right, that thing is our Vinsmoke's unique human cloning technology. Chen Mu. Reiju. Please, I'm not interested in your human cloning technology. Chen Mu drooped his eyelids and looked at Judge with a bored expression. And Judge seems to be immersed in his own world. I saw him talking eloquently and said, our kingdom of Germa, also known as a war country, has technological soldiers that make every country in the world fear. And the core of our cloning technology comes from the lineage factor. Do you know what the bloodline factor is? It is called the technology closest to the realm of gods. Chen Mu opened his mouth, but he just couldn't get in. Judge continued. We use the bloodline factor theory to study and use the bloodline factors of several outstanding soldiers to clone and transform them, so that the soldiers become dead soldiers with absolute obedience and outstanding quality. And you can have a litter in 5 years, right? I know, don't talk about it. Chen Mu saw the opportunity and hurriedly interrupted Judge's words. Judge. Several other people also looked at Chen Mu with question marks on their faces. Chen Mu sighed and said, "Don't look at me like that. As for how I know, don't think about it. Anyway, you don't understand what I said." After finishing speaking, Chen Mu put his feet on the table and put his hands on the pillow and said, "Didn't you agree to hand over your technology just now? Why did you introduce it to me now? Don't. Aren't you afraid that I will rob you?" After speaking, Chen Muxi charmed Isho. Judge, who was still the boss, shook his head confidently and said, "You won't." "Oh, why can't I?" Chen Mu was a little curious now. Judge stared at Chen Mu's eyes and said in a low voice, "Because you never thought about dominating the world. If you don't want to dominate the world, you want these tech soldiers, it's just adding to the burden." Am I right?" Chen Mu narrowed his eyes, slowly put his feet down, then turned and walked towards the door. Judge and the others didn't stop him, just quietly watching Chen Mu walk towards the door. Approaching the door, Chen Mu paused and said, "You're right, I'm really not interested in conquering the world, but if anyone touches my stuff, then I don't mind destroying the world." After speaking, Chen Mu Vivi tilted his head and said in a cold tone, "And my partner happens to be the last thing I want to be touched." After speaking, Chen Mu left the banquet hall with the respect of the 2 maids. Judge and the others in the hall remained expressionless and remained silent. In this deadly atmosphere, Judge Vivi sighed and said, "This time, you have to treat Sanji well. I don't want to be an enemy of this man." Ig was silent, Niji gritted his teeth, and Yuji jumped with anger, shouting, "Damn," and the like. Reiju, on the other hand, calmly looked at Judge's back as he stepped up the stairs, and murmured in his heart, "Is that why you've been reluctant to come back, Sanji?" In the silent banquet hall. When Judge's children left one after another, he slowly opened his eyes and said to himself, "This unfathomable powerhouse, in less than a day, directly destroyed Doflamingo's decades-long deployment, and finally attracted Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. And this time, with the announcement of his shocking bounty, presumably, the war between sea emperors is not far away. Then I also need to prepare well." With that, Judge closed his eyes again. The other side. On a huge white whaleboat, a seagull in a postman's hat flew by and dropped a roll of newspaper. This chapter is over. Chapter 118 White Group Meeting. Chapter 118 White Group Meeting. In the blue sky, a seagull Vivi wearing a postman hat strayed from the team and flew diagonally downward. As the Moby Dick approached, the postman seagull took a roll of newspaper from his messenger bag and threw it down. And such a scene, not only on the sea, but even in the land kingdom and even in the suburbs, wherever the postman seagulls pass by, they will throw down rolls of newspapers and reward orders. People raised their heads one after another, looking at the newspapers and reward orders falling all over the sky, their eyes a little erratic. Has another big news happened? On the other side, the Moby Dick. Marco, with a golden punk hairstyle, was sitting on the edge of the boat board at this time. Jozu, with dark skin and extremely muscular muscles, was sitting beside him with his eyes closed, enjoying the tranquility of the sea. Just then, Marco looked up and saw the postman's gulls flying over their heads. Immediately, the corner of his mouth twitched and he said to himself, "Let me see what big news has come out this time." After speaking, Marco spread his arms, and flew straight to the sky with a blue-gold flame. At this time, the passing postman seagull methodically grabbed a roll of newspaper and threw it down at Marco. At the same time, a brand new reward order also fell down with the newspaper. Looking at the slowly falling roll of newspapers and the reward, Marco was shocked. After some rapid acceleration, Marco grabbed the newspaper and the bounty and fell towards the boat. It didn't take long for Marco to land back on the Moby Dick. Oh, there is actually a reward order this time. Come, let me see where the kid is famous again, Josu said as he walked towards Marco with a slight interest in his eyes. And Marco, who was looking at the reward order with a serious face, didn't care about Josu's words. Seeing Marco's solemn expression, Josu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What's the matter, Marco? Does the new kid look a lot like you?" After he finished speaking, he burst into laughter. Marco's mouth twitched, and he slowly put down the reward. Then he flipped his right hand and showed the reward order directly in front of Josu's eyes. "No, see for yourself." Josu was stunned for a while, then slowly looked away from Marco's speechless face and looked at the brand new reward order. This, a little familiar?" Josu asked tentatively. Hearing Josu's words, Marco's eyelids drooped instantly. "Think about it for yourself." After speaking, Marco let go of his right hand and let the reward order slowly fall down. Looking at the slowly falling bounty, Josu reached out and grabbed it, took it directly in his hand, and looked at it carefully. At the same time, he murmured, "I must have seen this round head, but how come I can't remember it?" Just as Josu frowned at the reward, Marco slowly unfolded the newspaper and checked it carefully. "It really has something to do with that guy," Marco whispered to himself. Seemingly aware of Marco's abnormality, Whitebeard, sitting on the giant chair, slowly opened his eyes and said, "What's the matter, my son?" Marco was startled, then raised his head, raised the newspaper in his hand to Whitebeard, and said, "Dad, this news is very interesting, you can take a look." After that, Marco jumped slightly and jumped to Whitebeard's side. "Interesting." Whitebeard glanced suspiciously at Marco beside him, then stretched out his left hand and took the newspaper he handed over. Moment Whitebeard unfolded the newspaper, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge bald man. And, at least one half of the page was occupied by this person. Although it is a hand-painted stick figure, Whitebeard still recognizes the person from some details. Immediately, his eyes flashed, and he said to himself, "As this guy finally wanted." After saying that, he laughed to himself. At this time, Marco turned his head and said in a loose tone, "If a guy like him is not wanted, that's the most worrying thing." Josu with a tangled face, and said loudly, "Josu, don't think about it, come here quickly." "Ah, oh," Josu responded in a daze. Then grabbed the reward order and walked over with a tangled face. Not long after, nearly 10 captains, big and small, all came to Marco's side. "Marco, what happened to make Dad laugh so happily?" Foil, Vista, casually put his hand on Marco's shoulder, raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, I'm curious too, talk about it, Marco." Marco tilted his head and glanced at Vista who raised his eyebrows, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Let's find Josu, you will naturally know after seeing the reward order in his hand." Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked at Josu. And the reward order in his hand. Seeing everyone watching, Josu was unambiguous and handed the reward directly to Vista, saying, "Nuo, take a look, this reward order is so vague that I can't remember who it is, but I feel like I should know him." Hearing this, Vista shook his mustache and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, okay, then let me take a look at it for you." After speaking, Vista held the reward in both hands and looked at it carefully. At first, Vista was still frowning and thinking, but as he pulled the bounty farther and farther, his expression finally changed. "Hey, Vista, why are you pulling so far? I can't even see it. Rakyo said anxiously. Lakeo, captain of the 7th Division, characterized by brown tousled hair, a mustache, and a medium build. At this time, Vista, his eyes have long since moved away from the face. 1, 10, 100, 100. Billion. 4 billion. Looking at the long string of numbers, Vista said in shock. This guy's bounty is as high as 4 billion. Marco rolled his eyes at Vista, whose face was full of shock, and said calmly, accurately speaking, it should be 4.6 billion, second only to Dad. What? Everyone was shocked. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed to Vista and began to compete for the reward order in his hand. Vista, still in shock, was pushed away very smoothly by the crowd. And the reward order in his hand was naturally taken away by several other captains. 4,611,110,000. Why does this bounty look familiar? The captain of the 16th Division, Izo, who was wearing a pink kimono, was also lost in thought. Finally waited for a understander. Marco raised his drooping eyelids, looked at Yi Zhang and said, "Look at this." After speaking, Marco took out a brown paper ball of Zobaba from his arms and threw it at Yi Zhang. Next. Izo Vivi was stunned for a moment, then quickly stretched out his hands and firmly caught the ball of paper thrown by Marco. This is... Don't ask, you'll know when you open it. Marco waved his hand. Hearing this, Yizhang had no choice but to lower his head and slowly rub the brown paper ball away. At the same time, he murmured in his heart, Marco, won't he keep it well? Hi, the paper ball was torn open with a small opening. Take it lightly, Azang. Lakyo exclaimed anxiously. Vivi twitched to hide the corners of his eyes. Tap lightly, if you break it, you won't be able to solve this mystery. Everyone hurriedly agreed. Yi Zhang. Looking at the sons who surrounded Izo in a circle, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Cough cough. Marco was startled and hurriedly looked up at Whitebeard. Dad. Whitebeard shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Seeing Whitebeard's insistence, Marco can only give up checking his injury at the moment. The doctor and Beard on the other side of Whitebeard were not as casual as Marco. Immediately, with an anxious look on his face, he checked the dosage of the medicine for Whitebeard and the speed at which the medicine dripped. Emergency measures, of the doctors and nurses, Whitebeard's face really seemed to improve a little. But Marco knew that this was just the surface. Dad's condition is still deteriorating. Marco is very worried at this moment. At this moment, the startled Lakyo suddenly shouted, Look, this person's bounty is actually 10,000 bellies higher than Kaido, the king of beasts. Marco was also attracted by this voice. Looking at the captains who looked like arhats, Marco shook his head and laughed. The bottom of the human mountain gritted his teeth and shouted, Get up quickly, I'm almost out of breath. Ah, that is, get up from me quickly, you bastards. Lakyo also hurriedly echoed. After speaking, Lakyo stretched his neck vigorously, as if he wanted to get out. Lakeo, you bastard, can you be calm and don't move on my back? Azang said. Hearing this, Lakyo staggered for a while, and the whole person suddenly fell down. Mountain of people, stacked high, Marco shook his head helplessly, and then walked over. Approaching the front, Marco slowly crouched down, and slowly pulled out the bounty that Lakyo had held in his palm. Marco who suddenly appeared, he was overjoyed and said, Marco, give me a hand. No, pull me first, Marco. Rakyo hurriedly said. Looking at the two people who reached out to him at the same time, Marco sighed and turned his head. Hey, Jozu, come and help them. After speaking, Marco clasped his hands behind his head and took a few steps back. When Marco backed away, the muscular Jozu walked unhurriedly in front of this mountain of people. Well, brothers, bear with me, it will be over soon. Jozu said, pressing his wrist hard. Everyone was shocked. Don't, Jozu, don't do this. Yizhang said hurriedly. However, before he could finish speaking, Jozu stepped back and shrugged, saying, "Jozu, crash." After saying that, the incomparably strong body slammed into this man. In an instant, silhouettes flew. After doing all this, Jozu turned his head calmly and looked at Marco. Marco even raised his eyebrows, then gave a thumbs up, and said, "Nice job." With Marco's affirmation, Jozu made a heavy, and showed his biceps. Vista, who was fortunate enough to escape this catastrophe, drooped his eyelids and twitched slightly at the corners of his eyes. "Ah, it hurts me." "Jozu, can't you just lighten up?" "Ah, my waist." All the captains let out their own miserable howls. Jozu, on the other hand, hummed proudly, then turned and left. Watching the scrambled sons, Whitebeard vv isho. ... After a while, the captains, who had ended the fight, sat in front of Whitebeard unhurriedly. Looking at the old man who was full of infusion tubes, everyone's mood gradually calmed down. At this moment, Whitebeard looked down at Marco, and his dry lips twitched slightly. "Marco, come and talk to them." Hearing Whitebeard's extremely tired voice, Marco first looked at him worriedly, and then nodded in response. "Well, leave it to me, Dad." Getting Marco's response, Whitebeard slowly closed his tired eyes. "Dad." Everyone looked worried. "Okay, don't disturb Dad's rest, I'll tell you in detail about the next meeting." After speaking, Marco sat up from the ground. Then he slowly turned around, looked around the captains, and said, "I believe you have seen it. This latest reward order is the guy who played against us last time. Also, his bounty is enough to match his strength." Marco looked at Jozu and said, "Although the reward order says bald man, but we can't call him that." "Jozu, why are you looking at me?" Marco didn't answer, turned his head to look at the captains again, and continued, "This time I mainly talk about 2 points. 1. This person and our Whitebeard pirates are allies." "Alliance?" everyone wondered. Marco nodded and said, "That's right, it's the alliance. This is what Dad personally agreed to last time. To be exact, our alliance should be the Straw Hat Pirates, the pirates of Ace's younger brother." "That Straw Hat kid named Luffy?" "Yes, that's them." After speaking, Marco took out the Vice Admiral newspaper and handed it to Vista. Then he continued, "The front page of today's news is not just this man." Marco paused and looked at Vista. Vista, who was holding the newspaper, frowned tightly. Jozu turned sideways and asked in a low voice, "Vista, what did you see with such a serious expression?" Vista groaned and said, "Well, the bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates has increased." "It's no wonder the bounty has increased." Vista shook his head and said firmly, "No, this time the Straw Hat Pirates increased their bounty. It wasn't something extraordinary, they were able to increase the bounty, all because." "Because of what? Hurry up and say it." Jozu was a little anxious. "Increasing the bounty is all because of this bald man." Marco took over. Everyone turned their attention and looked at Marco again. Marco continued, "There is no big news in the newspaper this time. The only one is that Tenryubido's highest escort CP0 lost the battle, and lost 2 Buster Call battleships. These 2 pieces of news, to Marine, are simply insignificant and not even worth adding bounties to Luffy and the others. But if you look closely, the bounty of each of them has almost doubled, especially Ace's younger brother, Luffy. Bounty, 2 billion. Vista's tone was a little solemn. "What?" Everyone was shocked again. "But Marco, you are only 750 million, could he?" Marco shook his head and said, "I haven't played against Luffy, so I can't directly judge his strength, but the strength he showed in the battle at the Marine headquarters can indeed match this bounty." The captains looked at each other in dismay. Marco clapped his hands lightly and said, "Okay, the first conference alliance, let's talk about this first, let's talk about the second." The crowd listened intently. Marco looked at the captains who were listening seriously, and said slowly. The content of the second meeting is: take a day off. Hanging water. It is estimated that it will be 2300 after finishing the bit, so please take a leave of absence from the readers. Chapter 119 Zoro Awakens. Chapter 119 Zoro Awakens. Alive. Teach, Marco said calmly. Everyone was stunned. Vista frowned, hesitantly said, why? Capture alive. Marco closed his eyes halfway and didn't speak. When the commotion subsided, Marco slowly raised his eyelids and said slowly. Why it was captured alive, I don't know, I only know. This is what that guy said. Marco pointed to the brand new reward order on the ground. The people in front led by Vista, Chi-Chi followed Marco's fingers. It's this bald man again. Lacchio asked suspiciously. Well, it's him, Marco responded lightly. Vista Vivi frowned and questioned, but why should we listen to him? Without waiting for Marco to answer, Vista continued, Teach is a sinister and cunning guy. If we need to keep our hands when we fight, it will cause more damage to us. Yes, I heard that in the pirate group established by that guy, several of them are notorious villains. If they keep their hands, there will be no way to guarantee the safety of the brothers. Lacchio agreed. Jozu crossed his knees and closed his eyes, his expression extremely natural. Marco looked at the excited Lakoyo, then looked at the captains who were staring at him, and said. I don't quite understand his thoughts about being captured alive. Marco pinched his chin, brows a little confused. Just then, Whitebeard's dull voice rang out. Don't worry about Teach. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and turned their heads to look at Whitebeard, who was still writing with two eyes. Dad. Racchio looked at Whitebeard suspiciously. Whitebeard closed his eyes slightly and didn't speak again. Seeing this, Marco took his eyes away from Whitebeard, then turned to look at the captains, and said. Dad has spoken, everyone just listen carefully. A slight pause, he spread his hands and said, Anyway, if you encounter Teach on the battlefield, just contact me as soon as possible, and the rest will naturally be done for us. Everyone seemed to understand, but they had no choice but to follow suit. Vista lowered his head slightly, the corner of his mouth evoked a strange smile, and Vivi shook his mustache. And the muscular man Jozu also sat up from the ground without saying a word. When the meeting is over, I'll go to rest. After speaking, Jozu turned around directly. Marco raised his eyelids and looked at Jozu, who left silently, wondering what to write. Vista and the others also sat up from the ground one after another and spread out. This is the end of the special meeting of the White Group. The other side. Germa, built with gray boulders as a whole, was quietly floating on the sea at this time. Not far away is the slightly dilapidated city of Going, the Grand Disolo. 2 minutes later. Under the command of a Germa 66 feet little red flag expert, a huge purple snail boat slowly separated from the main body of Germa and slowly headed towards the Grand Disolo. Chen Mu, Judge and the others all stood together on the Germa ship, which was nearly 20 meters high. Okay. Flash. Ah. The baby's eyes were a little obsessed. Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth and did not continue the conversation. In 5 minutes. At the port. Chen Mu jumped off the boat first, followed by Baby 5 and Judge. Looking at the sunny, not far away, Chen Mu Vivi smiled and sighed. It's only been 2 days since I left, how can it feel like every 3 autumns, it's really strange. Baby 5, who was half a step behind Chen Mu, hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Chen Mu's right arm. Chen Mu's face froze. Immediately afterwards, Baby 5 tilted his head in confusion and said, Is that the ship? Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth and nodded awkwardly. Oh. In this way, a group of 7 people walked towards the sunny in a leisurely manner. At this time, Chen Mu secretly looked at the 5 people behind him in his spare time. I saw Judge and IG in the front, both with poker faces, making people unable to see any expressions. And Reiju, who was walking alone, looked at the surrounding ruins with excitement. She didn't have these going ideas. Chen Mu whispered. What going? Baby took over the topic immediately. No, nothing, it's almost here, let's get on the boat first. Chen Mu hurriedly accelerated his pace. At the same time, I muttered in my heart. Being targeted by these guys who can destroy the country just for money. Disalo, you are really reckless this year. ... After a while, Chen Mu and the others walked through the ruins and approached the sunny. In the past, Frankie, who was always able to make up for it, was rarely seen this time. Strange. Where did everyone go? While muttering, Chen Mu walked along the board and onto the sunny. As for Judge, Vivi frowned and didn't follow the boat. This can be considered a boat. My poor brother is too miserable, ha 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 ha. Yuji laughed unceremoniously. After saying that, Yuji made a strong jump and jumped into the air. Poo tilde poo tilde poo tilde. As the thrusters on Yangji's boots started, waves of transparent air ripples appeared under his feet. Looking at Yuji who was floating in the sky, Judge Ig turned a blind eye, and Reiju frowned as Vivi. As for the other irritable guy, Niji, Vivi curled his lips, looking like he was watching a good show. At the same time, he sneered in the bottom of his heart. I haven't seen you for so many years, it's up to your brother to teach this trash Sanji a lesson. At this moment, Nami and the others, who were carrying large and small bags in their hands, slowly walked over from a distance. Who are those people? Nami stopped and frowned at Judge and the others. And Sanji, who was covered in delicate handbags, suddenly widened his eyes. How could these guys come? Sanji gritted his teeth and said in a low tone. Frankie turned his head and looked at Sanji. Why, is it a friend of Sanji-san? Brooke said in surprise. Hey, is it Sanji-san's friend? Sanji's brows furrowed, and his expression became unusually solemn. Seeing that Sanji didn't answer, everyone turned to look at him. Cough. Go over, just take a look and you'll know. Zoro said weakly. After speaking, he walked towards Judge and the others. Sanji frowned, glanced at Zoro who was sluggish, and followed slowly. When everyone saw this, they had to follow. When no one was paying attention, Zoro's right hand, which seemed to be casually resting on the hilt, was slowly pushing the blade out of the scabbard with his thumb. Ah, my body is still a little stiff. Zoro twisted his bandaged neck in a casual tone. Although his current strength is less than 1/5, Zoro still chose to stand in front of Sanji, maybe because of his status as a combatant, or maybe because of Sanji's emotions, which touched him. For so many years, although Sanji and Zoro have been quarreling, fighting, and playing tricks every day. But the tacit understanding between these two men is incomparable to anyone. Like this time. Everyone was just confused, and Zoro had already read Sanji's thoughts from his tone. Therefore, he would take a step ahead of Sanji and walk at the forefront. ... Hearing footsteps behind him, Judge Vivi tilted his head. Ig Niji and Reiju also turned around one after another. Number 4 Feet's younger brother, Yuji, is in the broken cabin of the Sunny at this time. Swordsman. Reiju Vivi was a little stunned. And Ig, after seeing Zoro, his eyes locked directly on him. This person is very murderous. Ig's tone was cold. Hearing Ig's words, Niji grinned, licked his lips, and said, murderous. As soon as the voice fell, Niji disappeared directly in place. Invisible. Immediately afterwards, Niji appeared directly in front of Zoro with a faint sound of breaking the air. At the same time, the right foot, which had already been volleyed, kicked Zoro's face brazenly. Zoro's eyes narrowed, Vivi's head tilted back, and he calmly avoided it. Niji's attack almost wiped the tip of Zoro's nose. Zoro raised his eyebrows and said in a frivolous tone. Oh, that's the way to say hello. As soon as the voice fell, along with the sound of Cheng, the words Hidai were instantly unsheathed. Then, it's my turn. Zoro still kept his leaning posture. Instantly fell. Before his body touched the ground, Zoro instantly pulled out the black knife with his right hand, and swiped to the left with a reverse grip. 2 swordsmanship, 2 slashes, climb the building. Speaking, Zoro turned his left hand, changed the word Hidai to a backhand grip, and then lifted both hands up at the same time. Shoo! In an instant, 2 slender blue sword lights appeared, slashing directly towards Niji's right half-body. Oops! Niji's heart sank, and he directly pulled out the sword of light speed, rung. Don't look at Zoro's body in bandages now, but that doesn't mean he's aggressive. Although the moves will consume physical strength, the remaining physical strength is enough for him to make a move. In an instant, 2 knives and 1 sword collided, and an extremely harsh friction sound occurred. At the same time, there was a burst of electric Z's sound. Hee, my trash brother's partner, is that enough strength? Niji sneered, increased his strength again, and pressed towards Zoro. Looking at the slender electric lightsaber that was stubbornly pressing against his own double-edged sword, Zoro did not change his face, still maintaining the strength in his hand, preventing Niji from pressing him down. For a time, the battle situation became anxious, and no one could do anything. And Niji, at this time, was slightly surprised. After all, the electricity on his lightsaber was following Zoro's arms and attacking him. Oh, aren't you afraid of electricity? Niji narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Zoro doesn't answer. In this stalemate, Zoro's arms slowly covered a layer of black armament. Moreover, the black arrogance swam along the arm, and slowly turned the 2 blades into black. Seeing this, Niji had a bad premonition in his heart. Zoro, who had completed the black knife transformation, did not seem to intend to give Niji too much reaction time, and his arm muscles swelled suddenly. Gangli Luo, sand pattern. Zoro gave a light drink, and the arm that was holding the 2 knives suddenly lifted up. Niji only felt a huge force attack, and the electric light sword in his hand directly let go and flew upwards. Because the long sword was carried by the giant force, Niji was also pulled by this giant force and flew into the sky uncontrollably. Niji, who flew high into the sky, said with a shocked expression, How can it be so strong all of a sudden? Niji flying high into the sky, Zoro swivels his knives, changing to a positive grip. At the same time, Zoro bit the word, Hidao, on his left hand into his mouth, and then twitched his left hand towards his waist, and the 3 generations of ghosts came out. The 3-knife flow is complete. Zoro raised his head and restrained his momentum, as if he was brewing some extremely powerful moves. Judge in the distance, seeing his beloved son being defeated, frowned slightly. But IG, who had been watching from the sidelines, flashed red light on his boots and ran straight towards Zoro. IG, come back. Reiju wanted to reach out to stop him, but he was a step behind. Zoro, who was armed with a knife, seemed to feel a murderous aura at this moment. Another one. Zoro glanced at IG who was rushing towards him, and slowly spread his feet. And, while the waist sank, the arms slowly stretched out. 3 knives. Seeing Zoro's warm-up moves, IG's speed did not decrease at all, but instead increased by 1 point. At the same time, 2 bright red and white lights instantly appeared on his fiery red sunglasses. Spark light fist, Ichi shouted angrily. At the same time as the voice fell, an extremely dazzling red and white light instantly covered Zoro's figure. Under the strong light, Zoro closed his only left eye, and then whispered. The black rope, the big tornado. After that, Zoro spun suddenly, and a huge tornado with black haki appeared in an instant. At the same time, countless fine rays of light began to erupt from IG's body, shooting towards Zoro. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Phew. The white light with extremely strong penetrating power quickly shot into the huge tornado, but it didn't seem to stop the tornado. It was also because Zoro launched the tornado that Niji, who was falling down weakly, was also directly swept by the strong wind and was sucked into the black tornado. Ah! An instant, Niji's miserable howl overwhelmed the whistling of the giant tornado and spread to everyone's ears. Niji! Judge yelled anxiously, rushing forward. And Reiju shook his head helplessly, and rushed after Judge. Niji being sucked into the violent tornado, Vivi was a little stunned. How can, so strong, IG whispered. Just as IG was in a daze, Judge's roar came from behind him. IG, get out of the way. IG regained his senses in an instant and hurried to the side. I saw Judge holding the golden high-tech spear in both hands and rushing towards Zoro in front of the tornado. Damn civilians, dare to hurt my beloved son, today. I will let you offend the Vinsmoke royal family, what price will you pay? After that, a violent golden electric current appeared on the golden spear. Electromagnetic, stab. Looking at the rushing Judge, Zoro indifferently twisted his neck, and his right hand holding the knife added a bit of strength again. Just as Zoro was ready to fight, Judge's combat boots spewed high pressure again, boosting his speed again. Zoro Vivi was startled, and her waist sank. At this moment, Sanji appeared above Zoro's head and whispered to himself. HMPH, Vinsmoke. After saying that, a golden red flame quickly ignited on Sanji's right foot. This chapter is over. Chapter 120 Reunion, Sunny Restoration Program launched. Chapter 120 Reunion, Sunny Restoration Program launched. Grand Disolo, Golden Harbor. The harbor at this time has become dilapidated due to the attack of Akainu and CP0 and others. And the original half-moon-shaped indoor port, under the alternating attack of these top powerhouses, the top shattered and completely turned into an open-air port. However, under this golden light, this piece of golden stone ruins has lost a bit of dilapidation and depression. The golden lake at the harbor is even more dazzling under the sunlight. The dilapidated Sunny was docked on the shore at this time. And just not far from the Sunny, there is a small battlefield. Center of the battlefield. Zoro, who had half of his head wrapped in bandages, was standing quietly at the moment. And 5 meters in front of Zoro, IG with fiery red hair, standing expressionlessly. But as you can see from his clenched fists, he is definitely not as calm as he seems. Zoro and IG looked at each other calmly, and it seemed that neither of them had any plans to shoot again. Just as the two looked at each other in silence, a dazzling light suddenly shone down from the sky. Zoro frowned slightly and moved 2 meters to the right with an unhappy face. The judge on the other side did the same. Just as the two had just finished their sideways movement, the figures of Sanji and Judge quickly landed beside them. Zoro Vivi looked sideways, glanced at Sanji who was clenching his teeth, and said in a flat tone. If you can't beat it, just go to the side to rest, I'm alone, that's enough. Zoro's tone seemed disgusting, but Sanji understood his thoughts at this time. I saw Sanji's brows sinking, and he said solemnly, Lizauto, you can go back and rest, this is my personal business. Speaking, without waiting for Zoro to speak, Sanji took a step forward, took out a white cigarette case, took out a cigarette, and put it to his lips silently. If you didn't come to me on purpose, you can leave now. Sanji glanced at the gloomy judge and IG, then calmly looked away at Reiju in pink who was chasing after him. If it is, then you can go together. After speaking, Sanji took out his lighter and lit the cigarette. Zoro behind him was the first to speak. I saw Zoro holding a knife in both hands, looking at Sanji with disgust, and said, Hey, cook, you. Shut up. Sanji turned around and shouted. Immediately afterwards, Sanji used his bulging forehead to press Zoro's forehead, and roared. You hurry up and go to the back for treatment. For the next battle, I will be alone. Zoro was pushed by Sanji. Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then quickly recovered from Sanji's loud roar, and turned back with gnashing teeth. Sure enough, as soon as a lustful cook sees a woman, he will become mindless. You idiot swordsman! Sanji squeezed these words out of his clenched teeth. Not to be outdone, Zoro went back to the top and said. Ah, what did you say, chef say? Dua. Dua. Twice, directly above Zoro and Sanji's heads. I saw Nami closing her beautiful eyes slightly, blowing her white and tender fist lightly for a while, and said extremely politely. Let everyone laugh. After that, Nami smiled at Judge and the others, but grabbed her hands towards Zoro, who was squatting on the ground. I saw Nami grabbing the ears of Zoro and Sanji with both hands, and said in a gentle tone. Wait until the others have finished speaking before starting, can you too? Zoro, who had a big bag on his head, immediately turned his head away impatiently. Looking at Nami with a gentle devil smile, Zoro felt a chill on his back, and all the goosebumps all over his body stood up. This female demon. Nami, who had entered a state of blackening, Zoro could only swallow back the hard words that came to his mouth. Well, that's really nice, Tilda. Nami still kept her gentle smile, and then slowly turned her eyes to Sanji, whose cheeks were dripping with cold sweat, and said. Then, how about you, Sanji? Sanji swallowed hard, shook the corners of his mouth, and laughed awkwardly. Ah, ____. Nami let out a satisfied, then slowly released her hands, letting the ears of the two escape the magic claws completely. Zoro and Sanji took a half step back at the same time, looking at Nami with lingering fears. At this moment, Brook and the others also walked over unhurriedly and stood behind Nami. Yohoaha, after a hard fight, do you need me to sing a song for you? Speaking of this, Brook paused and slowly tilted his head. Everyone was puzzled and followed his gaze. Reiju, who was dressed in sexy clothes, walking slowly towards Sanji with a gentle smile on his face. And Sanji, who was leaning on his side, naturally caught a glimpse of Reiju, who was approaching from the corner of his eye. But unlike before, this time, his face was gloomy. Usopp, who was closest to Sanji, also discovered Sanji's anomaly at this time. Hey, Sanji, what's with your expression? After speaking, Usopp shook his hand in front of Sanji's eyes. Sanji frowned. Everyone is also a question mark in their heads. At this moment, the wisdom of the Straw Hats, who acted as Robin, suddenly exclaimed. Sanji, is she yours? Robin covered his mouth lightly and looked at Sanji in surprise. The crowd became more confused. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, Sanji threw the cigarette in his mouth on the ground, and gently raised his foot to grind it. At the same time, the tone was rather impatient. I'm a little tired. After speaking, Sanji turned around and planned to leave. And just as Sanji turned around, Reiju's gentle voice slowly entered his ears. I haven't seen you for so many years, have you grown this tall? I'm really surprised, Sanji. After speaking, Reiju slowly stopped and smiled at the crowd. How are you? Thank you for taking care of my brother for so long. Out of subconsciousness, Usopp scratched the back of his head shyly and waved. Ha, nothing. That's all we should do. Halfway through the conversation, Usopp suddenly paused and opened his mouth slowly. Nami covered her mouth and exclaimed, Brother. Oh, is this your sister, Sanji? Frankie looked at Sanji curiously. Sister. Chopper stopped moving his hands and looked at Sanji suspiciously. Zoro's eyes twitched as he felt Chopper stop on his shoulders. Chopper, if you're done bandaging, I'll let you down. Saying that, Zoro slowly put his hand down. I'm about to fall. Zoro, quickly support me. Tilda, Chopper said with a look of fear. Hearing this, Zoro sighed helplessly, raised his left hand again, and gently supported Chopper, who was sitting on his shoulders. Feeling that broad palm reappear on his back, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a serious work attitude, he continued to change the bandage on Zoro's head. At the same time, he muttered in his mouth. If you're injured, you have to fight, but now it's okay, the wound is open again. This, Zoro did not change his face, still staring at Reiju with a cold expression. At this moment, Brook suddenly flashed over from one side, blocking Sanji's body, and said, "Ah, this beautiful lady, let me appreciate your inner." Before Brook could say anything, he was punched hard by Nami, who couldn't bear it. "I'm sorry, I made you laugh again," Nami said apologetically. "Hee, it's okay tilde, Reiju replied. Hearing this, Nami sighed and said helplessly, "Usopp, drag Brook down." "Ah, I see." After speaking, Usopp bent down in a hurry, grabbed Brook's bone ankle, and directly pulled him out of the crowd. After Usopp dragged Brook away from the crowd, Nami smiled kindly at Reiju and said, "Well, since it's Sanji's family, let's go back to the boat and talk." Saying that, Nami reached out and grabbed Sanji's shoulders and forcibly dragged him in front of her. "I haven't seen you for so many years, then let Sanji lead the way for my sister." After speaking, Nami Vivi leaned forward and whispered in Sanji's ear. "Sanji, you should ask question for things like leading the way for my sister." Sanji twitched the corners of his mouth. Nami Viviho continued, "Very well, you must complete the task well." After speaking, Nami gently pushed Sanji forward. Reiju Vivi was startled, and subconsciously stretched out his hands to support Sanji, who almost fell. Then, when Reiju saw the thick bandage in Sanji's shirt, Vivi was surprised. "I was a little surprised that you were still able to fight with your father after being so badly injured." Sanji snorted, then broke free from Reiju's hand and said, "That's just your father, I have nothing to do with him." After a pause, Sanji turned his head and said in a slightly humble tone, "Nami-chan, the sunny is over there, can I let her walk over there by herself?" Nami, gentle-isho, didn't answer. Seeing Nami's blackened smile, Sanji's eyes twitched. Then, he lowered his head weakly and said, "Okay. I know." After speaking, Sanji Vivi turned sideways and walked past Reiju. "Thank you so much." Reiju gently isho to Nami, then turns to follow Sanji. At this moment, everyone also stepped up and walked towards the sunny. When Sanji and Judge passed by, he suddenly paused and said in a cold tone, "If you dare to attack my partner again, I will definitely make you regret it." After speaking, Sanji put his hands in his trouser pockets and left very calmly. Listening to Sanji's warning, Judge Vivi raised the corner of his mouth and said to himself, "Looks like my useless son gets along pretty well with them." After finishing speaking, he glanced at Ig, who frowned beside him, and said, "Come on, Iggy." Hearing this, Ig turned around indifferently and walked in the direction of the sunny. However, judging from his still gloomy face, it seemed that he did not intend to let it go. Half a minute after everyone left, the huge black tornado slowly dissipated, and a figure in blue fell from the sky. After landing, Niji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned, and walked towards the crowd. On the sunny, Chenmu propped his chin against the edge of the boat with one hand and watched Sanji approach with interest. "Hi, long time no see, Sanji." Chenmu waved. Sanji on the pier kept walking. Without raising his head, he made an sound, then lifted his foot to the large wooden board beside him, and stepped onto the sunny. Back on the boat, Sanji wanted to go straight back to the kitchen, but accidentally caught a glimpse of Yuji on the ground. When Chenmu saw Sanji's sudden step, even the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a soft smile, "Hee, do you look familiar?" Sanji frowned. Chenmu continued, "Youngji, your only younger brother." This time, Sanji was no longer silent, and even replied in a deep voice. "He's not my brother, and I have nothing to do with them." After speaking, Sanji turned around and walked towards the kitchen ruins. Chenmu smiled indifferently. Reiju, who was tall and hot. After getting on the boat, Reiju looked at Yuji, who fell unconscious, and Vivi was startled. Seeing the confusion on Reiju's face, Chenmu spread his hands and said helplessly, "He attacked me just now, and accidentally knocked himself unconscious." This, Reiju turned his eyes and looked at Chenmu suspiciously, saying, "Knocked out?" Chenmu nodded earnestly and continued, "Yes, just knocked out." Reiju covered his mouth and smiled, then turned around and looked at the people who were getting on the boat one after another. Seeing that Reiju didn't ask any more questions, Chenmu was also relaxed. After a while, as everyone boarded the Sunny one after another, Yongji, whose eyes rolled, slowly woke up. "Ah, my head hurts." Yuji rubbed his forehead with a grin. At this moment, Chenmu said indifferently, "Over the years, among the people I have met, you are the most tiger." After speaking, Chenmu put his hands behind his head and passed Yongji directly. Looking at Chenmu, who was leaving by himself, Yongji Vivi was taken aback for a moment. After a period of blankness in his mind, Yuji's mind gradually became sober, and he felt an incomparable feeling of humiliation that instantly filled his entire chest. Yongji turned around abruptly, pointed at Chenmu and said, "You damned commoner, you should treat me like this." Chenmu paused and said without turning his head, "Hey, please find out if it's okay. It's you who are stubborn, you're going to hit me with your head, and as a result, you knocked yourself out. Can you blame me?" After speaking, Chenmu Yangtian let out a long sigh and said to himself, "Hey, even Marine Admiral wants to stay away from me. There are still fools who hit me with their heads these days. Could it be that my head is too conspicuous?" Restaurant, regardless of Yongji's reaction. "This bastard." Yuji gritted his teeth. After gritting his teeth, Yuji released his fist angrily. Niji, who had 3 small knife marks on his face, slowly came up from under the boat. Yuji Vivi was startled, looking at the wound on Niji's face and the wrinkled blue electric battle suit. He said suspiciously, "Are there any tough guys here?" Niji paused, frowning forcefully. Then, without even looking at Yuji, he replied coldly, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and follow, my father is already waiting." After speaking, Niji also walked towards the restaurant. This chapter is over.